This is London. Let's go through the details. We have a breakout in progress. We have a breakout in progress for Bitcoin. I want to go through the details and the parameters. This green line is where it was indicated. We sent out a notification to everyone to let you guys know exactly what was going on for those of you new to the channel, new to the station. Guys, we are the hottest, kind of the best group, I would say, definitely the best group of traders. We have former financial professionals, investment bankers. We have exchange employees. This is the place you want to belong to. Let me go ahead and just let you guys know you can click on this join button here on the front page. Go to the restricted VIP zone. Join today. We have the right crew, guys. The right crew. We are very involved in technical analysis. We've been studying technical analysis for a very long time. I wanted to come live because it looks like we may have a bit of I'd say a little bit of a frustrating event here in terms of where this is going. We would have an ultimate kind of, I'd say, an ideal target where we're headed. Then we have kind of an interrupter area right here. The green area is essentially where we achieve the breakout, and then we achieve the confirmation. Okay, confirmation. I'll explain that in 1 second. Let me get through this. I'm a former financial professional, an investment analyst. Okay, and excuse me, an investment analyst over $1 billion equity fund. So right out of Duke University and graduated in 3 years, certified in markets. I love the markets, guys. This is what I love to do. And we really appreciate all of you being VIP members. In the top right, you will see Angel. Angel is our lead supporter here. We are very happy to be supported by and just graced by the presence of Angel and all our VIPs. And I mean that definitely. Just they're a gracious group, and it's nice to know all of you guys from. I mean, you guys are just the best, absolutely. So welcome all of you. Andrew in the bottom right, you see on your screen right now, both major supporters. We like that because we know that you're doing well. Made a lot of cash today, guys. You guys made a lot of cash. We had 2 trades. One was within 20 minutes. It was 20% in 20 minutes. Was very nice as we look at some, what do we stay busy with the entire time? Well, some of these Bitcoin trades, they kind of sit. They kind of, they want to do what they want to do for a while. In the meantime, we're booking trades, guys. We're trying to book positive trades all the time. We had a great morning. 20% in 20 minutes was one that I brought up to a few guys, just kind of chit-chatting about NU. Went very well. Literally within 20 minutes, it went off the hook. And we're not in trades for a very long time. Sometimes with something that may take overnight or something like that. If it's indicated, if we have a definite price target, that's no problem. We'll definitely stay in something for a while, maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, maybe longer, guys, maybe longer. But we do day trade. That's what we focus on. So you guys know that is our mantra. That's our that's kind of, I feel like that's our calling. And during a retracement, we are not going to get the diamond-handed award. No one here is going to get the diamond hands award, guys. That's not who we are. We are built to maximize our profits. And that's my goal in delivering information for you guys. I wanted to go live because, yes, we did break out from this. And I sent a tweet essentially letting you guys know this is a bearish pattern. It just absolutely is. Now, this is, as we look at the ascending wedges, essentially we've gotten into some ascending wedges, okay? This ascending wedges is supposed to break out. It did. We have another line of wedges and triangulations, essentially, excuse me, my allergies. But yes, we have this, ascending wedge here. We have a triangulation, which could be kind of denoted at this point as kind of a symmetrical triangle. We focus on the principles of technical analysis as denoted or as defined by John J. Murphy of the New York Institute of Finance. We don't look at Google. That's not our reference material. That's not the authority in terms of technical analysis. We focus on the New York Institute of Finance. We focus on things that Harvard Business School is going to focus on. Yeah, we focus on like Yale and Stanford quality materials. Like what is JP Morgan? What is, what are the guys at Schwab? What are the, managing directors at Schwab? What are they looking at? What are the guys on the street? We mean Wall Street. What are they looking at? Not to say that everyone in our group or anyone around has to be from Wall Street or has to be a financial professional. A lot of people are just are business owners or are just the common denominator is we want to beat the market. So if you guys have shown up and you want to beat the market, you're in the right place. We appreciate having you. I wanted to go live because we did achieve a breakout. Now, this is a bearish pattern for a reason, okay? It's not easy to beat. All right, it's not easy to beat. Why? Because immediately you'll see that, well, we have a top line, kind of a top line target here, correct. Now, in addition to the top line target, we also have kind of a frustrating limitation that we have to get over, you'll see that we frustrated right here. So it's not that we cannot break out of that. It's just that this is a bearish pattern for a reason. We'll see how this trades, and essentially we'll be able to determine, kind of where you're at in the trade. Did you guys enter on the breakout? I know guys were in the VIP room definitely looking at it and saying, has it achieved the breakout? Has it achieved the confirmation, ready to go in? The one kind of dynamic that you need when that does occur, and you guys know, what I'll do is just go ahead and say is, I know that you guys know how to trade. The people in the VIP definitely know how to trade. It's not a huge group. We don't want a huge. We just want to, we want it to be good. As we look at this, and it's very good. You guys are extremely good. As we look at kind of a breakout scenario, we want to see that breakout. Then we want to see the confirmation is going to be this line of resistance. It was a resistance confirmed as a support and a move to the upside. When we move to the upside, we want to see some momentum. Typically, you'll see, kind of this breakout is fine. When we see this kind of pop, when we see the momentum to the upside, that's what we want to be involved in. That's an indication that, yes, it's going to be pushed to the upside and we're going to be a part of a positive trade. There's kind of three components to it. One is the breakout, okay? One's the breakout. That's going to be the first component of it. Guys, we want to only focus on booking positive trades. That's going to require that we focus on, I'd say, the highest probability trades. So these three components that I'm going to discuss, okay, the three components I'm going to discuss are going to include the three parameters that are necessary. First of all, okay, we may have some action within, let's say, a channel. And this applies to, I'd say, most, if not all, of the patterns. We're going to have something going on like this. We'll have a previous zone of, I'd say, compliance. What would be expected? We would break out. That's number one, a breakout, okay? Then we're going to have confirmation. That's the previous line of resistance used as support now. We're going to confirm that turns into support. Correct? Correct. Then we're going to, guys, we're going to have some momentum, and we're going to break through this previous intermittent, just micro high here, this intermittent high. That's going to be number three. So number one is the breakout. Number two is confirmation of the previous resistance as support. Then what is number three is a little momentum to push us up past this intermittent high. Those three parameters essentially will get you into, and it's not financial advice, guys, but you can read Principles of Technical Analysis. Please read the books that the VIP are reading, that Wall Street uses. It's kind of the primary book on Wall Street. Please read that information. I think it will definitely help you in terms of executing trades, in terms of knowing what is, how do you maximize your trades? How do you maximize your, how do you maximize your profitability? So that's the key. We wanted to come live because we did bring this trade to everyone on Twitter. So we wanted to just at least be live while you guys, it's VIP. So, if people are just here for Dogecoin right now, etc., we can look at that in a moment. But we do have people with some sizable amounts of money that have decided to get involved in a Bitcoin trade. So that's just that's the way that things are right now. It's broken out. Particularly, I think Doge may be doing as well. I'll take a look at Doge, because we do like the community as well. So I will take a look on the other screen at Dogecoin to see if that's something that we would need to discuss right now. Let me take a look at my second screen while we watch the price action and see whether or not Bitcoin can get up above that line at 32,602. 32,602. Yeah, and it looks like Doge is on its kind of own quest right now to, it looks like, to break out as well. It's nice. It's kind of a parallel to what's going on right now with Bitcoin. We can even split the screen. I think it's a nice parallel for us to kind of draw right now as we look at Bitcoin on the left, okay? And we're going to want to respect that previous high, right? Now let's take a look at, let's see on the right. Let me go ahead and put in Doge USD. You guys will get a good look at just some confluence. I think we're going to get a good look at some confluence here. So as we look at this, on the left-hand side, we have Bitcoin. On the right-hand side, we have Dogecoin. Let me take a look at the screen and make sure that we are set up, and you guys can see how things are kind of set up. Let me get rid of I have a lot of pricing indicators, a lot of different, let's see, let me see if I can zoom out or go to a different time frame. But we have a lot of price targets on our charts. You guys know that. We deal with price targets all the time. That is what we are focused on essentially most of the time, is buying low, selling high. If people are not in kind of the business of buying low and selling high, they're probably not going to like this station very much. We're not hype experts. In fact, we are, we try and really pride ourselves on being, I'd say, amongst the group and being that one trade group, that one kind of club where, people are really committed to the fundamentals of investing as much as we can be. We have a lot of professionals, et cetera, and that's just something that we definitely, respect. Is all of your business sense, all of your trade savvy. We really appreciate having that around, and it's never dull for us. It's always a lot of fun. So thank you guys very much for being who you are. We definitely appreciate it, without a doubt. And let's take a look. On the right we have, guys. It's the same. It's a very similar story. Just a very similar story. It's very interesting that people would get that when it's that similar of a story. It's very interesting that people would get that upset one way or the other. Can you guys see the dynamic on the left and the dynamic on the right? It's the same dynamic. So when people get frustrated or angry or hot under the collar that you're not talking about their investment, and they want a different name on it, I understand the culture. I understand the entirety of it. We have preferences as well. But when you look at the left and the price action, you look at the right. Now, there are differences. There are differences in terms of, let's say, trade dynamics. A lot of people will be focused on, let's say, futures, potentially with Bitcoin. Let's also talk about the fact it seems like Doge recently outperformed Bitcoin. Doge recently went like 70 to 80% within the last, I'd say, last week. Yeah, it was a phenomenal week. Very, very nice. Doge had a huge time that we looked at. Before then, it had kind of frustrated. For a period of like several weeks, it had frustrated, and we looked at it, and Doge just wasn't moving much. So a lot of people got involved in trades that were, relative to Bitcoin. That was nice. We traded Bitcoin heavily on the kind of the front end of I'd say on the bull market. And it's been something nice to kind of come back to, because we have focused really heavily on Dogecoin. And when it settles down, we're always like this morning. We were just rocking through a lot of the different altcoins, and that's kind of just fun, right? That's kind of something for us to look into and just kind of enjoy. I mean, that's just the bottom line is, can we enjoy the morning? What can we do? Well, let's just, it's kind of like, I don't know, just, I don't know. I don't want to make a good analogy other than keeping ourselves active. And the discipline approach is in positively indicated trades. Like if someone were looking at right now whether or not to get involved in, let's just look at this. How would they analyze whether or not to get involved in a trade right now with Bitcoin? Well, they would probably do it on one of two ways. Either they would, maybe three ways. First of all, would be a pricing target, right? A pricing target on kind of, let's say, either most likely a retracement level, right? A retracement level might give a pricing target below. But if it's going up, we would probably want to look at a technical pattern, right? We would want to look at a technical pattern. So that technical pattern would be like a bull flag. It would be, kind of a channel trade is another option, maybe a measured move. That's what they call a channel trade, would be like a measured move. So we would look at something like that in a breakout potential of either, let's say, a pennant, a triangulation, a flag. Those would be that would be the kind of vernacular that we would use, as we look at the, in terms of Doge. Like, would anyone get involved right now? Well, they might definitely get involved in Doge right now. They might definitely say, well, it looks like there's kind of a pennant right here that's being formed. That's just classical. That's I'd say a classic a pattern technique that would be recognized in what would we say, in the fundamentals of principles of technical analysis by John J. Murphy, is exactly what we would say. Excuse me. This is precisely what people would look for in terms of trying to become involved in a trade that's already kind of broken out, already moving to the upside. We would want to know, like, okay, definitely is this a circumstance that we could trade, and we want to lock it in as a high probability trade. So the Doge on the right, that's looking like, that's a typical standardized consolidation technique. When you see the tightening, these converging lines and kind of a symmetrical triangle format, that's going to be called a bull pennant. That bull pennant is going to break typically to the upside if you have the bullish kind of the inertia, the momentum to push it up, and the price target's always going to be essentially the previous vertical move up. And it's a little more difficult at times while you're in a We'll talk about the left real quickly. That's on Bitcoin. It looks like you're breaking through this first line of resistance. That's a key line to break through. We're currently getting, it looks like we're headed up potentially to that $33,643, which would be the price target if we can conquer this first level at 32,602. That breakout on Bitcoin, just to update you, was breakout of the triangulation. I wanted to go live because we brought the fact that this triangulation was a bearish move. As soon as we're at the top, the VIPs were in the back, and you guys were discussing. It looks like we've broken out potentially, or at least hovering around here. I said, yeah, it's a great time to take profits, right? I want my profits. As soon as we got up and we reconfirmed, this green line is me entering into a trade. Boom, right here. So that's me right here. You guys think, well, it wasn't correct or this or that. Well, I'm the first guy on a reconfirmation, guys, or a breakout and a confirmation. As a little momentum, boom. You guys have a green arrow where I'm in, and I don't always, kind of tell you where I'm in, etc. But that's been on the map the entire time today. So wanted to let you know, yeah, that's where I'm in. Just as a matter of fact, because I did give the call the other way. This is where I'm in, just to let you know. We trade both sides. We trade, we'll stand on the sidelines with heavy cash below. We'll also get involved in the breakout with the confirmation, and definitely we look forward to experiencing the positive price action. That's just the bottom line. That's what we do. That's the way that we look at opportunities in the market. Definitely on the let's say at lower levels with re-engaging heavier amounts of cash at lower levels. Also on the breakout, if we can conquer through a technical pattern or formation. And we have two technical patterns, one on the left with Bitcoin, which is a breakout. On the right, we have a bull pennant, which is going to represent potentially up to and let's go ahead, up to about a 5% move, 5.46% move for Doge. If it can loop up, there's probably a dual, I'd say a kind of a dual, double indicated pricing target. If we were to look at this for Doge on the breakout here, one's going to be in and around to the 25 and 8/10 cents. The other's going to be in and around to the 26 and 3/10 cents. So those are going to be two indicated. If you will take a look at the right hand side, you'll see essentially we have two distinguishable, easy for me to say, distinguishable moves to the upside. One is kind of interrupted with a dog leg, essentially a zigzag here. We're going to say there's probably that degree of variation amongst the additional move to the upside or the projected target. So that 25 and 8/10 cent or the 26 and 3/10 cent is going to be indicated in terms of potential targets, technical targets, if we can go ahead and break out of this. Let's say if Doge can break out of this bull pennant formation. So that's a classic bull pennant formation. It's nice to go over that as we look at, and that would give an indication for people who wanted to become involved in a Doge trade, but they, say they haven't gotten involved yet. They've been a little hesitant, or their cash is on the I'd say on the sidelines. We would want to see a breakout and a confirmation along the previous resistance, and we can apply this to anything, guys. We can apply it to Bitcoin. We can apply it to anything. It's nice exercise for us to go through. So in terms of this, we could definitely say the breakout is step number one. The reconfirmation of the previous resistance as support is step two. Then the move beyond that, whatever intermittent high is established, that would be step three. So that's what we would want to see to engage in the trade in Doge to maximize the profitability, essentially, or to maximize, yes, the profitability, but also the likelihood or the probability. Maximize that probability of success. And I think you guys will find that in John J. Murphy's book. So Bitcoin has traded up and out of its triangulation. That's exciting. That's very interesting. We're presented with a unique kind of problem or circumstance where we have kind of an ill-defined, if you look on the right-hand side, that's not typically what you would say is a head and shoulders, right? That's not, we would typically expect, I want to talk about inverse head and shoulders. Let's look at the right-hand side, and we can compare the left, which is Bitcoin, with the right. Typically, we would expect the head to traject up and beyond the shoulders on any kind of an inverse head and shoulders or a standard head and shoulders. We'd want the head portion to be either positively. If we were to look at a normal head and shoulders, we would want the shoulders to be lower than we would want the shoulders to be lower than the head portion. Now, we have on an inverse head and shoulder, we would want the same dynamic. Why? Because the amplitude here between the neckline, which are the pivots between the shoulders and the head, the amplitude, okay, between the head and the neckline, that is going to be your pricing target to the upside. So the lower that this head becomes, the lower that this gets down, guys, it doesn't make much sense for you to have broken out and break out. It really doesn't establish that much of a bullish or a bearish pattern. So as we look at this, we're potentially confronted by something here that has, you see the amplitude here is just, it's a bit undesirable as we look at an inverse head and shoulders on the right-hand side. So we have a different dynamic on the left-hand side with Bitcoin. We also have kind of a triple triangulated, like kind of a stacked or a sequential move, very similar to what we have on with Dogecoin. So as we would look at that, we would want to see, can we define ourselves some degree of a potential, as I would say, a potential inverse head and shoulders with this. Now, the trading tool, the trading program will allow you to do that. It will say, yes, this is a left shoulder, technically a head, and a right shoulder. I'm looking on the left-hand side of the screen right now. That is Bitcoin, and we can move to that real quickly, and we can just kind of look at this from an analytical standpoint. Yes, technically, we can have a left shoulder, a head, and a right shoulder for the inverse head and shoulders. Now, the issue is going to be, if you were to do that, you would probably have an incorrect pricing target on the upside. Why is that? Okay, well, I'd say we could probably get into a matter of like, okay, maybe that's correct, but what would trump? What would trump essentially is this lower dynamic. In the case of an ill-formed inverse head and shoulder, it's going to be your breakout target of, say, a triangulation. If you can complete it, is going to be the amplitude of the entirety of the triangulation. Okay, that's just textbook. That's the way that that works. Okay, and around that 33,627. Now, if you were to go with this inverse head and shoulders, you see why it's important for us to really form a good head and shoulders within the within the proper structure, the proper dynamics is to be able to have an amplitude in line with this with the head formation that is going to be in excess of this left shoulder. Okay, if you're in a triangulation, etc. So we really don't have an inverse head and shoulder to really speak about. Do you see how the triangulation is going to trump in terms of the breakout potential? It's going to be more important unless we were to dip down and really form that inverse head and shoulder. So, and if we were to do that, you understand it's probably going to be it's going to be potentially more difficult even to break through that neckline of the inverse head and shoulder than it is potentially of this triangulation for some different reasons that we can discuss in a bit. So this is as we look at this, we're just gauging right now this potential breakout of Doge from its bull pennant. That's something that we want to look at. We have definitely broken out of the triangulation for Bitcoin. The question would be, where are you at? The green line is kind of the entry point. That's just the entry point right now. You're currently, maximized at about 2.25% on the upside. It looks like you're retracing a bit. We'd want to take a closer look to keep an eye on your trade and really say, kind of what exactly is going on in terms of the pricing. It hasn't just rifled up to the pricing target. Sometimes these things take time, and you always want to guard yourself. Principles of technical analysis includes, what does it include? It sounds like this is recorded, someone's saying. No, it's not recorded. I'm live. It's nice to see you, Supercoin. It's not recorded at all, but that's funny. That'd be funny if it were recorded because it's live pricing, so that would be really interested. No. So anyway, that's just it's just me. What's up? Dandro, what's up, brother? Nice to see you, Dandro. And I just saw that comment. I'm like, it sounds like it's recorded. Like, no, it's not recorded. It's just me. I'm trying to be real. All right. So sorry about that. I've been recording a lot, tell you the truth. So my voice is kind of a little bit, I don't know. Maybe that's why people sound like that on the radio and stuff, because they've been talking a lot. It's very possible. You don't understand how much we actually speak sometimes when we're putting together things. So we're talking about technical analysis aside from the comments, etc. We're talking about technical analysis. As you see kind of a bleed back through here, you're going to look at the fact, first of all, we had that breakout. We had the confirmation, previous resistance turned into a support, correct. Then we had that move to the upside. Right now, you're kind of breaking back down towards your entry point. Some people are playing with some heavy cash here, guys. You need to know that. Now, we're breaking out of the right-hand side. Do you guys see that? That's a breakdown from that pennant, so the trade never engaged on the right-hand side. Do you guys see that? The trade never fully engaged on the right-hand side for that potential bull pennant on Dogecoin. Yeah, absolutely. Dogecoin, we had this classic formation, constriction of the lines, essentially a pennant formation with two potential run-ups, okay? These would be measuring targets. They like to say that flags fly or pennants fly at half mast, which would mean essentially we would have two targets on the upside to consider in terms of kind of where our pricing target would be. We're going to erase this line which pertained to the potential inverse head and shoulders. We discounted that opportunity. We went through some analytics on that to let you guys know. But as you see this break down, now it can be a fake out, okay? You don't have to completely abandon the idea of entering into a Doge trade, but this is exactly why, excuse me, this is exactly why and how you qualify up a trade. This is exactly how you only engage in positively indicated trades in terms of the three factors. One, a breakout. Two, a confirmation, right? You're going to break out from this pennant. That's the idea, correct? Breakout from the pennant. You're going to use this previous resistance as a support. That's going to be the number two, the confirmation. Then you're going to move up and beyond that. That's going to be essentially the momentum you're looking for to enter in that positive trade, to enter into the highest likelihood, highest probability trade that you can enter into. That's the only type of trade we want to get involved in, is a high probability trade. Right? So that's huge, guys. That's huge that you never entered into this trade, okay, with Dogecoin. It's a protective measure because a lot of people will see it. They'll see it moving. They want to jump in and put all their money in. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You have to book positive trades. You have to focus on the qualifiers that are going to increase the probability that you engage in a positive trade. If you don't have all three dynamics, okay, then a trade is not indicated. It's just not. Guys, as we look at the left-hand side, that's on Dogecoin. But, guys, it applies to every trade you get involved in. As you look at day traders, what are we involved in? We're involved in booking positive trades. It's not guesswork. We're not staring at a price action and saying, hey, the price is moving, or, hey, it's a high percentage up. Let's go ahead and put our money in. Not at all. We're always focused the same way we just were with this bull pennant, the way that it is kind of fallen apart, just briefly. Now, there may be another indicated trade. Essentially, with what you would look at, you say, well, we could immediately start, and you guys know, we'd immediately start maybe looking at retracements, right? And that may be, the best angle in terms of how you guys would want to deploy that. That would be up to you. We handle retracements quite a bit on this channel. You guys know that. We're very into retracements. We're very into pricing targets. So if a movement to the upside fails, let's say with a bull pennant, something like that, our fallback immediately is deployment of retracements, deployment of pricing targets. You guys know how we work those. Essentially what I hear you guys all the time talking about, doubling and tripling down at lower levels to cover your upside risk. It's really a nice equation you guys have going on, and I appreciate that. I don't think it's financial advice from you or me or anyone, but it's just kind of like, it makes a lot of sense. So it's nice to hear that from you guys in terms of, like, you'll look at a pattern breakout. Then you'll look at, like, well, if it breaks down, you're always looking at, like, absolutely, like your pricing targets on your Fibonacci's. Like that tool is literally built around demonstrating to you exactly what your pricing targets are. So it's a really solid framework for people to put in, which I don't hear a lot of people really covering in terms of strategy. I don't hear people covering that. We cover it all the time. If you guys didn't see the videos from the last few days, we have a few short videos. I'm talking 2 or 3 minutes just to go over everything from extensions to retracements to, it really solidifies the deal in terms of what you need to be looking at, the mindset, okay, from a chart formation like this, a pattern formation. Technical analysis includes, all types of chart formations. It's not something you're going to find on Google. It's not your standardized, it's not your, let's research this real quickly on the internet. No, this is standardized. Things, people are qualified in these things. People are certified in these things. This is like, it's a high level of understanding that people put into these. It's studied at the collegiate, at the doctorate level. People don't discuss that. A lot of people just throw around jargon. It's a rising wedge triangulation. A lot of people have, like, doctorates in markets, and that sounds like, well, then maybe that's boring. What if it's highly profitable? That's the only thing I'll say. I'll stop and, like, well, if you're not here to be profitable, if that's too boring, I'll just tell you, we have a lot of people with degrees. We have a lot of people that, want certifications, that are going after, ideas to certify themselves to become more profitable or to achieve kind of a full-time trade status. They want to be a trader full-time, right? Yeah, so that's really important. Now, the green line is essentially I'd say the green line is here is the trade entry. I drew this blue line before, essentially, I think kind of the first, as we just started. Why? Because there's a prior resistance level here. As you guys look at, and let's just check real quickly into Bitcoin so you can see exactly kind of where we're at. This prior resistance level on the left-hand side here, yeah, that's going to demarcate or essentially identify, or that's going to be the line at which we're going to, and we did, guys. That's been drawn here for a while, but that's the line at which we would expect to receive a little bit of a resistance, right? It's already frustrated at that level, the 32,628 is just that level at which it's already shown an indication that it just doesn't want to get above it. So in terms of the trade, this is the entry. A lot of people are going to use that as the preceding zone as the take profit marker. So that take profit marker has kind of been enforced right now. A lot of people taking profit at that level. And again, guys, where is I'll just bring this back up. Where is where's your entry here? You see where the green is? Yeah, the breakout and the reconfirmation with some movement to the upside, that momentum, and it's a 1, 2, 3 punch, guys. It's the breakout of the previous zone. Okay, always. The breakout is going to be number one. You need the breakout. Number two, you need a confirmation, which is the previous line of resistance turned into a support. Then that's number two. Then number three, what's number three, guys? Number three is you need to move above the preceding intermittent high with some momentum. Boom, right there. That's going to be your third qualifier to turn this into a high probability event. Now, the high probability event resulted in, essentially a positive trade. Yes, it did. Now it's retracing back into, you're into a different mode, immediately once this occurs. And this is all set up like within 2 seconds, guys. You guys know the routine. You understand. You've got the pattern breakout. Beautiful. Triangulation. You've got the three qualifiers, kind of the 1, 2, 3 punch that's necessary. You need the breakout, the confirmation, then the momentum to the upside. Great. The trade engages. You're immediately pulling up or essentially you're placing your sell orders immediately, guys. But before any of this discussion really happens on the channel, you're already selling you're selling. It's just an immediate 1, 2, 3 deal, kind of like, we've got a breakout confirmation with a movement to the upside. The trade is done, and then we've got the trade is entered, and then we've got we've got our pricing target set up. So it's kind of immediately done. When you see okay, something has broken out, we're going to jump on the train with it. If you haven't done the diagnostics, if you haven't done kind of that homework yourself, and you haven't really said, okay, watched it, the breakout, and a lot of this is learning what is going on with the price action with these technical formations, so that you can make those determinations yourself, so that you can do them on the fly, so that you can be well informed, and we can operate better as a group. I know that you guys are very plugged into the dynamics in terms of a breakout of the pattern, a confirmation, and kind of a move above that intermittent high. You're very plugged into kind of where's the take profit zone. You guys are booking positive trades all day long. The VIPs are doing that, so that's nice to see. Definitely say that's nice to see. Now we do have a few different EMAs, okay? A few different EMAs, exponential moving averages. Guys, a moving average versus an exponential moving average. The exponential versus the standardized moving average. Exponential is going to take more into account of just the preceding or just the kind of the closest time zones just right around it. That's the only real difference as you guys look at that. So, also, when we do break out, I want to mention this. When we do break out of a chart formation, typically we're going to be looking at doing that on some degree of kind of significant volume. Now, the volume, I want to move this up because the volume wasn't extremely high. It was somewhat high, but it wasn't really as high as what we would have liked. So I noted that, I think, beforehand, that it wasn't quite as high as what we really would expect. Like, this wasn't really a breakout necessarily. It was kind of like, essentially this prior move was just a move to kind of reconstitute it within the triangulation. It wasn't even like really a breakout as we look at the previous price action of Bitcoin. So that's I'd say that's important as we look and we compare the dynamic of this, which is kind of an equivalent in terms of the volume, and that's just a little bit troubling because we would have expected, we would have really hoped we would see more volume to break this out. The heavier volume on the breakout, essentially you're going to see the more momentum. that third kind of factor in terms of what you're looking for, which is first of all, the number one's the breakout. Number two is the confirmation, previous resistance as support. Okay, it can also be previous support used as resistance. You can be breaking down, entering into a short position, etc. We don't handle options too much. We don't like people. I don't like people losing their entire position. Right? I've seen a lot of people really get hurt with options. So we just, there's plenty of price action to take advantage of without getting involved in options. If you guys choose to do it, hey, there's no problem with that. A lot of people do really well with them. A lot of people have a career just handling options. I've known many people with a career that have just handled options. They do very well. So that's up to you guys, definitely, and I enjoy hearing about your success with options, etc. So we're currently along this. This is going to be the 100 EMA. Now it's adjusted on the time frame. I'm on the minute. I'm on the 1 minute, so that's going to be adjusted for this 1 minute time frame. But that is the indicated EMA currently that we're on. And just in terms of the confluence, you're going to have a little bit of confluence, a little bit of a layover, or a little bit of a kind of an overlap between what you're seeing on the screen. One is going to be, well, why do we have the Fibonacci's up with, now we could just say, okay, we look at the EMAs. Now the exponential moving averages have been respected to a degree. A lot of people just trade on EMAs and they'll day trade with that. That's one approach. You can definitely take that approach. Once a trend is established, it's nice to do that. We did that yesterday. There were a few different. Quant was one. Quant. I think there were six. What were there? Six. Good gosh, 6 trades on Quant yesterday along the line of at least 10% along its EMAs yesterday. It was unbelievable. Quant went up, I think, 100% plus. Very interesting coin. I looked at the dynamics. I did the research on it. I'm always interested in the management team, in the dev team, in the use application. And Quant kind of got my attention. They seem to have a very interesting kind of managerial team. So I looked at that yesterday, but a lot of attention on Quant. It was up over 100% within like a 3-day time period. Roughly a 3-day time period, and we looked at it, and yesterday alone it had 6 moves over 10% just right off of its EMA bands. I was like, this is phenomenal. We had a lot of fun trading that, so you guys know that in the VIP, that was a lot of fun. Now as we look at, and this morning we had a lot of fun too, multiple trades. What was it? With Celos. Celos was doing very well this morning. Let's take a look at where is currently at Celos. Shout out to Andrew. I think he brought that up for a lot of people. Definitely that was nice. Cello, let's see. Cello is currently in the negative. It was just it was through the roof yesterday. A lot of people did well, made money. Andrew just brought it up. He's like, Cello. That's all he said. And then he's like, hey, it's up 20%. I'm like, it sure is. Very nice. So we had. It was nice to hear. Andrew he's kind of a leader in the organization. You guys see in the bottom right, he's a supporter. And we appreciate him being a supporter. That kind of lets us know that he's doing well. Andrew, that's nice. So when you say something like, "Hey, Cello, we know you're doing well," we give maybe a little credibility to what you say. It's like, well, Andrew's doing well. So we pay attention to that. That's nice to see. And we have Andrew on the bottom right. A lot of you guys are doing well. Definitely doing well. Andrew's just kind of stepped up to the next level, as has definitely Angel, etc. So Angel has done extremely well in crypto, and I think he's excited to let you guys know how well he has done, and he's going to continue to do. It's not a hype machine. The entirety of crypto, if you chase the green and all you do is chase the green, you don't have any strategy behind it. I tell you, you can kind of roll around lightly and just kind of enjoy your day or your morning. Yeah, we'll throw a little bit at this or that. You can kind of do that, but if you don't have anything to back that up, if there's nothing behind that in terms of strategy, there's no, and essentially if you're playing with real money, you're going to develop a strategy real quickly. You guys know that. You're not going to be investing in something that doesn't have a pattern to it, or doesn't have a likelihood of success. It's just, you're probably not going to do that. So we were just talking about head and shoulders patterns. What we don't want to occur on the right-hand side is we've seen this, and it's a danger on the left-hand side as well. So we will bring this up. We went over the head and shoulders, that possibility. What we don't want to necessarily occur is to achieve a head and shoulders on Bitcoin. We don't, it's kind of a miniature head and shoulders to, kind of throw us back into the triangulation. We don't want that to happen. If that does occur, it looks like it could occur on Bitcoin, and it could also occur potentially on Dogecoin. So let's take a look. That could be a little bit of a disaster in the making, right? So we definitely want to have set up stop losses, etc., on anything you entered into in terms of your trades with either Bitcoin or Dogecoin. We don't want to, we don't want to be lazy. Just kind of, we'll kind of see what happens, and maybe it'll go up anyway. We always want to calculate. It's not financial advice, but in terms of the group, we always want to calculate where we are at. Always calculate the probability of success, continually going back to those fundamentals, continually just always reinforcing those amongst the group, never being lazy or lackadaisical with cash, never, with our positions. We hold ourselves out to be a little bit better than that amongst each other, and we always require that. So when we talk about it, and if I bring something up and there's only so much time that, that I can put towards things necessarily in terms of just always saying, with every single interaction I have, I'll bring something up that's moving. We all know, well, behind that is an entire framework that we look at in terms of management, right? An entire, in terms of you guys managing your own accounts, right? Like if I bring something up and the people are like, oh, well, we just got into it. I have to know that you guys are definitely looking at it's an opportunity. It's up already, but we don't buy high. Right? No, we don't do that. So there has to be some technical indicator, some place. There has to be a technical indicator. There has to be something, some strategy on your own behalf where you're safeguarding your own money, to where if something doesn't work out or it does work out, you've got your own fundamental kind of requirements that you're running through, kind of your own rigor, your own what would you say? Your own what do they call those? Your own rubric that you're qualifying up your investments with, to where you understand definitely, this one has met all of the marks. It satisfies whatever the marks are, whatever those requirements are that you have. If we're talking about like a pattern breakout, you would say, okay, well this is going to require, say breakout, confirmation, and some momentum to the upside for it to really develop into something, really develop and qualify out as a trade. Okay, for you to have those types of qualifications, those standards for everything that you look at investing. Everything. And a lot of people just want the excited channel. A lot of people just want a lot of people just want the quick, easy answer, and that's it. No, I just want to be told what to invest in. Well, okay, then this place probably isn't for you. If you just want to be told what to invest in, we like being able to discuss investments, et cetera, getting opportunities, or and we do talk about new coins. Opportunity like Matic. Matic was a 3.5x in the first 7 to 10 days of the VIP. Very nice investment. I bring that up because a lot of you, some of you are still holding Matic, some of you are still trading Matic, trading T-Fuel. A lot of these have been really great investments. Define is one right now that I was looking on potential retracements. I was looking at that earlier today. We deal with a lot of different coins. Those kind of exclusive backdoor privileges, VIP perks. Yeah, they're real, and we try and book positive trades. What was it? Forum. Forum was something I brought up maybe a week ago or so. Yesterday it was the outlier. While the entire market was down, Forum was up 30%, something like that. A few different times it was up 30%. I think the first trade was over 30%. Yesterday I think it booked out at 15%. That was a nice trade. I know VIP is definitely involved in that. I did a lot of work to try and bring you guys something that would be kind of contraindicated, something that was unique, and that was at 30%. Then at a heavier amount potentially of capital was 30%. Then it was what was it? It was 15% yesterday. So that was just that was nicely done. I was very excited to see that happen with the VIPs. It was cool, right? When things are kind of down, et cetera, for us to have brought something, and discussed something. And it's just a newer coin. Like you had to get information, you had to get the ability, I'd say, or you had to get the information. Right, that was the key. So that's kind of the perk, right? Is being able to discuss that, get the pricing targets, and to deploy those. That is, that's essentially that's the part that requires you to actually do something yourself, right? Is to deploy a mechanism or a strategy to invest. Otherwise, you just are, we're just, aimlessly we're an investment club. Essentially we'd be an investment club, right? Everyone just does the same thing, rotely, and there's no real thinking. Well, you guys are successful enough in business. You just are to where, you're going to have your own opinions about things. Some people do not want to trade Doge. Some people don't want to trade Bitcoin. Some people do not want to trade kind of small level altcoins. Everyone has their opinion. Everyone has, and I respect all the different opinions. I'm not one to get emotional at all. If someone starts to get emotional about their coin and their investment, I'm like, well, that's telling me a little bit about who they are, and that's not, that's not my, and I never want to be. I'm just going to zoom in on Bitcoin. I don't want to be emotional one way or the other. Like if the Doge army is out to grill or out to kill, that's not my or if the Bitcoin maxis are out, that's not. I'm not going to get hung up on either side of it. Like if I prefer for us to look at Bitcoin for a bit or perform let's say a different analysis on DeFi or on anything. If someone needs to see something else, one of the VIPs will let me know in the chat. Hey, we have to look at such and such. It's moving right now. We're always looking for price action. I'm always looking for opportunities as well to explain, to definitely explain, like, what is a good strategy here? Where are we at in the trade? Like, what is another mover? If we were to kind of sort through and right now look at some other things that have moved that weren't moving yesterday. Quant, right? I want to look at Quant. Why? Because I brought Quant up to the group. When did I bring up Quant? Well, I think I brought that up. If I look at this, and let me just look at the last day. Yeah, I brought Quant up at right here. Okay, I brought Quant up to the entirety of the crew right here, right? And this is a good move. And how did I bring it up? I think I let everyone know that's up 11% right now. It's up 11 to 12%. And Quant, how did I bring that up to people? Well, I kind of noticed that it had been silent on the radar since a lot of positive price action, right? And what did I do? I want you guys to know what I did. This is part of just kind of what I'm interested in doing is, an hour ago, Quant, 100% plus. Everyone forget about yesterday, question mark. It was up 100% over through the day. It had multiple trades, multiple positive trades, right? So I tweeted this out just to be like, who is trading this? I'm curious who's in this. I'm interested to know who wants to buy low and sell high, right? Now, what happened? Since that hour ago, or essentially since that time frame, an hour ago, I sent it out. Now you're up 12%. Bam. You're up 12% immediately like that. That's what we do. All right, so that doesn't happen all the time. It doesn't happen every hour, but that's two circumstances within today where we've brought something up and I floated it to the VIPs, etc. First one was on New. New went up 20% in 20 minutes. Period. Okay, Quant, this Q&T went up. It's up 15% or 10% within an hour. So, and probably less than that if we really measure up exactly when that was sent, et cetera, within, I don't want to say, within the number of minutes, et cetera, it was another one of those moves. So, and what's happening now? Well, people are taking profits, okay? Bad deal? Not at all. You hop in, you got your 10%, bam, you're out, right? We have no diamond hand syndrome here. We just don't, right? Now, what's it going to do? It's going to work along at CMAs. So congratulations to anyone who saw that, and that's just an easy 10%. That's just a nice trade. You guys end up if you made the trade or not, but I know some people probably did. Look at this. We had about 300 people who engaged with it. 300 people made an impression on that. Now, you guys with the VIPs, you have more access to me in terms of that, and that's okay. That's something to kind of look at. I know OCC is another one that has kind of been around. I'm excited about that because that's hit a pricing target as well. So OCC is up 10%. Since the start here. Essentially, let me look at this just within the last day. Let me take a look at OCC because I know that you guys have pricing targets on that, right? I know you have pricing targets because I gave you the pricing targets on OCC. So at a heavier level right now, you're up 16% on OCC. Right, that's a big deal. I think that's a nice move today. A 16% move amidst another 20% move and a few other 10% moves. And by the time we stack these up, there's some positive trades here. Positive trades going on. Multiple opportunities at this target level to capitalize on a trade. That's one that's in the money right now. Based on your trade, you're in the money on OCC right now. That's nice. We brought that to people's attention. In addition to Quant, so Quant. OCC, New. What else do we have? Update was very quick on BTC. Absolutely. We did, a positive kind of communication on BTC. Let's see, BTC USD. Is this the one we want? I think this is what we want. So, that's 2-3 positive trades. I assume you guys are trading. I assume you guys are doing, something in terms of, achieving that level of, kind of. I don't know what you want to call it, but as we put day trading on the front of this, like I'm not kidding. I don't know who else might just kind of be hanging around and just kind of watching the paint dry, but that's not what we're doing. Like we're engaging in positive trades. We have absolutely as we look at day trading, we are guys. I put way too much work into this stuff for it just to be all like haphazard and who cares? No way. I have a good financial background. When I say I was a lead analyst over $1 billion equity fund, like that's the truth. like $1 billion equity fund, like putting that together across the table from Harvard, needing my figures to be accurate, to put $1 billion, guys, seriously, I was like 21, 22 years old. Since then, I've gotten a lot better at like markets. I was certified in markets from Duke, but it's not just a tagline. Well, okay, I guess, we'll see how Doge does today. Well, we can see how Doge does today, and we can see how Doge does every day. Or we can really try and kill the entirety of the market, right? When we say achieve alpha, that's what I want to achieve, right? I want to beat the market, and that's what alpha is. It's the percentage by which you beat the market, only engaging in positive trades. So, as we look at kind of the top shelf right now, we should be on it. OCC, Quant, those are the top two right now, right? That's nice. That's nicely done for anyone who's involved in those trades. And, just congratulations. That's nice. That was easy for anyone who got in Quant. Right with that tweet, the notification. That's easy. That's just kind of like that's kind of, that's easy stuff, guys. So as we look at that, it's easy money. So if I know people are involved in trading, I know that for a fact. Is it just Bitcoin? Maybe you're focused on Bitcoin. Maybe, you're maybe right now that's what you want to focus on, or maybe you're focused on Dogecoin, and maybe you have that personal preference, and maybe you have an emotional tie to it. And maybe a lot of you have made a lot of money on Doge. That can make you emotional about it, right? Maybe a lot of you like the story. Maybe you like the story about Bitcoin, or you bought some Bitcoin when you were a number of years ago, right? That's all a possibility in terms of what could tie you to it. So in terms of the the entirety of your trading approach, I just don't like things to be emotional. It doesn't mean you don't have preferences what to focus on. Even the best traders on the street, and period, guys, I've been around them. Right, I've hired some of them to manage my fund, etc. Just my funds. I'll say that in the past, right? I have hired probably the top trader on the street. That's just the truth. Okay, returns were really phenomenal, and I spent a lot of time, and it was a heavy amount of cash to put into it. So I wanted to make sure in terms of like who managed it, etc. Like I wanted to make sure it was the very best. Period. And that's not some outlandish statement by me. That's the truth. Period. So if that's too much to handle, hey, that's okay. If that's too much to handle, no problem. If you guys can't accept that as fact, what I'll tell you is what I learned during that process is even he had questions. Okay, even he had questions and needed to kind of talk with me about different things, right? Even he got into and had preferences in terms of what to trade. Okay, and I'd have a different preference, and we talk about why his preference, how it differed. Let's say how it differed, from my preference, and kind of what were the differences, and what was was there a happy medium, et cetera. So I've been through that discussion in terms of like, well, I like this and you like that. Well, let's talk about, where's the middle ground, or why do you like that right now? I'm always very agreeable in terms of coming to a solution. I'm very solution oriented in respect to that. So as we look at the difference right now, I'm interested in the confluence or the divergence between, as we look at like Bitcoin, is outperforming Dogecoin. Okay, technically right now it is. Just in terms of the pattern formation, we have a nice solid, bull pennant formation on Bitcoin. On Dogecoin, we have, the same bull pennant formation, but Dogecoin is kind of spilled out a bit more. So one thing, that's a difference that would make me potentially prefer to be involved. You could say, let's approach this both ways, because you might have preferences in the room. You might say, well, you could look at this two ways. You might say, let's look at this two ways. What we would say is potentially you could say, okay, fine. If there is a confluence, or if there is any kind of I'd say confluence, that's fine. Or if you're going to talk about correlation, when I say that word, I lose a lot of people, right? Is there any kind of they're moving in the same direction at the same time? Is it to the same degree? Because right now you can say, well, if they're going to move in the same direction at the same time, one of the benefits would be potentially that Dogecoin is a little lower. Okay, relative to its price. If they're both going to shoot up, you might say, well, it actually may do you more good to have caught this at a lower point with Dogecoin. Okay, the problem with that theory, the problem with that rationale is technically, yes, you could have caught it at a lower price, okay, relative to its entire structure. However, the probability that you're going to achieve that higher price is still lower. Okay, because the technicals express that. Whereas you're still in a solid framework on the left with Bitcoin in terms of its expression of the bull pennant. It's still intact. Bitcoin's still intact. Dogecoin has fallen apart. That's just the technical. As we look at the technicals, those are technical facts. That's not an opinion. Now can Dogecoin over-impress and beat the technicals? It does all the time. Is that personal for me to say it's falling apart right now? Technically, not at all. Not at all. That's not personal whatsoever. That's just that's the way that things are looked at. Now, can we make an adjustment? We can try and make an adjustment. We could try and say, well, why don't we make the entirety of this? Why don't we make the entirety of this into the bull pennant? We can say that. We can make that distinction. We didn't right up front while things were building. Could we change it into that now? I guess, we could make an adjustment like that and say, okay, fine. That's essentially, if we want to really, mark up, the standards here, that's what we're going to be looking at is, why don't we just expand this to where we're still in a conformant state on both of them? Yeah, we could do that. I don't see a big problem with necessarily doing that. That's not going to ruin my day to accommodate. I'm just like this, guys. It's not that I don't have an opinion, but it's not going to, this is the discussion I would have with someone, and please appreciate this fact. Please listen. This is like the level of the discussion that I would have with someone who says, well, I prefer Dogecoin. Okay, great. Well, then let's try and assimilate it. Let's try and build a framework that we can approach it on to say, to understand, that there are some deficits, in terms of the pennant that's been formed on the left and on the right. Maybe that's a confluent. Maybe that's a rationalized. Because the one thing I don't want to happen, you guys know there was a tweet sent out today. It was very important. It was the previous president of, and I never want to do this, guys, and it's a good discussion to have. The previous president of the New York Stock Exchange was on, I think it was CNBC. He was talking about, you guys saw this in a tweet. He was talking about what was he talking about? About Bitcoin. It was talking about, he was reinforcing the market principles of Bitcoin. I was like, oh, okay. Very interesting. Now, as we look at the left here, it looks like we're achieving potentially a breakout. And I don't want this to be a circumstance where we're favoring one over the other. That's the entirety of the point as I'm talking about. This story about the previous president. You're seeing the breakout with confirmation right now. It's nice to see that on the right-hand side. You see the breakout. We have that. Now we have this confirmation here. We don't want to see that turn down. We want to see that move up. We need that as step 3, breakout 1, confirmation number 2. Then we need the momentum and to at least, essentially, guys, at least to cover this preceding high right here. So, yeah, right there, that was number 3 right there, where it can cover, essentially, it just blasts through the previous intermittent high with some momentum. As soon as you get this with some momentum, then that's the highest probability trade. Now, we're working on something with some holes in it, right? We're working on something that's not a real clear-cut picture in terms of, like, this pennant has got some holes. The Bitcoin one does as well. So, Bitcoin has a little bit different of a formation in terms of its pattern formation. That's what you'd want to see right there. Getting some momentum on the upside, that's essentially your indication that you're looking at a positive trade for Dogecoin. So congratulations to those in Dogecoin. If you can complete this pattern, you've got some upside pricing targets, 25 and 8/10 cents to 26 and 3/10 cents. And it doesn't sound like much, but guys, that's a move to the upside. Let's go ahead and measure that. We'll measure it for Bitcoin, and we'll measure it for Doge. Yeah, that's up to a 5% move. So that's nice, up to 3 or 5% move. Looks like you're breaking out. And it looks like that's indicated right now. You're going to have some previous resistance lines. These resistance lines, it looks like you may have a couple of them to get up to your targets that are technically indicated. That's not going to be real easy to achieve. Sometimes it's not. That's one of the difficulties. Let's say this, one of the benefits of operating in brand new territory in a bull market. Right? In a bull market, if you're at new all-time highs, you don't have any resistance lines. When you're in a retracement and you come up with a semi-bullish pattern, right? This is not perfect, guys. This is a very frustrating kind of pennant right here. We've made some accommodations probably on the left and the right. The left is Bitcoin. The right is Dogecoin. Now, we've made some accommodations, but understand, as we're in a retracement, we're going to run into preceding levels of resistance. That's going to make it less likely that we really achieve our target, our potential upside target, in spite of the fact. And I'll say this as well. We're at the 1 minute. If we were to go to like the 5 minute, things are going to become a little bit more clear. If we were to go to, let's say, the 15 minute, things should become even a little bit more clear. Okay, if we were to really go to the, let's go ahead and go to like the hour, you're not going to see much of that at all. Okay, everything's going to really clear up. Now you have a straight line. Look at a straight line with a bunch of the previous markings that I have drawn on this at the different time frames. So the closer that we look, the more minutely that we diagnose this in terms of the technical patterns and the charting information, Yeah, the more microscopic we get, the more it's going to look. I said let's say this: the more it's going to look kind of chaotic. Let's say we can definitely look at things in that regard. So it's not always going to be perfect. The more I'd say the more I'd say what would we say, the more conformance, and I mean conformance. Okay, the more that you get a technical conformance, or you get pattern behavior that is in alignment with what you're seeking. Okay, what technically is required. Excuse me. You're going to achieve essentially a higher degree of probability in terms of entering into your trade. That is going to affect your profits. The lower the probability of the trades that you become involved in, the lower the probability of success, that affects your profits. And you guys know that. But a real quick line, hook, line, and sinker from either a book or the internet or someone else saying we're in this and go. Guys, if you're not really sophisticated in terms of the nuances of things, that's why I decided to go live here. I wanted to talk with you guys, the ones who need to hear in the VIP, et cetera. You guys are hearing this. You need to be able to develop those frameworks yourself. You have to be able to implement those yourself. It's not a circumstance. Like if someone mentions something, like we're not the group, I'm just running into it. Like, full steam ahead. No, guys, that's not, we're here to develop ourselves as traders. We're here to understand that level of professionalism. And wanting to do this full time is that, we're in a group. A lot of you, may already do this full time, but some of you really may want to develop into, I would just really highly recommend that you guys, I'm not going to give you financial advice, but in terms of like personal advice, I'd say if you want to do this, if you love doing it, you can be good at it because you're going to be driven towards it. And the difference is, like, I'd say if you're just following other people, you're probably going to run into problems, and you're going to blame other people if you're not able to really operate in that space of I'd say like caring for your own account. And that's going to be important. That's not our goal at all. Me nor anyone else in the VIP. That's not what we want to see. Is, well, all of a sudden now we're going to be in charge of your account. No, or your holdings or anything like that. Now you're looking for some information, right? You're looking for, maybe some research that's being done. We have a lot of analysts, like we just do in the group, that are, I say former analysts, and they're not, we're not employing anybody. They're not, that's not we just have professionals that have, or previous professionals. We attract that level of individual. That's the truth. Okay. A lot of people are business owners. Some people are literal former analysts or exchange employees, crypto exchange employees. We have that dynamic to our VIP. So that's just the way things are. And that's nothing to say, you're going to rely on that. Well, that's not the point. The point is that we're going to build and foster a dynamic and a community even amongst us. Like the financial professionals know the fact that we can get together and literally, have different opinions. We can get together on different time frames and literally have different opinions. We can come up with different results all day long. The financial professionals know, you can be looking at an investment deal. I could theoretically be on the phone with Johnson & Johnson. We're closing a big investment deal. They've got a land deal. They're transferring assets on the West Coast to BlackRock for one of their holdings, right? One of their holding divisions. They know, and I know probably with BlackRock, and I've never had a discussion financially with them. In terms of financially, I've never had a financial discussion with them per se. I'll change the script. Let's make it to, let's say, what would be a good company be? Chase Direct, that's probably a watch company, or I don't know, let's say Breitling. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Let's go with a watch company, Rolex. Rolex has a whatever kind of division, okay, because I've never dealt with Rolex. I've had some discussions with BlackRock. So let's say I'm dealing with Rolex, right? Well, Rolex would know, okay, you're going to do an acquisition. There's a Rolex move for you. There you go. We'll put that on the time watch on the time clock with Rolex. There's a Rolex breakout for you. That's indicated above this previous above the previous this resistance line right here. Okay, and it looks like we're lagging behind a little bit on Dogecoin. Okay, it'll probably get some push here. So this is working out. This is a nice move on Bitcoin. So if I'm dealing with, like, let's say if I'm dealing with a corporation, the financial professionals here know one thing, that they could call me or I could call them if we're working on a business deal, and we could adjust the numbers to essentially whatever, within a level of tolerance and within a degree of accuracy, we can adjust the numbers. We can absolutely adjust the numbers. I can give a valuation in terms of something that's going to be acquired, on an M&A level, et cetera, and that's still justifiable. It's still going to be justifiable. You guys know that to the board of directors or to the shareholders, et cetera. There's a level of tolerance in terms of even putting together a 10K or let's say an annual report or a quarterly report. Yeah, there's a level of like a threshold level of I'd say accuracy. Okay, we have a tolerance for how accurate does this need to be, right? There's an understanding amongst financial professionals, et cetera, and business owners. There's always this flux. So in terms of, well, you want the right answer. Of course, we want to focus on the right answer. To deliver that information, it normally takes like a team. You can do it on an individual level, really to get into the nuance or the details. And it takes a kind of I'd say definitely a team to get into really, really, as you look at like a big business deal or really putting together like a strong framework and things. Yeah, a lot of times it takes a big, big team. So you guys understand that, and you guys are that team. So it's not any one individual. That's not the idea. It looks like we're getting a lot of selling pressure, aren't we? I mean, just really a lot of selling pressure. That previous intermittent high is really coming into focus, right? It's a lot of people just wanting to take those profits, and that's what's kicking in. It's just it doesn't have the strength to really get up and cruise to the upside like it needs to that 33,000. And 643 would be the upside target. So it's kicking up, and you see that, just people just engaging in just huge profit taking. So that's the good news is as you see that, you may be involved in it. Are you taking profits? Well, no, we want the profits way up there. Okay, well, in between here and there, a lot of people are taking profits. A lot of people are doing kind of intraday trades on this, and I think it's an interesting thing to kind of look at is where are you in respect to well, we're just getting in one position and we're going to hold it through until I don't know, maybe you're not comfortable with trading. A lot of people, are interested in trading and not holding a position more than 10 minutes. Some people, we have to say this morning, some people saw, a trade for, it was 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, you were up 20%. Another thing with quant, just to review quant, I threw up quant, what was it? Like literally within 10 minutes, I think it went up 10% or something like that. Within an hour, it was definitely up 10%. It was one of the leaders. Quant was up on top of the scoreboard, and we just have had a history of that. You guys know, I just hope you appreciate that we've had 2, 3, 4 days, where it's like we've been towards the top, right? Even in a down market or an up market, we've been, things have been pretty good. So that's exciting. I hope you guys are taking note of that at least. Like Quant, that I just sent that tweet to you guys before about right here. And I hope that you guys are taking note at least of that there is some value to be had here and there with at least taking a look at something, because it's just been happening like right and left and right and left and right and left. And if anyone's frustrated in their accounts or anything else, and you're just holding something, you're waiting for things to really go up, it's like, well, there might be another approach. And I hope that you guys would get educated, I don't know, as to maybe the possibilities, and I'll get more educated as to the possibilities of trying to further facilitate how we can help each other in the market. I think that'd be a good way to put that in terms of, that sounds cool, huh? That's the teamwork that we need. I think that's that team dynamic in terms of how we can learn to better support each other and to achieve better overall pricing returns, right? Let's say profitability. That's what we want. So that's my only goal in all this is to help you guys out with that, to help you build a better community. Like honestly, that's my goal. I want to help you guys build that dynamic. I want you to grow in terms of your education. I want you to be happy with your families, happy with each other, and happy with me. And just I want you to be good. It's an emotion. It can be an emotional experience with the market. It can be. I know a lot of people who've gotten very emotional with the market. The market, stock, Wall Street will throw it at you as hard as you can take it, as hard as you can lay into it. It'll fight back. You guys know that. It has a long history of doing that. It'll make the front page, almost without question. It'll make the front page, right? It'll show people, it'll show the toughest guys around, who enter into here after a confirmation. It'll show them. Even the guys who are, heavy hitters that aren't playing too heavily in the market, it'll show them, right? What real emotion is. So to sit here and say, well, we need no emotion. We can lay out the guidelines, but a lot of people have been humbled by the market, and I have in the past. That's how it'll teach you lessons when you lose money. So the thing you're not going to get here is a lot of the hype. Maybe people need the hype. I'm always very critical of the hype. Maybe people need the hype. I don't think they do, because I saw so many people lose so much money at the top of this deal, and I was not hyping people to sell. Maybe I should have been. Okay, maybe that's the downfall of me. Maybe I should have been hyping people up to sell at the top, because I was real calm and cool, just like now. Maybe people need that impactful, kind of approach. That's just not what I deliver like that. Now I try and be upbeat. I try and be, very vocal and engaging in terms of the videos. But I'm just not real concerned about building up just masses of people who don't know what they're doing and just want to do what I tell them to do. I push that away, right? So I just do. I push that. I push that out of the group. I push kind of other people's opinions that are not well-founded, if they're not rooted in education, if they're not rooted in the fundamentals of technical analysis, like they can go. I heard a good report. I'm going to say this. I like the style of M&M Crypto yesterday, and I watched that to kind of clarify things in terms of what he's saying, if he's misleading people, et cetera, because he sold a lot of Bitcoin to people at the top of the market, a lot. And so did Michael Saylor, sold a lot of Bitcoin to people, millions of dollars of Bitcoin to people, telling them that their financial future depended upon it. And if you want to get me excited about something, it's about people losing money, period. Because I don't like people losing money. And if anyone gets into our group or anywhere around and wants to lose money or is lackadaisical or wants to say, well, this is if this is a Wyckoff pattern. Oh, okay. Oh, it is, yeah. And we found this on this chicken coop channel. Oh, you found it on that chicken coop channel. This opinion over on there, and no. All those guys have lost massive amounts of money for people, and I don't tolerate it at all. At all. Yeah, and I get like this because people flow in the door and they need to know that we're not like that, and I'm not like that. And my guys hear that to hear from me again almost daily, that we don't mess around. We don't just jump up, and we don't, someone say how high and this and that. We just leverage let's put all our cash into that because someone thought it was a good idea. No, we always maintain our own principles. We always, distinguish ourselves from other groups, period, because we're going to win, period. That's just it. We're going to beat the other groups. Some other person has an idea. Like, I'll give a compliment to someone always with the understanding and the recollection of what they've done in the market recently, like lose people millions of dollars. And I'm talking millions of dollars. So before people that are in my group just go off and say, well, hey, we're going to go just watch one video because it's entertaining, because we like the accent, because, there's a lot of other people in it, a lot of other people who've lost almost everything in this market, right? Yeah. So we're always gonna cover that again to kind of saddle up, right? Just that's why I said just kind of saddle up, guys. If you're dealing with something important and you have real returns, and you have real returns, you want to protect them. Period. You want to be with the right group that's going to be, right there by your side. So when, I don't want people to get the idea either that, well, we're just, shooting from the hip, and we got, we have a bunch of different altcoins every day, and we just throw it, we're throwing, trash money around with trash coins, and you can trash that idea. Okay. Well, but everyone on Twitter is being told everything about, they are? Oh, okay. Oh, well, I guess they'll have to focus on that. I know we have the exclusive backdoor VIP restricted access. I know we have the community tab, and I know some real stuff goes on here. Yeah, some real stuff goes on here, like ahead of the curve stuff. And I know, I'm available to talk to people who are available to talk and people who are showing their support and leadership for the community. Yeah, beyond anything else that kind of goes on. So, yeah, we have a real level of understanding amongst us and the people who want to win and the people who don't just take this all like a joke. So I need to understand, and I do, that you guys know if we float an idea out, because some people are new and they'll jump in and they'll hear someone say something and it's all of a sudden they're putting their cash into it, right? Well, you have to understand that that's maybe not the way that we work. Is that all of a sudden you hear something and you're going to put all your cash into it. We don't work like that. We always maintain heavy cash reserves. And I'm a serious guy, huh? A little bit, huh? Yeah, I'm London. This is Crypto Kingdom, okay? I'm a little bit of a serious guy. Why? Because I've handled serious cash, serious money. I've put together billion-dollar deals. You don't just put billion-dollar deals together by, well, let's just throw everything in the kitchen sink into it. Who cares about the figures or the fundamentals? No. People who get the billion-dollar deals and put together the structure frameworks and the investment packages, they get that because people appreciate the level of work that they do, right? And I want you guys to appreciate the level of work that I do, and I want to be able to appreciate the level of work that you do. And that's a lot to say. Well, everyone, not everyone's done a billion-dollar deal. Well, you guys run major businesses. You have real job functions, right? Absolutely, right? You respect the level of work you put into things. I respect your involvement. I'm going to say that in the community, and I want you to be able to respect each other and respect one thing. As serious as I've gotten here, a little bit divergent from what's going on, just respect one thing. When you guys hear of an investment idea in the group, you need to know how to approach it. And if you don't know how to approach it, like I would bring up 10 right now, just 10 of them right now. If you wouldn't know how to approach it on your own and to fully handle the fallout and the risk, you don't get involved in it. That's not financial advice. That's just me being kind of straight up and real laser with you. If you don't know how to manage an investment, we're not going to manage your investments. If you can't, sift through something and say, well, this is the way to protect myself on the downside. This is what a stop loss is. This is something that's okay. It's being brought to me, and I understand there's a possibility for retracement along here. Okay, great. It's had a run up. I understand kind of the technical breakout, 3 components of it. I understand that there's also, I'd say an EMA trading strategy going on. That's nice. And then I understand as a backup on that, I'm going to have my Fibonacci's that I'm going to work on in terms of pricing targets, in terms of accumulation. If you don't understand either, I'd say 1, 2, or 3 of that, and you're looking for like a trade signal or a buying group, if you're looking like for just a buy group and that's it, I'm just going to buy and make 10% every day. Whoa, okay. Or I'm going to make 50% every day. You're gonna join a club for $100 and you're gonna make 20, 30, 50% on every single thing? No. You're in a kind of I'd say kind of an elite group. An elite crew. People who've done well. People who have spent a lot of time learning and versing themselves in technical analysis and in the market and in business savvy and some different things. So it's not just like a get rich quick club. That's not what we are. Because I've sent out a lot of tweets, a lot of different stuff. We've had a lot of success on different coins. I'm just checking the group. That's it. I'm checking in with the group to let everybody know. If I come up with 5 stink bugs, right, of investments, 5 stink bugs of investments over the next 24 hours, you may talk to someone. I don't know, London, he's just doing that to make sure you even know what you're doing. Why? Because you can't just you're going to leverage all your cash. Have you listened to any of the prior streams? Right? And I'm not being difficult now. Have you listened to any of the prior streams? No, I just heard a video for like 10 minutes. I joined up and I'm just going to put all my cash into the next investment. Whoa, right? Because this sounds a little tough right now. What's going to be tough is if you don't know any of the strategy at all and then you lose, you never even hit a stop loss on it, right? Yeah. It's like, no. This one hit. Everything's perfect. We just made 50% today. Oh, good. Oh, you made 3X in the first week. Oh, hey, good. But you know how to manage your account when the inevitable occurs and the market maker decides to just wipe out, not just you or me or whoever else in a trade. He decides to wipe out half the market. I mean, you understand enough of kind of what we're talking about in the strategy, right? Yeah, that's important. That's real important. People don't like that. They want the quick fix. How did the quick fix do from Bitcoin at 64,000? The quick fix got everybody down to 32,000. Oh, okay. So the quick fix that you want or everybody else wants got it from 34,000 to, 64,000. What's it? 64, 8, 10, 8, 10, 30, something like that. So that $64,000 got taken to $32,000, and that's what the market maker will do to you. And so when you're real lackadaisical and you want to pay attention to the, the other kind of chicken coop channels and everything else, and we'll plug in when we have time, and we'll check in. No. If you want that, go get that. Okay. If you want that other feeding station, that other feeding frenzy, whatever that is, whatever that's taking care of you, go get that.
Go spend time with that. Okay? Here, and I'm just not really, when I say like it's an exclusive group, we have some guys that really perform well. Like really well. Like they're good traders all the time, every day in and day out. Like period, they're booking positive trades all the time. They spend the time. So we have new people all the time. And you know, I'll just say it's people learning to book positive trades. I want to get back to that. Just booking positive trades. So as we look at that, it's just it's crucial. Okay, because we're talking about a lot of new coins on the weekend. Sometimes we'll do that, and the group knows, like, you know, me, and sometimes they don't want to listen to it, but they do know me too. I was like, no, London's he's gonna rail back into this because we all need to hear it. Yeah, we do. Okay, and it's not that we can't look at new opportunities, not at all, right? Because why? Because I mean, I just brought up quant like right before the stream, right before, right? It just bam, and what? It's up like 11%. Bam. What did I do this morning? Well, I was talking to another group of VIPs and this and that. Hey, look at this one. What, it went up 20% in like 20 minutes, right? So we have those circumstances, right? We have the 2x, 3x. We have the, here's, you know, quick 20, here's the quick 10, here's a quick this and that. But you got to be able to manage this stuff. You have to be able to manage the risk. You have to be able to not get washed out or faked out. You have to know what the technical indicators are. You have to know if this thing is pushing sideways on a 1 minute chart versus a daily chart versus an hourly chart, which time frame to even have this thing on. You have to know whether or not you have a technical kind of target, you know, breakout of the bull pennant, which is going to be a little bit stronger, or you know, is there a technical conformance with it? A little bit more indicated than just the kind of this triangulation. Which one is going to trump which one, right? You're going to need to know those and how to schedule in your kind of your risk and your profitability, right? You need to know I sent out a tweet on this, and this is the deal in terms of the credibility I bring. You need to know I sent out a tweet on this that this is likely to go down. It is. 8 days a week, guys. It's likely, the probability is that it's going to go down. And you need to know that when I start streaming earlier on, and I have a green arrow here, and that's where I got in on the breakout, you need to know that I'm telling you the truth, right? You do. Because, well, he just told everyone it's going to go down. No, I told you, everybody, I want my profits right here. Boom. That's what, you know, in quotes. I really like profits right now. Bam. As it's hitting this top line. True. Because the probability is it's going to frustrating just go down, right, within the triangulation. I'm always prepared for the upside. Always ready to enter into a high probability trade. Always. Because people are like, you know, you have so much cash on the downside, you don't even experience the upside. This is not what we want. No. Why? Because bam, I'm in right here. Breakout, beautiful. We're talking about it in the back rooms. Right? We're talking about it in the back rooms. All right? And yeah, exactly. You know, that's where I'm in. Bam. So we let this work out, but it's just, you know, it's important for me to understand that you guys understand there's an entirety. And the good thing is you guys are professionals. You understand that. You just understand also in terms of like liability for myself or each other. I don't want anybody getting hurt financially. So I get a little bit tough sometimes to where people are like, okay. But no. Me saying something, hey, take a look at such and such. I mean, take a look at it. Run it through your diagnostics. If you don't know how to do the diagnostics, like don't get on a Kawasaki Ninja 1000. Don't get on a Ducati. Don't do it. If you got training wheels on, guys, just don't do it. Do not do it. You can't ride a street bike. You can't ride a racing bike. Like, don't get on a Kawasaki like Ninja 1000. Don't do it. If you got training wheels on, I don't care how cool it sounds. Hey, guys, take a look at this new Ducati. Whoa, that thing goes 200 miles an hour. What's up? I want to ride a bike. I want to go 200 miles an hour. Ooh, okay. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Just remember, that's a nice example, okay? Yes, you can still trade, but there's an entire manual for that Ducati. An entire manual for that Ducati. You better learn how to ride that Ducati, okay? You got to go to like training camp for that Ducati. Yeah, you need to like drive it real slow on the track and get into it and this and that, and like no other traffic on the road, something that's real stable and understandable. And now you better learn how to drive that Ducati on the track real smooth and everything. Before you're in traffic, before you're out on the roadways, you get kind of a dedicated team to kind of help you. Now look, this is a kickstand. This is how you start the thing. This is, feel the balance of this. Now it's got some gas in it. Whoa, okay, that's a lot heavier. Whoa, this Ducati's a lot heavier now. Yeah, it's going to be, just imagine that around the corners. Oh, okay. So there's some different dynamics as we talk about things. A lot of you are involved in business and finance already. You guys know that, right? But you need to be involved in the market a little differently. Treat it like a Ducati, right? We're getting into like, Bitcoin, okay? It moves a little differently than Dogecoin, right? It just does. There's some upside to Dogecoin. We've had a blast trading Dogecoin. We'll continue to have a blast. It was 80%, up 70 or 80%. All right, it's a nice. It's been a nice investment. Some people prefer Bitcoin, right? Some people prefer Dogecoin. There's no problem. I like to make videos for both of them. They're different dynamics. The one that technically conforms the most, I'd like to personally focus on the most. Period, because it's going to have more of a probability of success. That doesn't mean I don't want to profit off of the other one just because I'm not focusing on it as much. Right? Yeah, so there's some different dynamics there in terms of understanding the group and what we are, and that may turn some people off. But, if a profitable approach turns some people off, hey, no problem. Roll. That's fine. You want the hype machine? Roll. All right? We're going to do high probability trades. That's it. I have no problem making 50, 60, 70, 80% or a 2 or 3 or 10x or 100x on Doge, period. I have no problem with that. And we don't get judged one way or the other. Whether or not people believe they judge us on that, that's fine. They can. I'm not going to be judged on that. Not at all. My friends know, my family know, people know in terms of, where I've been involved and what. They know my returns. That's it. We don't need to prove anything to anybody. We just don't. So high probability trades, being good kind of like community members, right? Kind of an elite group, right? If we are, and I just bring this up because the dynamic this morning is different than it has been. I didn't really stream, I don't think yesterday, right? Just brought up did some legwork, because normally on Saturday I'll stream for a while. I'll go through like 200 coins and make sure like what's the next hot thing. Yeah, well, we brought that up. Like we performed really well on like, I think Forum performed really well. Shout out to Lars. She's been a big community supporter, right? Yeah. So that's been fantastic. Lars, thank you for your support. We really appreciate that. Also, Josh, thank you for your support. I know you cranked in some super chats. Both those have been cranking in like, $100 super chat here and there. It's nice. It's nice. Andrew is on the bottom right. Andrew, we appreciate that. I like that very much because it lets people know that you guys are doing well, that you're executing trades, and that's important as the community kind of grows, that we kind of identify, and you guys kind of, let people know with a degree there that you are doing well. And Angel, I appreciate on the top right, you see like is $1,900. That's nice because like Andrew, they know like, you're doing well in trading. Like I appreciate the $400 in super chats. Just as a matter of fact, I very much appreciate that. Very humbling, very nice of you. I really appreciate that. Angel, I'm very, impressed with that is everyone else, because we know you're doing well. And I appreciate that very much because it also helps the community operate better. And believe it or not, it's not just, it's not a, it's not my payday. That's not, guys, that's not the idea. The idea is to let the community know that you guys are doing well. And so when you're in those shoes, and you're two players right now, and you guys that I just mentioned in terms of trading, you guys have that acumen, you have that business, the skill set. Okay, from Josh to Lars, AJ as well. You guys who have been community supporters, right? You guys that are stepping up into those shoes, it's important for us to be able to recognize that even when I cut a quick video and you guys are kind of demonstrating. And I've thought about some different ideas of demonstrating, like who all has already, been involved, aside from just a shout out or this or that, a show of appreciation. We'll work on that, but it's important for them to know when they engage or when you engage with each other that you guys have got some you guys know that. So no, it's not my payday. That's not the idea. It's you guys harnessing up and saying, yeah, this is the team. This is like, I love Angel the other day. He's just like, no, this is our kingdom. We're going to build this thing. We're going to get it done. He's got the right mindset, and he can stack some zeros in an account. Period. He can stack some zeros in an account, and people are like, well, I'm getting bored because we're not talking about a crypto. Are you serious? I got that comment from someone the other day. It's like, no, all I heard was a bunch of stuff about this person or that. I'm like, what? I'm talking about stacking zeros in an account, and I mean like with a number before it. Oh, like profit, like 6 figures, or let's make it 7 figures. Oh, let's turn 6 figures into 7 figures. Oh, well, I wanted to talk about Dogecoin. Oh, okay. That's fine. We understand what 6 figures are, right? 6 figures, 100,000 or above. 7 figures, $1 million or above, right? So yeah, turning like $100,000, and above into $1 million or above. 6 figures into 7 figures. 1,000,000. That's $1 million. That's 7 figures. 7 figures. 1 and then 6 zeros is 7 figures, right? $100,000. Okay, so 1, then 0,0,0,0,0. That's 6 total digits, 6 figures. Turning 6 figures, $100,000 into 7 figures, right? That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so when I talk about turning 6 figures into 7 figures, that's the colloquial. That's the finance talk, right? That is what that is. So I enjoy that level of talk. I enjoy, that it's not banter. It's just serious stuff, right? So, and I enjoy people knowing that you guys are capable of doing that. It's the truth. You guys are. Absolutely. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys being capable of that when I get in a positive mood. Thank you for being capable of that and for reinforcing the community. To Andrew, I know you're capable of that. Angel, I know you're capable of that. And, yeah, I look forward to you guys, demonstrating that to the group. You can do it. I know you've maybe done it, and you can continue to demonstrate that you can do it and help some other people do it. So that's going to be exciting, huh? We have a goal, huh? Yeah, we have a goal. So it looks like we're coming into just a pattern kind of walk up the EMAs here. Now, Doge is unimpressed. I don't know. It's trying to frustrate a little bit. I don't count Doge out. It was up, what was it? 60%, 80%, 75%, etc. That was a nice move. Nice move recently. I hope everybody watched the videos on the Fibonacci retracements, Fibonacci extensions. Those were some key videos. I don't know if you guys watched that. I tried to cut that real quickly. I've been doing some videos on Twitter, right? That's enabled me to get some information across very quickly to all of you, because the VIPs are off doing all kinds of stuff on the weekend and everything else. You guys have to understand. It's like, well, it's not that, I don't like it because it's not exclusive. Well, if I can just, trap it in and just wrap it up for you guys, I can't get in touch with all you guys. A lot of you guys are out at the waterfront. You're having fun on the beach. You're like out on the boat. You're just like, talk to you on the phone or whatever. The motor's running on the boat. I'm like, okay, cool. I was like, I'm going to send a tweet. I'll do something. I'll send a video on a tweet. Like, yeah. I don't have DMs or whatever it is, right? So, okay. We'll try and reach you guys as best we can. The only thing you guys need to understand about that, I can give the information to everybody on the planet. The only people who are going to be able to really handle it and profit off of it are you guys, right? So I'm just going to tell you, you guys are the creme de la creme. You're the top shelf. You're showing that by who you are and what you are. So in terms of like how it feels, well, I thought it would just be more exclusive. Understand, the exclusivity is our interaction and you guys understanding what to do with it, because nobody else understands what to even do with it. I can talk about the retracements, the extensions, and the different levels and the pricing targets. They're not going to have any idea. They haven't spent enough time. So it is our communication, right? Yeah, it's just our level of communication, and that's what's real key. Okay, is you guys are the group. You've stepped up, and there's a reason you've stepped up, because you get it. I can give, I can give, diamonds. I can go up and give diamonds to somebody who's never seen them, and they can just hold them, and they can just throw them on the ground, right? Yeah, that's what happens with the information that I disseminate to people. I give it to people on Twitter. I'll cut something, and I need you guys just to click like. That lets me know, because then I get a list of who saw it. That helps me. Okay, just helps me. Not like, well, I want to be liked. No, not even I want the algorithm to pick up on that. No, it helps me because you guys kind of tag in. That's our return receipt, like that green card you get in the mail sometimes. Yeah, that's kind of like boom. Just click it. Ding. That's it. That's a return receipt requested. Boom. Like on Twitter or anything else. Here, boom. Just tag in. Boom. You're here. No problem. Boom. That's it. That's a return receipt requested. Okay, we use communications a little bit differently to transmit market intelligence. That we just do. So, in terms of all that information, just imagine I'm going up to some person that's never seen diamonds, right? And I've got some diamonds. Maybe they need to be polished up. I don't know. Yeah, just here you go. I'll give you a handful of them. That's what I do. I give people a handful of diamonds in the videos we cut, etc. They just throw them on the ground. Yeah, whatever. Like, whoa, we know what it's worth. So don't be thinking it's not exclusive. When you're getting it, it's a diamond. From different, either personal talks we have or DM chats or whatever else it is, the community we have, how to interface with it. That's where the value is, right? So, yeah, just understand that's kind of the generalized approach, and don't feel like that at all in terms of, well, I wanted this to all be exclusive. Just understand the knowledge, the framework, the support, the community involvement, your being here, and just generalized. We'll look at that. The generalized approach of the group, that's where the value is. So we'll continue to build that value. I appreciate you guys being around for the development of it, and it is developing. We've had a nice week and nice, I don't know. It's been nice. I'm just going to say that. It's been nice. A lot of trades. I like bringing stuff up to you guys and it just working out. You guys understand that? For me, I love bringing something to your attention and bam, it just going through the roof. I love that, huh? I don't mind at all. You guys, you just step in and you take profits. No problem. Like you're in, you're out. Boom. In 10 minutes, you just made, 10% or 15%. That's fine. I watch the price go, pshoo, pshoo, and just, why? Because most of the time, and guys, I've been down to excuse me, I've done diagnostics on things that haven't not even been a projection in terms of something that's shared in terms of a trade idea, just so you know. And it's been down to we were 3 minutes off by that. Darn, I'm sorry. I'm telling you, in terms of timing, I've been down too. I'll tell you, and it's been we're going to get down to this exact time frame. And I've done it 2 or 3 days out. It's been off by 3 minutes. Okay, that's in the streams. You guys haven't caught on to that. So some of this it's kind of weird, within 10 minutes or 20 minutes. Some of this is just timing. Some of it has a threshold. You can do Fibonacci time sequences if you want to. I don't know. We haven't really covered that. Trend-based fib time. Okay. Trend-based fib time. Okay. Yeah, you're always used to the Fibonacci's being up and down, right? Yeah. Well, trend-based fib time. Okay. I can diagnose all this stuff on a time basis. I don't do it a lot. Okay, but we can. I definitely can. The timing is not a lot different than anything else. It's another component. Okay, so yeah, it's not that it's not impossible to do. It's one more thing on everybody's plate to understand, right? It's one more thing. It's kind of one more nuanced complication. It's like people are just working on booking positive trades. They want that 10%. They want that 20%. They may want 5%. Hey, that's beautiful. You want 5%? No problem, right? Let's work on those pricing targets on 5%. All right, 5% on pricing targets. Yeah, you guys know what that is. We work on pricing targets. I'm able to give those to you, I'd say frequently, right? You know how to develop them to some degree yourself now. That's nice. I would look at the next 6 months to a year as something like, just wait. You think that's all you need is just pricing targets? No. It's nice. I think of when I brought up the Ducati. If you guys are if I give you an idea for something, hey, check this out. I'm watching this right now. It's up. It's sitting in such and such. Just understand it's kind of like keys to a Ducati. You're new to the group or new to the club, and everybody's like, well, he's going to get on a Ducati and ride it. It may just, bam, we made, 20% on something this morning. I'll bring up NU, new, sitting under, it's 78%. It was up 20% in 20 minutes, right? That's nice. People are like, wow, that's the real deal. That's the real. Yeah, but understand, just don't keep getting on a Ducati. You had a first nice run. That was really nice, right? And we do have those, but do understand also that, sometimes things, the market's going to do what the market's going to do. Right? And just to rely on everything in the group, et cetera, and like everything is just, solidly pat. The problem is you'll start to overplay your hand, and that's not how we play. We don't play maximizing out trades in terms of complete involvement. I'm going to put 10, I got 10 grand I'm trading, I'm putting 10 grand into the next one. No. No. We always maintain heavy cash reserves, not financial advice, okay? That's just the truth of what I do. I can just tell you why, because you're going to get washed out. You're going to play a potential probability of, say, even a 60 or 70% of you losing potentially 10 or 15% of your entire capital. That's not going to last. I want people who last. I've seen a lot of people get washed out. Not by anything I've said, and when I say this stuff, people don't like it. Well, I just tell you, if you want me just to tell you about the high probability trades I did today, and you're looking at on the left hand side of the screen. We walked through the failure potential of it. We walked through the breakout. We had kind of a 3-pronged step, three what would you say? 3 hits, right? If you're hitting a punching bag, the final one, bam, is the entry. But we have the breakout, we have the confirmation, and we have the move to the upside, essentially with a little momentum past the intermittent high. So yeah, those are the 3 components that have to be satisfied. They just have to be, in terms of maximizing like the breakout of a technical pattern. It has to occur. It has to, okay, to achieve maximum probability. No one else is going to discuss that. Well, that's okay. I don't think anyone else has the investment returns that I have had or anyone else has had. So, in our group. So I'm not worried about it. Go cruise on with those dudes. Go do that stuff. I'm not interested in that. That's not what, that's not fun for me in terms of like running risk. Like, no. I'm going to go drive the new Ducati without a helmet. Oh, no. Whatever the protective mechanisms are, whatever the gear is, you need your suit, you need your helmet, you need your shoes, you need the right equipment, you need to make sure that the bike is in good shape, you need to make sure, and you're going to be able to check it yourself, right? I'm gonna pull up a new Ducati for you, and you're just gonna hop on it. Nothing. No, you need to be able to check the bike out. Yeah, you need to make sure to check the bike out. You need to be able to make sure, well, how's the motor sound? Well, this kind of feels weird. Oh, the brake. No, this the seat feels a little bit off. Why is the wheel interesting, huh? The brakes are over there. No. You need to know the equipment. You need to know what you're riding on. Right? Yeah. So you can kind of see right now in the time frame. You see that? On the blue to the red line on the left-hand side? You see that? Now, I can do that all the time, but then everybody's going to be asking me how to do that. You see how it just broke down on the time frame? I can do that all the time, and everybody's going to be asking me how to do it, and nobody's going to spend enough time. Everybody's going to be wanting to make a trade on an EMA right in line with the time frame on a Fibonacci time frame. Then I'm going to have that degree of uncertainty, and it's just in terms of whether or not people are even going to check the bike out or what we're going to do or how people are going to trade off this or not. It's just it turns into, I have to have some level of uniformity in it. I have to be able to count on that level of uniformity. And when I talk about any kind of nuanced complication like this, a further development of something, yes, I know how to apply it. It's not financial advice, but you just saw it happen. You can rewind if you need to. But the aspect of this turning into a complicated kind of episode for people, or something that I'll just say this. This is the same. What would you say, guys? I want you to do well, right? And you need to what would you say? You need to achieve the positive dynamics of the basics of the fundamentals before you get into this stuff. You just do. And this is like a nuanced complication as we deal with as we deal with additional technology, additional facets of TA. And you don't have to get into timing sequences right now. That's not the point. You don't have to do that. But I deal with these heavily on my streams in the past. You guys can check them out, right? You can learn. And if you don't want to learn anything, This is the other deal. If you don't want to learn anything, you just want to be told the answer, you know, I don't know. That's just not really the group dynamic we have. And there's different levels of sophistication that we all enjoy, right? I don't know. It's just in terms of trade nuances, et cetera, like in terms of like respect for how heavily you guys are willing to like roll into something, et cetera. Like, I just want to, I got 50 grand or 100 grand and just whatever we say, I'm going to do it. And I'm going to be mad if it doesn't work out. Whoa, really? Wow, you're gonna pay $100 a month. You're gonna manage your account for 50 or $100, and you're gonna get the right answer, huh? You're getting it everywhere else, right? Yeah, that everywhere else let you hold on to or was selling you Bitcoin at 65,000, right? How'd that work out? Well, okay. So no, I'm not gonna manage your account. I don't care if it's $100,000 or $100 million. That's not gonna. I'm not gonna manage your account. I'm just not. It's not enough money. That's not enough money for me to get wonderfully involved and all excited in it. It's just not. I've handled and I've dealt with deals that are bigger money than that. And that's just the bottom line. I'm not going to tell anyone wrong answers or anything like that. I still pride myself on being very accurate, but that's not in my repertoire. And that's not why we're here, is to manage an account of 500, 5,000, 500,000, or 5 million, or 500 million. That's just not why we're here. We're here to operate as a group, to further our learning, right, and to better ourselves in every way we can, as a community, personally, et cetera, as much as we can, in a family dynamic, to reinforce like good, ethical, solid principles. That's just what we want. And it's not that any of us are perfect. By far, we're not. We're not choir boys, right? I heard that, that's just a saying, like we're not. Angel said that to me the other night. I just laughed at that. He's like, ain't no choir boys. It's like, that's cool. I like that too. I understand that. I connect with that, definitely. And, no, but at the same time, we kind of have expectations, et cetera, in terms of, the way things kind of play out, maybe, and just levels of respect. We just have that for each other. So, on a day when everything is going great, it's like, well, geez, you didn't plug into a stream just to hear this. I just do this sometimes because, like, I've been working my tail off with you guys, coming up with different investment ideas and everything else. And I'm still writing stuff like, did anybody do this? Anybody do that? I brought Quant up to you the other day. I did let it tweet out this and that to let you guys know about it even today. Anybody else still in it? Bam, you make 10% there. The other one, bam, you make it 20%. The other one, yesterday, bam, you make it 30%. Like, are people making? Are people doing? Are you scheduled in? Or are you just looking for are you just looking for the quick fix, the quick answer? Do you want to develop as a trader on your own? I'm going to challenge you to want to develop as a trader, because I know you're capable of it. That's it. You like the market. You're involved for a reason. You're capable of being a trader. You're capable of doing that. You guys understand the mechanisms. You understand these nuances. You just do. I know you do, because we've talked about them and you're attracted to them on the station in terms of the terminology, right? They mean something to you. So I want to reinforce that. I want you guys to learn. I don't want to be the guy that as soon as you would ever say, well, it was great. You thought you were learning a lot until the recommendations or something quit, and then that went away. But I was learning a lot. Was it you were learning a lot, or you were just making money on the trade signals or the calls or et cetera? I'm going to try and balance it to where you're actually learning a lot while you're trading, because if I just give you trade signals, or we just operate as a group to just get the trade signals, you're not going to learn a lot, right? So there's a good balance there, and I want you guys to focus mentally on that one componentry there, that you're able to also learn a lot. You're able to manage these things yourself. You're able to look at, right now we're not going to look at the ones that are all green. Let's look at the ones that are all red. Why? Because that's how I was reminded today about Quant. Before it just clicked through, and I looked into Twitter and everything else, and I'm like, okay, who's looked at this since yesterday? It was up in 3 or 4 days. It was up 100%. Who's looked at it today? Is anybody working the retracements on it? It was 6 trades yesterday, 6 trades for over 10%. So who's looking at it today? What happened? Everybody on the bus, off the bus. What happened? Everybody's gone? There's a ton of cash to be made back up in this thing, and nobody's done anything? So I bring that back up to people, and then it was on a critical level of the Fibonacci. So I bring it up, and anybody looking at it or otherwise, and bam, it hit that level of the Fibonacci, and it spiked up 10%. So anybody who looked at it, bam, you made some more cash. That's nice. That's good. So I try and do that a lot for you guys. I try and stay on top of things, and I enjoy when you guys do well. But I like when you guys can also think on the other side of the equation. Like, why would you possibly sit here and look through it? Because the whole time everybody's looking for green. The whole time everybody's looking for green. Now, it's not easy to find red right now. If you look for the red, you may find some stuff that's interesting. While everyone else is looking for green, if you're looking at red, you're probably getting down towards the target, especially the stuff that's getting, real red. So that's how I found okay, just think the other direction. Just always challenge yourself, because the more you challenge yourself, the better member of the community that you'll be, right? The better VIP guy you'll be, right? And that's really cool, right? Just for us to step back and be like, well, look at such and such. He's bringing this to the table potentially. And with the new investment, I always kind of ask you guys to just run it by me. Let's just talk about it. I want to make sure that there is I don't want something on and I spend hours sometimes 5 or 6 hours on a Saturday. And I'm talking about live. There's recorded. You guys go look back at how unfun it is for me to spend 6 hours live, going through due diligence, making sure the links on the websites for these places actually work. I'm serious. They're going to have a management team and hold that out, and their links don't work on their website. No. So yeah, there's a lot of that information that we I take very seriously. So if you guys are going to bring up something, hey, this is hot, this is good, this is not, a lot of times we'll just trade it. Maybe we'll have some fun, trade something, get something moving, get the blood flowing, get the computer warmed up, right? Get it ready for our Bitcoin trade, for our Doge trade. We got to warm up the computer system, right? Yeah, so it's okay. In terms of that, though, just I'd like to make sure that we just have some standards in the community. You guys know that? We just try to, right? And with no shilling, it's no Discord, it's no Telegram. You guys know that. We don't post media from outside sources. We just don't do that. So, what do we get? We got to pivot right on the blue line. We can deal with that stuff. We can go through, what would you say? We can go through timing sequences. But a lot of it, as you look at it and you kind of question, well, what have we been involved in? This is just another nuance. It's another part of learning that we can get into. So it's not necessary at all, but it's just something. We had it drawn up there before, right? We achieved right on that blue line before it got there, kind of a pivot, an interim pivot. We don't have to focus on that. But in terms of timing, yeah, I can, really attempt to give you the exact answer, the exact time, the exact investment always, right? That's not the point. The point is for you guys to kick it. And you already have, which is the good news. But you guys need to know, as much as I believe about that, Angel has done that. Andrew has done that on the top right. Angel is that guy who's developed into that. He has killed the market. He's done a great job in the market, right? He's had phenomenal success. Andrew has had phenomenal success. He's a very good trader. So I appreciate you guys supporting as well. That's very nice of you to support that level, to let people know that, yes, you're doing well. So that's exciting. I think it's exciting. You guys are like, yes, we know. We just want the trades. We just want it. And I would too. But you got a lot of them, and I like people who can trade. You guys know that. I like people who can trade. It's nice to have people who can hold, but what's the problem with people who can hold? I don't know. Why don't you ask the people who held down from 60 or 70% ago? Right? As opposed to Angel, he killed it, he knocked it out of the party, hit that button, boom. Two things you got to be able to hit the button for, right? One to buy, one to sell, boom. You got to take those profits. Huge, huh? He took big profits on Matic. We were streaming through Matic quite a bit, right? So, yeah, that's important. That's nice to know that you guys need to know. And some people can't do that, Angel. Some people can't do it, Andrew. So I'll bring something up to someone. I'll bring even an investment idea, and they'll be like, well, they got to, they get in and it went up, whatever it went up. Or maybe it went down and they don't even know how to double down. They have no concept of double down. They have no concept of buying more when it goes down. Like, oh, you brought something up and it went down. Awesome. Cool. How much more did you get? No. Or, oh, you had a stop loss in. No. I lost it. You what? Oh, it went down or you bought more. See, someone came up to me the other day. This was just so funny to me. Someone decided to not come up to me, but online. Disgruntled, whatnot. Okay, he just mentally, it wasn't working. I was trying to communicate with him. He put something kind of cruel or something about hell and he said something about hell and one of the investments that it should go there. And I was like, that's not very appropriate. I didn't appreciate that very much. And so he continued, as I explained to him, that he would not be in the VIP anymore. I was kicking him out. He became very, just so we watch the price action on the left, we have Bitcoin. We're watching this trade because we've broken out. We're in the trade. I'm in the trade. Okay, so on the right, we have Dogecoin. So as we're talking about this, yes, he said that he thought Doge, to H-E-L-L. I was like, excuse me, huh? You don't talk that way in here. No FUD in here, right? No FUD in VIP, in the DM, exclusive access zone. Yeah, like this is where it goes on. Look at this, huh? Nice stuff. Look at all these charts. Nice stuff, huh? Nice. So that's the exclusive zone. He said something wrong like that, and it's just wrong as FUD. It's unprofessional. Failure of the professional, the standard that we have. And so he proceeded, after I told him he was no longer going to be a member of the VIP and I was kicking him out. I do that very quickly. If someone wants to not be professional, I tell them, unfortunately, they're not going to be a member of the VIP. That's just it. Sometimes we'll discuss something if it's an innocent error, of course, but I just very protective because we have people that are involved with, they have families, they have, they have big investments. Like, I'm not going to, I just don't have much tolerance for it. We don't have to have tolerance for it. So we maintain that discretion, right? That's easy. It's just, it's important discretion. Anyway, so he got upset, and I was like, he says, well, yeah, how is this investment doing? How are your trade levels on this? And I'm like, he says it's down. I'm like, do what? I was like, excuse me? It's down, so you're in a position where you're accumulating more of it, and that was on form. And I'll just never forget, he was just all convinced that he was correct, that Doge, before Doge went up 80% from different pricing targets while we were live, and it was sitting in a golden pocket, it went up 80% from that point, or 75%. This dude was literally sitting there saying, he's like, well, look at this, how are you on such and such? And he said he had a lot of money involved in it. I'm like, what? I was like, no, you don't. No, you don't. And you're not following the strategy because you're ready. If you're following the strategy I hear VIPs like talk about all the time, is you're ready to double down at the lower levels. You're happy because you're accumulating more of it. Why would that be the case? Because then form went up. First of all, it went up like, what was it? 30+%, right? We hit it on that. While the whole market was down, right? We hit 30% up on form. Then it was, yesterday it was up, I think in another down day, it was up, we called it like 15%. Hey, Clock that in at 15%. At heavier levels of cash, which people like because you're going to experience typically a heavier return on it. So that's the kind of mentality that someone came up with. And I'm like, no, that's not the case. So I'm very particular about people who would say, well, you're going to lose money. No, we were not into losing money, So if you don't know how to protect yourself from losing money, and you just want to skip around and find, hot stocks and hot this and that, what's the most useless thing, unfortunately? You guys know these little trade letter groups on stocks? True, huh? Nobody wants to get market beat. Nobody wants to get the motley fool, whatever it is. We just don't want to get that sometimes. Like, people who know what they're doing, they don't want to do that. I see Longo in the group. I didn't see Longo. Longo, what's up, brother? Let's see what we got. I want to take a look at the chats and make sure you guys are good. But we have, broken out of this triangulation. It's kind of nice. We've broken out of the triangulation for Bitcoin. Very nice. Very nice. Put together that nice little run there. That's impressive. And I had sent out kind of notice of, hey, and I just put these up here. I can take these off for a moment. But I had said, hey, around this time, it'd be nice to kind of take profits. I think it's kind of indicated nice profit level. Yeah, okay, so cut out. Then, hey, we broke on through. Then we turned it into the resistance into a support. Excuse me. Then we moved up with a little bit of momentum, trade engaged. I have this here because I'm in this trade. So normally I don't sit here and say, okay, I'm in the trade. But I said, okay, I'll trade Bitcoin live with you guys and let you know kind of how it goes. Level of what is it? A level of resistance here. Essentially this previous level here acted as a resistance. We'll see if that turns into a level of support. It might, if you kind of go by the textbook. So, I'm in this trade. That's nice. And I heard, I heard a few of you guys are potentially in it as well. So that's exciting right? That's good stuff. We're talking about some different indicators in terms of, and I won't throw that back up, Fibonacci timing sequences, different things. And I'm not trying to be difficult at all or whatever I talk about, but just new guys, just do know it. I mean it that seriously. I just want to make sure you guys do your own kind of, your own due diligence on things. You guys know you're smart enough. Like you're respectful and you're professional and you get it. It's just like at the end of the day, it's like, man, I mentioned that. Have you watched any of the other streams? And if you haven't, just understand, like, we go through in a nutshell some really serious heavy hitting strategy. It's not like it's not the hype machine. It's not that. It's a lot of in-depth strategy. We have some good, I think actually, you know what? The community tab has some good videos for you guys to watch. If you guys click on the community tab, there are some decent videos in there. I forgot about that. So that'll be good for you guys to watch in terms of the overall strategy. I forgot about that. That's nice. That would have maybe cleared some things up in terms of the overall approach, because we're never all in. We're just not. We always have backup, heavy backup levels of resource cash. Available for the lower levels. Always ready to target at lower levels. That's just it. That's how we maintain the game. So kind of a flag formation here. I want to see how that kind of plays out. And hoping all the VIPs are good, right? And I don't know what all you have been doing. Probably spending time with family. I've heard, I think Andrew wrote to me today. He was hanging out with family a little bit. That was nice. Sometimes we go through the locker room talk, and I just feel like sometimes, I don't always feel like we're down at halftime. I want to let you guys know. Yeah, but I don't feel like we're down at halftime. I just want to let you guys know it's not the reason I'm like, pull together. This is the team, is what we do, and we don't do that. I just feel like it's important, because I feel that it's not a, it's just, it takes constant reminding, because it's such a psychological event, because people want to make money. And so when you get an opportunity to make money, it's like money, it'll make people, it has a different effect on people. So psychologically, people can start to misbehave real quickly. And just, I bring things into a serious mindset, because like we're talking about a bunch of investments this morning. I want to buy, quick money here, yesterday, quick money there, quick money here. When you get quick money thinking, you start thinking, okay, well, forget about the lightly involved. Now we're making quick money. Now we're making good money. Let's go ahead and I got $100 bill right here. I'm gonna go ahead and put 3 zeros behind this one. All right, I'm gonna do that right now. Whoa, right? Just always being able to maintain the strategy, because things can become unfun real quickly. And I'm usually the guy that's talking to people kind of seriously about, like, yeah, when they become unfun, it's like, man, we had that talk. Come on, and just don't let anything ever get out of control like that. And I know you guys won't, but the better you do, the heavier you're going to want to play. It is the truth. And the more you know what you're doing, the heavier you can potentially play. You guys get that? Like the more money you make, the heavier you're going to want to play. You're going to want to. I sent out a good tweet, kind of a lesson on that. It's not my lesson, it's someone else's. But that's the opposite that you should do. Okay, when you've done really well and you've added the extra zeros, that's the time to kind of just relax a little bit and kind of play around. Like, what got you there? Well, it was really amazing, because I had a real small account, and I got into a great investment. It just blew up. Oh, so you had a smaller account and you made all that money with it. Oh. But now you want to go real heavy into everything. Oh, okay. But you could just do what you just did, right? Yeah, okay. Just making sure. You turned a smaller account into something really awesome, right? Yeah, okay. Because that's the inclination, is that people want to get involved more heavily in the market. When you know what you're really doing, when you really know what you're doing, then you can play heavier, right? But really, definitely appreciate the fact. I think my pup is barking. Definitely appreciate the fact that you guys, if you have done really well, you may have gotten there by having a smaller account, smaller investment, right? Don't go gear up. Not financial advice. Just, you guys can read the book on it. It's in John J. Murphy's book. It's a great little thing. I sent a tweet out on it. But looks like I may be trying to reconfirm along this flaggish formation. That'd be nice if we can get a confirmation there and kind of rip to the upside. That'd be great. But that'd be interesting as to whether or not that would count as a confirmation. You guys just saw this peak back down to this area and flip up. On a different time frame, that would be a confirmation, just so you know.
You guys saw that happen real quickly? Let me interrupt myself from the talk that we were having. As you saw that occur and it flipped back down onto its EMA, that technically, that hit there on a different time frame would be a confirmation. Okay, as you distinguish between the 1 minute and the whatever, the 3 minute, whichever one you decide to take, 3 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, whatever it is, do understand that would technically be a confirmation on a lower time frame. That's important. Now you still may get it on. It's on the 1 minute, so you may definitely pick it up. But that would be something. Again, if you're looking at, this is a difficult flag formation to get involved in. I don't ever, and there you go on the confirmation. You guys good enough on that? Everybody's like, yeah, we're good enough on that. That should give you, get a little bit of momentum. That should be the indication that is necessary for this flag formation. That should, when that started to blip up, people get involved in it. They're putting the orders in right there. Bam, bam. When you see that, okay? So that's a flag formation. That's Bitcoin moving to the upside on a flag right there. People getting involved. They see the flag. They want to drill it up. You see that? You see that momentum? That turns into the higher probability trade right there. Boom, boom. You see that? See that? That's people getting involved on that flag formation on Bitcoin, moving from 32,893, up into our target, which was the breakout of this triangulation. Okay, we have the target up at $33,643, currently at $32,913, breaking out of a flag formation, bull flag. All right, bull flag is denoted by a downward sloping channel. Okay, a downward diagonal sloping channel. Real easy. Okay, strictly confined within the level of resistance and support, right? Just a clearly defined downward sloping channel with a vertical move preceding it. Vertical move preceding it. On a smaller time frame, you're going to run into two frustrations on a flag. One's going to be here on the intermittent high. Okay? You need to clear that. The second one is going to be essentially the preceding kind of high from the flag. Okay? From the apex in the flag. This is going to be the second one. So about this line would be expected. Both of them need to be conquered. People will get involved from the breakout with this momentum and play it up to here and call it quits. They just will. Amidst a retracement, when you have a flag formation like this, amidst a retracement, the likelihood that you would frustrate here increases if you are in the amidst a retracement. This looks like a standardized consolidation. I'd expect it to continue to go up. It looks like a good, healthy dog leg. Kind of, you call it a zigzag, believe it or not, just kind of a zigzag, just a dog leg. These are legs, essentially a leg up. I just call it, a dog leg, excuse me, or it's technically a zigzag is what they technically call it, believe it or not. It's just believe it or not, it's also called, it's a channel. It's a channel formation. So congratulations to those of you who may have traded the breakout of this, okay? You may be taking profits right now. You see this just eliminate and just zip away. You may be taking profits right now. If you're playing with heavier amounts of cash, if you're buying Bitcoin, etc., you may be playing with there we go. There's the move we want. The saying is that flags fly at half mast. Congratulations to all the VIPs, guys with the top level membership. You are making money. It's a good thing, isn't it? Yeah. That's why we're in the market, is to make money. We don't have much tolerance for people who don't or want to ensure that we or want to frustrate our goals. That's just it. We're in the market. We're in the market to beat the market. We spend a lot of time, absolutely, as members of the community, et cetera, in your lives. The whole goal is to be able to live a richer life, a better life. Not just income, kind of generational wealth is the idea. And if you're not there, can't even conceptualize that, maybe that's why you're with the right group. Maybe the group can help you conceptualize that. I know some people in the group that can help you definitely conceptualize that. So want to shout out and just welcome all you guys. Appreciate you being here. We covered the fundamentals of technical analysis. That's what you see on the screen. That's just it. That's a bull flag, Bitcoin. It's just what we cover.
I like Bitcoin. More recently, I've enjoyed trading it quite a bit. It's had good price action. And I said, at these prices, I like Bitcoin, right? I'm beginning to like it a lot more because of the prices. Yeah, it's getting lower, and I'm liking it a lot more. I've told you, like, in the past, I've really liked it. Yeah, I like low prices on Bitcoin. I like low prices. So I'm always prepared. I sent out a tweet earlier today, just a post, some heads up in terms of the likelihood of the breakdown out of the triangle. Now, what happened? Well, I got involved on the breakout on the upside. Okay, very easy. Likelihood is it's going to go down. Never means I'm going to miss out a trade. Never. Not at all. We're just planning for the downside potential. No, I'm always going to go through the technicals. I'm always going to go through the basics and what the street's going to say. Well, based upon this pattern, we're going to be looking at something potentially to the downside. Hey, Mars in the house. What's going on, brother? Nice to see you. Dandro's here, associate. We got a good group. Andrew's in the house. Just a few. We're going through some technicals on Bitcoin. Just trading out of a bull flag right now. Just doing some kind of, teamwork, kind of reconsolidation, just discussing kind of what's been going on with the team. And, just what we say, not to restructuring all, but just reinforcing some of the principles in terms of you guys knowing what you're doing, definitely. Like, we've had a lot of success on smaller trades. Yeah, we have. And making sure that those smaller trades, that you understand how to diagnose each and every one of those, kind of like the keys to a brand new Ferrari or let's say like a racing bike, Ducati. Yeah, making sure you understand, like, okay, well, yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Just hop on a Ducati, go take it a lap around the track. This is a 200 mile an hour super bike, man. It's a GP Moto super bike. Like, be careful with those keys. You got to make sure you got all the protective gear. You understand how the thing's going to run, how it's going to ride, right? We don't want to be surprised by the pricing. We wanted to make sure everything about it. So if I just say, hey, here's the keys to such and such, it may be the keys to a Ducati, right? In terms of, well, this one worked out, this one didn't work out, we always understand fully kind of the overall approach. And we understand we're making money right now. That's good. I like when VIP are making money. It makes me happy. That's why we have this group, is to do well and make money like what's on the screen right now. That's what I like to see. And it may not be for everybody. It's just not. And we don't want it to be for everybody. It doesn't need to be for everybody. It needs to be for us. Take profit zones are in and around. When you kind of see a shortening of these zones here, that can impute something to you. Okay? We cover, a lot of different dynamics. So I'll just say we cover a lot of different dynamics. Right now, our pricing targets at 33,643. We can refine that. People's pricing targets are all over the map here. All right? They're constantly trading this up and down. They're using different techniques, from the pattern breakout of, let's say, this most recent breakout, to the kind of structure breakout of the overall entirety of the breakout. Let's say this larger pennant, to the pricing target from the, let's say, the triangulation here. All right? You've got 1, 2, 3 targets building in from the triangulation to the pennant to the flag. You've got 3 different take profit zones just based on those levels. Now you've got a differentiated differentiated move up with a kind of a triple what would you say? Triple sector, like I don't want to say trisector, but you've got 3. Essentially, you're going to get into channel trades. I don't want to get into a channel trade right now. I know exactly who can on our team right now that's listening. Andrew, you have a field day with this. Andrew could dissect this right now, and he would probably hit 1, 2, 3, 4 trades on not just on going long, potentially short. But you guys don't. That's not in. You understand that. Andrew's like, yep, you could. He can. He understands how to ride the Ducati. Like, he can skid it out on the way back into the pits. Every time perfectly. And that's just not an intuitive thing to be able to do. Here's the keys to the brand new Ducati. Like, here, you're not going to just pull back, and you might skid it, but you do it every time. You might drop it too. You don't want to drop the Ducati. right? Like, ooh, it dropped. We don't want to. Hey, man, I dropped the Ducati. Like, you don't want. Well, you just got it, man. Everybody drops the bike. Well, I hadn't done it yet. You know, so we don't want anybody getting hurt financially, anything like that. You guys understand? Yes. You guys understand the whole analogy? Yes. I don't want anybody getting hurt financially. It's no fun. Fair warning to everybody. We got pro bikers around here. People running. People zooming all over the place. Yep. We need to know. People understand, like, you got training wheels on, bro. Like, just et cetera. Like, not to be too lackadaisical, but we all like track days. Every day's a track day. Isn't that cool? Yeah, every day is a track day for us. Literally, we're always looking for price action. Very cool, huh? That's awesome, huh? We just need some price action, be able to, start the engine up every morning. The engine starts up, huh? That's us, huh? We got that, but we need to be able to deploy it. We need to be able to refine the way the team runs. Like Kuda is a good guy out in, he's a VIP. What's up, Kuda? Out in Germany. He's Air Force out of Germany. They ride bikes. Shout out to Bernie Hyatt. Shout out to Jason's Lit. What's up, guys? Military, loud and proud. Shout out to my buddy Big H, my best friend here in town. He's former Coronado, what was it? Commander Coronado. For 3 years. He taught all those Navy SEALs. He can turn anybody into a Navy SEAL. He inspired me. If he can turn anybody into a Navy SEAL, I guess I can turn anybody into maybe a good trader. At least a good VIP, huh? I hope so. I know so. You guys are good enough already. You're doing a great job. So we're watching this pricing action build. You can see the take profit zones. Now, if I talk about a triple kind of, guys, if we start talking about channel trading, this and that, back down to an EMA, things get a little bit complicated kind of quickly. They just do. If I zoom into like the second view on this, we're going to get into a channel trade on EMAs, and you're going to be like, whoa, right? We don't need to do that. We can enjoy kind of a zoomed out approach. But you guys know, I mean, I don't know. I'll go over it with maybe some individuals. But just in terms of like prior returns, et cetera, I can show you a stack of returns, like 300% IRR, return on investment, let's say ROI, per annum, annualized, et cetera, just, with flash trades, like 7-figure flash trades, just boom, boom. That's the trade. That's the trade, 25 grand. Just boom. Okay? Right there on the hit. Okay? Y'all saw that hit right there? That would be a flash trade for 25 grand. You missed it the first time. Well, okay, we just hit it right there, right? Literally. Long, short, etc. And maybe 8 seconds, okay? But you look at them, you're like, good gosh, you don't need to do that. It's very risky stuff. It's just highly sophisticated, right? It's the Ducati around the corner at like 160, You were only around there, you were on the straightaway in front of me for like 2 seconds. Yeah. Well, you know how to ride the bike. It's not much different. I don't know if you guys ride bikes at all. I know Kuda out there, they ride. I enjoy riding bikes. I like motorcycles. So, it's nice to see this breakout with this just nice level of conformance here. Now, we'd want to definitely pay attention to the previous levels here, right? It looks like we're not running into a whole lot that's new. This is the challenge in building back. Okay, the challenge in building back up through is that you have some differentiated levels of resistance along the way. But boy, it's nice to see Bitcoin running, and it's nice to see Dogecoin trying to pick up. And I like the pattern formation that Doge is trying to build up. Definitely like that. I like the fact that Andrew trades Doge. What's up? He's good at it too. You're used to it, huh? Yeah, he's used to it. You've developed a strength at it that I haven't really gotten into the nuance of it. I understand that you've spent a lot of time doing that, and I appreciate that. So that's a decent flag formation. We will take that, and you'll probably trade that, won't you, Andrew? You're like, I probably already am, huh? So that's nice. So that's a good bullish flag. Potential triangulation, huh? I guess different time frame we're either going to get into. The fact that it's a constricted on the right-hand side, the fact that you're constricted, okay, within kind of a channel, and you have a lowering line of resistance and an increasing, okay, or a diagonal, upward diagonal line of support. The constriction is what you look at in defining it as a potential kind of symmetrical triangle or potentially like a pennant. I don't know that you want to do pennant would be a little bit more abrogated, a little bit more, kind of a just a real symmetrical triangle that's more abrogated. That would be a pennant. This would be essentially, I think, kind of like a, it's going to be a continuation pattern. That's the good news as you would look at it. Either a flag or a continuation pattern it's going to be identified as. Both of them are bullish. So that's good news for anybody in Doge. Looking like it's building something, okay, after it kind of fell out of something that could have been a real radical move to the upside in terms of a shortened pennant here. Could have moved up fairly quickly, but it looks like you guys are still doing well. Congratulations to those of you who are in Doge. What's up? That's nice. Yeah, good job. I'm excited. That's real exciting, huh? Yeah, that's good. I like when people are making money, huh? And I don't like things that Hey, what's up? Speaking of what's up, we got, hey, Charles is in the house too. What's up, Charles? Nice to see both of you. We have Angel in the house. What's up, Angel? Nice to see you. Very nice to see you. Let's see if we can, let me see if I can get involved with, there we go, maybe a rocket launch. Maybe I have a rocket launch. Was talking through some different dynamics earlier, Angel, just in terms of the overall group dynamics. And the fact that a lot of people, because we've made some great trades, some real good trades in the last day, a lot of people just cranking through cash, like nice trades. And, yeah, form yesterday was really, really positive. That was exciting. We got involved with this morning was, I think I mentioned a few different things to people, and they made like 20% in 20 minutes. That was nice on, I think that was UN or NU. That was nice. Then we had, what did we have? Yeah, form hit 30%, 15% at a heavier level. That was nice. Then we just had a ton of good trades. It's just been, the whole thing's been just like on wildfire. It's been nice. Angel building up the exciting. That's what I love to see. Angel just cranked through the $2,000 mark. That's nice. Angel's been killing it. I guarantee you, we've been hitting good trades. Angel has been killing it. Love to see that, Angel. Love to see that. Cranking it through the $2,000 mark. I'll make a note of that. We'll update that for tomorrow, see what all he wants to do. Angel, guys, so that you know, and Angel is just huge proof for the community that you're doing so well. We really appreciate you stepping up and showing everybody how well you're doing. And I know it's going to survive into, kind of the future with everything. And as you build that up, as you build that top line up, you're just going to turn it into like the heavy hitter around here. And I love to see that. I just love to see that because you guys know that Angel is doing that well. He's plugged in that well. And when he speaks or when he's saying something, people are just going to know you're doing that well. And I just know personally that you're doing that well because you're a very shrewd businessman. And, it's not like the rules don't apply to you at all. In fact, I think you have probably, a higher set of rules. And it means a lot to the community for this, this network. And I think we have a real strong group that is able to view things, in terms of if we're getting into the extensions, the retracements to the pricing targets, or just essentially the level that we're putting together in terms of the diagnostics is huge. It's nice. Some of this information is just critical in terms of the probability of the fallout. Great, we discussed that live without question. I gave that to everybody in terms of the potential for fallout would be here. No problem. Take profit here, no problem. Who was the first guy back in? Me, right? Who was the first guy back in the trade once we broke out to the upside? Me, right? That's exactly where the green line is. Me, right there. We're always going to trade it on the upside. So I sent that out as well. Afterwards, I'm always going to present the highest probability to people to maximize your profit based upon the literature, not financial advice, just based upon the literature. Guys, New York Institute of Finance, or what is Wall Street looking at right now? Well, they're looking at a take profit zone, but someone decided to kick this up. So when it kicks up and it meets the technical qualifications, the three kind of prong test is the break through the previous line of resistance. Yes, the breakthrough previous line of resistance. Then we're going to hit this, we're going to confirm, okay, we're going to break out and confirm the resistance as support. Then we're going to move to the upside. Okay? That 1, 2, 3 punch, guys, that's what indicates the highest probability trade, which we got into, right? It's nice to trade Bitcoin. I've really, really enjoyed that. Angel is a guy who had a lot of success in Matic. He knows how to hit that button. Boom. Great guy, great family. Great family. Really, it's a pleasure to have you, Angel. It's an honor to have you and the rest of the VIPs. And I appreciate you, just showing people that you've got that you've done that well. It's going to say more and more the more that you express that. And I think I have a feeling you're going to be up really large and in charge in terms of the banner there. I look forward to seeing how that develops. It's going to be really nice to continue to see that. It's just been killing it this last 24 hours, huh? We have been, huh? Making cash, huh? Yeah. So that's been nice to see, and yeah, it'll continue to be nice to see. We've had a lot of success on the channel, haven't we? Between Matic and between some different things. I mean, even with Doge, I know you don't trade Doge much. Matic was phenomenal, huh? But it starts to feel like that real quickly around here, doesn't it? I got to tell you, it starts to feel like that real quickly when you get a breakout to the upside. You give us some bullish activity, and you give us a good morning. Well, first of all, like yesterday, you give us, run up was this and that with Bitcoin, with Doge, et cetera. We've been trading the heck out of stuff the last 2-3 weeks. I mean, you get a good run up, then you get, us on the front end of the market with like Forum. Yeah, hey, you got to say pricing targets on Forum. Anybody who wants to spend extra 20, 30 minutes, well, I don't have 20 or 30 minutes. Okay, no problem. But if you had the 20 or 30 extra minutes just to put the orders down on like Forum, you were up like, big time on 2 big trades. Not everyone has the time. I understand that. But we were ahead of the market. Boom. Nicely done. And there we go. You guys are on fire from Angel. Love that, brother. Thank you so much. Just love the kingdom. I do too, huh? And all that it represents. Me too, huh? Love you guys. You guys are awesome. And as we look at it, it's just, who doesn't want to beat the market? I have no idea. You know what? Maybe a lot of people, we want to beat the market. It's so interesting. We're going to look back on this, guys. We're going to look back on this. I think we're the only group that consistently wants to beat the market. Do you guys understand that? There's a lot of people out there doing a lot of things. Only like 5%. I think it may be like 1% of the market is actually going to win. But do you understand? I don't know. Do you understand? I know a lot of people want their coin to do well or this or that. But do you understand we're the only group that's consistently saying we're going to beat the market? That is strange. You have to admit that's kind of strange. Huh. And we have this exclusive kind of VIP, et cetera, but it's just very strange. Why would we be the only group that wants to beat the market? We're the only ones that's expressing that. But we're also consistently, we'll bring something up. I'll bring something up. And like today, before I went streaming, I was like, hey, has anyone checked Quant? It went up it hit 10%. Boom. Very quickly. Right? This morning was a circumstance. And I'm in it just like our kingdom. You were late to the party with Doge, but you're in it just like your kingdom. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, Doge was up like 70, 80%. You can't, no one's going to say no to money. You can, but in terms of that, it's just, but it starts to feel like that real quickly around here. Like we get some, like with Matic, you have to admit that, huh? We're on target. Like when we're on target and we're busting through something, it's making money. Yay, all of a sudden we're like, yeah, this is good. This is what we need to do. Yeah? And that's just, it starts to feel like that again because we're making serious cash. And the people who aren't, they're just not plugged in. I don't know what it is, but it's just interesting. Not everyone's going to want to meet, hey, we got another super chat. Fantastic. We turn music back on. I want to hit this definite for Angel. He's just, he's gearing up. I have a feeling he's gearing up and people are going to be really impressed as we go forward in this. It's just that's nice. I like that you have a permanent corner of the room with your girl up top. It's just fantastic. And I really appreciate again just you all of your all the effort you're making to make sure the community knows what's going on. Yeah, this is our kingdom is going to work, huh? It's going to be fun, huh? And how great for your girl and everything else, huh? It's kind of cool, isn't it? Because that's the kingdom. That's what we're doing. That's exciting, huh? We got a lot of stuff to do in the future. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a lot of fun, and it's just I like the fact that this just feels. It's because it's Bitcoin. It's some heavier cash. Okay, it just is right. that people work with and around. It's just where we're dealing. It's 32,977. It's just heavier amounts of cash. So when we're it just is. I mean, and people will trade it, how they'll trade it, et cetera. But when it goes well and we're busting out and doing well, and it's going to beat the market, hey, we're excited, right? Hey, that's what we want. That's what we want. So it gets that, we get that feeling of Matic, et cetera, kind of, because Matic, we slam the heck out of that, We definitely slam the, hey. Love to see that. Love to see it. He's cranking through, and we're going to take that in stride and just he's going to build up the right corner. He's just going to build that, maybe the whole banner. We're going to build up the kingdom. It's going to be awesome. And shout out to your family. I'm hopeful that they're around enough to receive a nice gestured hello from London. This is London with the Crypto Kingdom, and it's a pleasure to be in your homes, to be to have just to be able to share some time with you guys. It's nice, and I look forward to more of that in the future. Absolutely. They only I don't know. We'll talk. We'll talk. We've already been talking back and forth. Now the market has been exciting. Let's measure up and do some diagnostics as Angel is chiming in with super chats. He's building up just the recognition that I think puts him at that's at least 2,300. You guys everyone needs to know, and they will definitely know, that you've done very well in the market. And I look forward to you continue to express that, and I will continue to support that so that so that when you speak and when you have, today, Andrew formulated some ideas for something that went up 20, 30% after he brought it up. And another one. And we have just multiple ones. That's phenomenal. And that's 3, 4, 5. So yeah, we've got I think up $2,500. The good thing is that when people interface with you, they'll be able to understand that, and not only your family clearly is going to be able to understand that. Clearly obviously they know you've done well, but it's going to be a reinforcing dynamic within the community here, within the entire public at large, and they'll start to really understand what we've got going on here. That Matic went extremely well. That the overall your capabilities, the capabilities of the community is just going to really speak volumes. And I think it's something you can definitely I don't know, just I don't want to say hang your hat on, but it's going to be nice. It's going to be a nice dynamic for your family, and we try and keep things like that. And we could definitely have more people, more hype, more things like that. But it's just that's definitely the like stocks or investments send us signals to buy or to not, or people, and it's got an indicator in this and that. And Angel is sending people a signal that he's done extremely well in the market, and that when he speaks, you can listen to him, that you can identify with that level of success. And I look forward to him. I think you're starting to see the dynamic when you understand, kind of, it's allowing people to get to know you a bit, and it'll be a process, but it'll be something that I think as it reinforces itself and as you reinforce kind of what's going on, that your family more so and the community more so, it will catch on. And so it'll be a process. And that'll be, someone just brought up some intelligence. Absolutely. Certified in intelligence. Me personally, Angel is also a strong, on the top right, he's one of the key supporters. He's just done extremely well. And I just say he's very, very astute. He has a high level of intelligence himself. He speaks about intelligence quite frequently, and it's nice to interact with that. And he understands what he's building up here as well in terms of kind of the personal recognition on, with the channel, yes, with the community, yes, within the overall dynamic is going to be, it's going to be a dynamic that I think is going to last a lot. It's going to be really exciting. So that's you can never say enough about that. But in terms of the signal that's being sent, that signal is going to, like the signal, something's flashing on the RSI. Okay, great. The RSI is telling us to buy. We can follow those signals, but it's kind of like a guide or a determinative factor in terms of, well, we know that about this. we know it's time to act, or we know it's time to this or that. So this is just the signal that Angel is sending is he's continually done that, and I like to see that. Additionally, it's not for me, it's for the community, for you. I think it's going to be very very continually positive thing to continue to see. So and we're going to have fun. We are going to have a blast. It's going to be profitable. I mean, not financial advice. You guys know that. Yeah, Angel, you're funny. You are funny. The other day, he's like, from the heart. It is. I just say whatever comment from the heart it is. I'm like, I know it's from the heart, but, we don't want to do budget breakdowns and brokerage deal. We don't want to do arbitration agreements. We're not into all that stuff. But he cracks me up. Angel and I have a good time. We just do. And it's funny. We both have a good time. We cut up a lot. And we're both really good at the market, huh? It's just funny. I think a lot of people the same way. I see Sir Charles, knocking in the door here. That's nice. Andrew also is, definitely real people. Like real. There's different characters in the community. Not all of it is stuff that like family friendly. Everything we're going to understand. No, it's not all like that. But at the same time, we all understand the dynamic in terms of like I gave a shout out to and I always haven't been the hugest fan of like Jack from Twitter, like the owner, the CEO. His style is not something that suits me necessarily. However, I'll say this: I realized today that, and I say it's a style and censorship, style and all types of things, right? A lot of things I disagree with. However, I realized that a lot of what he personally has brought to the table has been in a relatively clean fashion. Just him personally. I've never seen him like denigrate down into something like on an ethical basis that was unclean or not good or something like that. So I thought that was very positive. I gave him a shout out today. You're absolutely right. We are the best. Period. Yeah, Angel knows that we are the best. We're cleaning up. I love it. He just says, welcome Aaron. Yeah, absolutely. Aaron, this is the place to be. We have the backdoor chat room. You can hit the join button if you'd like to join VIP. We'd love to have you. We definitely focus on beating the market, and we have beat the market. And I just, this coin did well, that did well. We're constantly throughout the kind of the structured, it's 24/7, 365. We're on it like that. We have a worldwide team from Australia to Brazil to, just all over the world, Canada to in and around U.S., East Coast, West Coast, Europe, Belgium. We have that team in the background. We had 100 VIPs the first month, and we're about into the second month of it. So we've had a lot of people that have done extremely well. And, yeah, just people who can, like you say, intelligence, who are able to operate on their own. So, and that's they bring something to the table. So let's go ahead and measure where we're at on the breakout from the point of initiation of the trade. All right, working on about 3.8%, et cetera. If we go on the candlesticks, we can move a little bit more on that. Yeah, we accomplish a little bit more. The good news is it's probably a heavier amount of cash. Dealing with Bitcoin, you're investing a bit more, and that's just crucial as we're able to direct potentially larger amounts of cash to gaining. To exposure to profit. So that's nice. That's something that we like to see. Those are heavier positions. It's a different clientele that you would you expect that JP Morgan's going to deal with, right? That's their. I know we have a former JP Morgan analyst here, and I have a funny story about an interview with JP Morgan. I won't tell it right now. Angel says, "I am privileged in a privileged position to be accepted by the kingdom." Give me a break, Angel. I got to tell you, we're privileged to have you too. So that makes us that puts us in good company, doesn't it? Automatically, huh? If we're both privileged and kind of esteemed to be around each other, then we're in the right company. We're seeing it's going to be an interesting deal to watch this kind of play out. And you guys are already in the money. We've been we've just been printing it last 24 to 48 hours. We've just been printing it. I mean, not illegal or anything like that. It's just been like we've been printing it, the different trades, everything else. It's just, we haven't been able to keep up. Honestly, I've been putting so much information out. It's like, are we putting too much information out? But the diagnostics, we have it down. Videos, you guys watch that. Aaron, if you're new, there's 2 or 3 videos in the last 2 days on the channel. If you can watch those, they'll definitely help. We have access for the top level into the restricted access VIP zone, which is literally like where everybody gets together and really talks and really, really gets together and puts the trades together and all the framework. It's a good deal, Aaron, in terms of like development of you personally, your level of market. What would you say? Your abilities in the market should drastically increase. It's not about the money. That's not the point. It's just building good traders, booking positive trade, achieving alpha. Alpha is defined by the percentage by which you beat the market. That is how alpha is defined. We have a lot of people, not just me. We have a lot of people with a distinct background in finance, etc., from exchange employees to investment bankers to that's just the kind of crew that we have. The one common denominator of everyone we have, and it's not all investment bankers or exchange employees, excuse me, but we have the common denominator is wanting to beat the market, the willingness to engage in learning. And, I don't mind at all, so that people know it, and you guys know this, I don't mind at all when a book or the ultimate authority on something is incorrect. I'll tell you, and you guys know this by now, I don't mind at all giving anybody the answer to the question. Okay, I from the book, from page, let's say, as we would look at, just on anything, guys, I have no problem ever looking at like the doctorate approach on something. What are they going to study in Harvard Business School? All right, I've spent enough time in their library studying there. I can tell you, I'm going to give you the answer that's in the stacks, period. Every time, I'm going to give you the answer. If their stacks are wrong, oh, well, we're going to have to get through the variability of it. And you guys know, well, yeah, London, that's me. I'm going to be the guy who's going to give you the answer. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the answer every time. If there's a level of variability, and well, you have to read this chapter to understand why that really occurred, right? So we're going to get to that, like, the Fibonacci's. Like we've gone, we're heavy onto Fibonacci's. We're heavy into them. They function on the aggregate. They function on the kind of the micro level, the macro and the micro. So that is, that's at the core is a pricing target, the ability to engage cash underneath your current position, if necessary, to cover your current position. It's hugely important. Everyone here understands value at lower levels, period. We also understand value in days like today when we're breaking through, when we're having some bullish activity. We like this. We like this. I mean, this is positive. So in terms of the information, I'm never going to shy away. And the problem is, if you try and guess it, second guess, and you guys know this, I don't even have to say it, but if we don't stick to the fundamentals of technical analysis, and I mean what the doctorate theses are written on, right? Yeah, what the highest level of Wall Street, like New York Institute of Finance, Backdoor of Wall Street, like what's the book? What is their go-to book? That's the book we're going to use, period. Okay? Their materials are the materials we're going to use, period. And now we have the inside, inside reference manual. One of their former employees has brought forth, no. We have the inside book from Schwab. No. I'm talking about the stuff that's studied. There's a sheet right now saying always have reserve cash for lower levels. Never get overexposed at any higher level. No matter how much money a position's making, always having the discipline to understand that you have and you maintain heavy cash reserves available for the lower levels, period. No matter how much money is being made. Well, no. It's never enough money being made to expose yourself and get wrapped up into that. We watched an interview today with the former president of the New York Stock Exchange, who probably couldn't tie his shoes together without thinking that Bitcoin is the greatest thing since sliced bread. I watched him and I was like, he is so unleveled in terms of his approach. He was arguing on behalf of a bull market for Bitcoin, talking about all the good aspects of it. And no, it's not like that. It's actually global. No, it's more. And I'm like, man. And they said, you're the former president of the New York Stock Exchange. Don't you feel like, and I was just like, to see someone not misdirected, I won't say that at all, but to see someone lose their grip a little bit, and you can tell he's been just spoon-fed. They got the hook in his jaw, right? When you go fishing, you throw the bait in the water, and you get to the point. It's like, well, I got the fish on the hook. Excuse me, but you could tell someone had hooked him in the jaw. He was going to repeat it. He was going to say it. I'm like, man, this is this former president of the New York Stock Exchange. Like, come on, right? And it's just really important when you see that. It's like, I don't want anyone to have a hook in my jaw, right? I don't want to be just sitting up there repeating the jargon or this or that. No, that's not the point. I always want to go back to the fundamentals and technical analysis. What made this a take profit zone? I'm so excited to have you guys here. I really am. So excited that we're doing well in this trade. Extremely excited to have the channel. Extremely grateful to all of you being a part of Crypto Kingdom, right? Of just being here, of formulating this and the VIP group. It's just awesome, guys. And I don't just say that enough, but it's really awesome. And it's awesome when you guys are doing well. I view instances like this as important as instances when there's a slow day and you are reserving cash for the lower levels. Because right now we're in the money. It's as important when you guys are sitting there and you have your heavy cash in reserves and we're doing some research or kind of just hanging out or a little more family time or anything else like that. I view those times as important as this right here. And I hope you do too. There are two equally important parts of the profit equation. Two equally, it's just, if you were to balance something, that's exactly what you'd be looking at. Not everyone does. Everyone gets excited about, well, the price is going up. That's good. You're making money. That's right. It's nice. It generates that. That's the generation of profits. The correct strategy in terms of your asset allocation, okay, how your portfolio is divided up amongst stocks or bonds or equities or cash positions or cryptos, your asset allocation is as important to the profit equation as this move right here. And big wink, not financial advice, okay? And I mean that just because, I need you to see that, hello. If I could do it through the camera, hello. I'm not talking about your asset allocation. We're not going to, we're not going through that. I just mean wink, hello. Can you see me? I don't know if I could pull an emoji up or something, like a big smiley emoji. Maybe I said that wrong. Whatever. Just understand that is important asset allocation. Understanding in the slow times or when you could potentially have a down move, everyone's like, oh, this is not where, this is not the market we need to be in. The retraction from that, the kind of level of disdain or displeasure from, well, we're involved in a market that's going down and, we'd really prefer to be oh, would you, huh? I know you would, but that is as important for the profit equation as this is. And you're going to have both. To understand that they're both equally as important and to enjoy both of them equally is to be a sophisticated investor and to be a successful investor. And that's a step above and beyond other people looking at you or looking at the investment cycle and saying, oh, well, the people are doing miserably. Miserably, they had a big fallout in the market and Bitcoin's down, $300 billion and yes, it is. See, you have to get above that to understand that, you can explain to those individuals, well, we're not involved. Crash Course 101 is we're not involved in the crash. Well, that must be something. Yeah, we actually make money when it goes down. You make money when it goes down. They have no idea. But framing your mind around that concept of cash at lower levels, if and when this decides, and it will, to retrace even a bit, re-engaging, those strategies that we have been covering that we're very, very seasoned up to, just understanding the balance between, quote unquote, making the money and having the proper asset allocation is huge. It allows you to enjoy both tremendously well. And until you're really enjoying both tremendously well, and that's a big part of the community, that's why I bring it up. Even on the quote unquote slow days or the quote unquote low days, I tell you, the guys who do the best, like Angel, is still up at the top of the super chats. He loves low days. Loves low days. Who loaded up? I want to know who loaded up at the lower levels. Who loaded up? I mean loaded up. Angel loaded up. I know that for a fact. He loaded up at the lower levels. And Angel, you're the only one, as other people were kind of doing it here and there, you're the only guy I really talked to that was just like loading up. Things are so undervalued. Things are, I'm like, well, you got it. I'm not going to tell anybody to buy, sell, et cetera. I'm not going to manage an account. I certainly didn't tell you, no, not at all. You loaded up. You did extremely well in the last week to 2 weeks, like phenomenally well. You haven't mentioned that at all to anybody. Isn't that the hallmark of like kind of a gentleman and everything else? Impressive, huh? Very impressive. He hasn't bragged about it. He hadn't told anybody at all. I just bought this at this price. I just bought this at this price. It's at this price. I just made, not one peep out of Angel. And I just have to say it for you because no one knows it. He loaded up. Like, loaded up. So congratulations for like that instinctual move. And this, hats off. Literally. And there's just, there's a reason you're on top. And ready to load up more if and when prices go further down. Absolutely. It allowed him to have a huge, see, when things were down and the whole thing, oh no, he's busy calculating out and hitting the little calculator button I hear in the background or anything else, and bam, 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 bam. Very nice. Very logical. Lower prices. Let me situate my headphones here. Lower prices, higher demand. Standardized, normal market behavior. The prices are lower, so I have more demand. Not the psychological trap, well, the prices are lower, now it's unpopular. No. Prices are lower, more demand, I want more of it. I put more of my cash into it. That has resulted in more profits. Drastically more profits, hasn't it? Drastically more profits. Okay? Than buying at higher levels. Absolutely. And it's nice because Angel's been really involved and plugged into the channel since, heavily, yeah. I mean, you get this, you understand strategy like few other people because you've spent a lot of time. Some here have spent a lot of time too and understand it. Maybe didn't get in early when they'd like to get in early. Maybe that's something in the future, right? Maybe they'll definitely have that opportunity when, and it'll be nice because they'll definitely enjoy. They'll understand the strategy, and we're constantly looking at different opportunities. Yeah, new coins, kind of pre-market. Looking at some different things, and those will all come to fruition at the right time. I believe that. So, welcome to everybody. We're looking at Bitcoin. We got in after a kind of take profit signal? Because I don't understand. Now, hold on. You sent out a take profit signal, potentially, not financial advice, but not financial advice. But as we did that, then we broke out. Then we had a confirmation. So we entered into the trade. I just, I joked to my friends when that happened. I was like, yeah, and who's the first one in? Me on the breakout and confirmation. I'll get down to the smallest time frame imaginable. You want to see somebody who's the first guy to get in after a technical breakout confirmation and a kind of a move to the upside? That would be me. Very aggressive on playing these, playing them tactically, technically, with a high degree of probability, but, really laser focused in. So I did that in between the tweet, everything else, like we have to get in, boom. Because we're off to the races, right? Angel talking about reserve cash is without a doubt paramount. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's just interesting. You'll find out you can make excess cash, right? You'll get to the point you can have some excess cash, do a lot of fun things. You guys, Angel's really turned into like a top level supporter and just really nice. You guys know when he's talking in Twitter, etc., right? And around, he's just he's done very well. So he'll continue to I think build things up, and we'll have a great time as that occurs. We'll continue to it's just been it's just been like we have been literally just doing extraordinarily well the last number of days here. It's been an extraordinary kind of number of days. We expect that to continue. When things are quote unquote slow or low, I see them this way, the same as this on the screen. This is more exciting. This is more cash driven. This is, we're more money in the account. I see more money in reserves. I see more money in the community, in leadership. Red isn't bad, baby. No, it is not. It is not bad at all. Huh? It's just not. It's funny. But I see the value in community. Loaded up. Yeah, you did. But, that's what I see value in too. In your lifestyles, in your families, in the way that you're able to perceive your activity in the market. Yeah, in your understanding of the proper function of how things work. Yeah. In that dynamic, called life, that we're able to just appreciate, all the different components of this. And I don't know, it's not, it's just not complicated, but it's a really beautiful dynamic to put together. We talk about the kind of the overall profit equation. When I talk about retracements, extensions, chart formations, and breakouts, you need to understand it turns into kind of like a impenetrable, iron dome, like the Iron Dome technology. I think they have it in the Middle East. It's like nothing is going to get in there. That's just, or out, or it's just like if they want to lock down the Iron Dome, that's it. Like when we put together all the different facilities around profit like that, when we put together the technicals, retracements, extensions, the breakout patterns, everything else, it's like just solidifying. It's like an Iron Dome. It's nothing's getting in, nothing's getting out. It's just it's locked down, and it's gonna it can grow. Absolutely, we do whatever within that Iron Dome. That's profit. Boom, we're locking that in. And that's a really strong dynamic to look at. But when you understand the technicals and you understand the strategy, you understand the need and the benefit of the community, et cetera. That's the Iron Dome. Just wham. That's what we got. It's nice. It's not common. It is around the people who are able to build something like that. You guys probably aren't just overly surprised that, we found the right group, because you probably had some different groups and different friends and different, along the way. It's like, what would you compare this to? Well, let me think about it. Well, it would be like, let me think about it. It would just, maybe it's a little rare to find it in the avenue that we found it, but you've probably been the type of people to sit down next to someone interesting. You would never imagine who I really met or who I really know, or who I haven't told you about my family as such. You probably have those dynamics around you. So there's a reason. There's probably a reason that we have crossed paths, all of us, and I mean that for all of us involved. To anyone shouting out here now, it's a strong group like that. So loaded up. We definitely did. You guys want to let's take a good picture at, look at that beautiful formation of, nice little bullish pattern. It's interesting, huh? While Bitcoin has been running, Dogecoin has been kind of chilling. So Bitcoin's been up about, and that's not bad, huh? Since the bottom of this move here, 7.4%, not bad. Maybe missed out on not even much, guys. I mean, not even much. Playing this the right way with a take profit zone, a breakout, reconfirmation move to the upside. You missed out on maybe point something percentage. Not bad, guys. Not bad at all. Very well done. So that's nice to see. That is an important facet to see, that from this most recent pivot to the top on Doge, you're up 7.74%. Interesting. On Bitcoin, you're up 7.4. So 7.74 for Doge. Just about 8, 7.5 to 8 on Doge, 7.5 to 8 on Bitcoin. Now, relative to the rest of the market and how they behaved, their correlatives as you look at kind of their performance measure, Bitcoin is killing it right now. Okay? I'm just, like I've said a few times, I really like Bitcoin at these prices, right? Now, Doge is impressed with 60, 70, 80%. It's been a lot of fun, right? And it's been profitable. And those are some bigger decisions to lay into, right? Yeah. In terms of like real asset allocation, what you guys decide to do. Some of it is just going to be, what you guys, you're in the crypto space because you enjoy the potential for profit and also kind of the unstructured kind of nature of it, So I definitely try and, I try and reinforce that to what degree we can, like positively, just to understand, it's kind of a cool dynamic, cool element of it. So there is an equivalence here. That means that I don't think it means that Doge is underperforming necessarily. I would say right now that Bitcoin is maybe overperforming, and that's nice. But as you look at the market, it seems like Doge is a little bit under. Because there are some things that are outperforming it, like AMP is up 9%. What else is doing really kind of well? A few others at 2 to 3%. AMP is one. MLN we've covered a little bit. One had a good time earlier. Pole, Rune. Hey, Rune is in the house. Nice move. If you picked up on that trade, I think Angel might have. Woo is doing well. Let's see what we have. Ken, hey, how you doing? Charles on Ken. Hey, what's up? Yeah, doing well. He knows, he likes Ken. I hope you're trading that the right way. The difference between holding and watching it go up. If you're trading that, you're accumulating at lower levels, doubling, tripling down. Let's see, OCC. OCC again? OCC again. Let's see. I want to just take a look real quickly, if you guys will indulge me just for a moment to let me look at what this has done. Okay, I just want to take a look. That's some volatility. That is some volatility over a period of time of, I just have to measure this out. You guys know me, I like price action. 180%. Okay. 180%. That's a 2x up and down multiple over, okay, a couple months. Relatively brand new. You guys know my opinion on that. OCC. Just an interesting deal. Just interesting. That's nothing more, nothing less, to tell you the honest truth. Nothing more, nothing less. We have some research that maybe some additional research I'd be looking forward to doing on that. Let's go back into, I gotta find a place to get some information on it. Let's see. Let's see. GNOHNT. Get back into Doge. Let's see how Matic's doing. Matic is kind of in line with, let's see. Matic fell out. Okay. I had drawn out just a huge triangulation. If anything could have pulled it off, it would have been Matic, huh? Yeah. You guys know these huge structures. On Matic, it loves it. This macro level, just, ballistically, run up the mountain kind of stuff. Good stuff. Well, it may decide to do well on the tail end of this. It's lower. The lower it is, the more I like it. It's just a lot of people are really looking forward to getting more Matic. It's still above $1. It's about 110 right now. It got up to what, 250 on us? More than that, like 290, 280. Went from 75 to 280, 290. Really excited for people who pulled off multiple X's on that. Really glad that we were able to trade that. Bitcoin feels like that right now. It just does, because I know we're playing we're at lower levels. So we have more cash involved than at the higher level. So that's why it feels like that for me. And I feel like that on behalf of kind of the community, et cetera, because we've been talking about essentially strategy, et cetera, more cash at lower levels. It just feels like that, about like Matic did. It just feels like that, just, with some good moves, some bullish moves on Bitcoin. So that's good. It's a good feeling. Okay, I know you guys are happy too. That's I guess that other part of that feeling. Yeah, I know you guys. Yeah, that's good. Let me get back into. Where's Doge at? Where's Doge? Hey, so sheet on Doge. Doge is done. I mean, it's just, you have to say, you're going to get 60, 70, 80% on something. Look at that. Doge busting out, huh? I go to one thing for 1 minute and Doge decides to just take off. What are you doing, Doge? You just going to rifle up like that, huh? Now you guys on Doge, huh? Doge taking off right now. All right, let me go ahead and pull this up on the other side. I want to make sure we have this like this. Let me get into the smaller time frame. Okay. All right. There we go. You got your breakout. You are clear for takeoff. You have crossed back through what you wanted to do. I would say that the key is going to be this area. There's going to be a threshold here. The one on the right is a little bit easier to see. This is going to provide some resistance here. It's not a pattern that's designed to frustrate. All I'm going to say, it's not a pattern that's designed to frustrate. You may run into a little bit of an issue with this gulch right here. You have a little bit of a move down technically. It would be nicer if there was a smooth line here. Okay? Why? Well, if you had a smooth line here, what would occur? Well, you'd have less of an impactful resistance along this area. You see? You see why patterns are important? Because more people view this as important because there's more of a difference. There's more of a difference between this kind of this straight line, which is formed in line with the trend. If you had this all the way up along, there wouldn't be a real strong individualized resistance where people would look at it and say, well, this is a cut loose point right here. You see? So the technical patterns that we trade, there's a reason why we're going to essentially, we're going to expect them to be well formed. Let's just say that. Now, in terms of let's go down here. Maybe you didn't. Interesting. All right. Go down to the one. Well, maybe you haven't. I would almost have assumed, but you haven't. Okay, let me go to the full page here. Let me go to the 5-day here. Oop. 1 day. Okay. Well, you don't have any kind of measured confirmation. I'd assume that due to the movement, you'd have something on a lower level. You don't. That's okay. It's a good way to look. As you see this curl down like that, that's the first question you have. Now, we can go even micro further than that. Let's go. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see on the 5 second. As you get further down into it, you're probably going to find what you wanted to find on some kind of micro level, depending upon what setup you have, etc. I don't know what kind of screens. You guys may be on all types of different equipment. Technically, as you would look at, now it's going to be more pronounced than this on the entirety. Technically, on something like this, if people are really looking at the micro, you're going to get into this essentially being your breakout and your confirmation. Believe it or not. Is it choppy? Yeah. Is it what you want? No. Okay. Could it be in line with essentially the express top of the channel instead and be an internalized kind of resistance? It could. Would it count? If it's really going to move, yeah. It's going to count. Is it increased likelihood of it coming back and retesting? Potentially. It's just kind of messy, and it's just not. It's not.
You're going to run into issues like that when you have something potentially that looks like that. It's just not going to be real beautiful. And now you're touching back down for a real confirmation. Interesting, huh? Don't like to see it. I personally didn't trade this. Just so you know, I traded just me personally. I don't always talk about me personally on this and that or anything else, but I've just told you I've enjoyed BTC a little bit more recently. Just because of prices, I've enjoyed it. So I'll start talking a little bit more about my trades. Just a little bit. Especially on Bitcoin. I really enjoy Bitcoin. It's been fun. So we're going to watch the reconfirmation. We'll watch it on the left-hand screen. We'll turn the right. We have it on the right. Let's do it on the right. Let's go to the 3-minute. There we go. Let's see what we got. All right. So yeah, that's not an ideal setup here. You guys know that. And essentially the reason it's not, let me get to BTC on the left real quickly, just so we keep an eye on our trade. All right. The reason, like on the right, and we can just learn from both situations, you don't want it to turn into this, right? Then you have kind of like a, some sort of like a funneled, recessed, kind of a recessed channel flag. And the higher time frames are going to show differently. They just are. They're going to show something along. If we go to like the 2 hour, right? They're just not. They're not real well composed, and you get into some you get into exactly what we don't want to get into. It's not the standardized kind of framework we want to deal with. That's this as opposed to this. Somebody backed off that hard. Glad I didn't trade it. To tell you the honest truth. There's a reason I didn't. This right here. Aye. Technical conformance is a big deal. What we would want to do is definitely look at Bitcoin, which is the market leader, and determine. Now, this isn't necessarily set in here. It could still set. It's set now. Never mind. On the market it is. Okay. Bitcoin is the market, and it's probably still not underperforming, nor is this breakout pattern any worse. This is maybe one of the deals. Is the pattern any worse? It's probably better right now. And if it would continue to express itself within this dynamic a few different times, you might actually achieve more of an upside. Okay? Your pricing target may have just gone up. That's the silver lining there. As we look at that, the silver lining, your pricing target may have just gone up by the amplitude, the increased amplitude in line with the previous high, and you've potentially now gotten rid of that problem. That's the only benefit if you were involved, etc., is if you decide to get involved. Now, look at this. You now have an equivalence here, so you have an expectation that if you do break out now, it's going to be in line with this, so you no longer have this frustration of this intermediary high right here. You got that? Now, if you break out of this resistance, you're going to be up above. The confirmation is going to be on top of this. This is a lot more ideal. You still have a gulch in here. This is a little bit problematic to the extent that it essentially also represents an inverse head and shoulders. It's a little choppy. You've got a double. Your left shoulder here is a little bit deep, but you have a strong support line, which should be respected, I'd say, unless there's a big breakdown in Bitcoin, etc. But you have raise the bar in terms of what's your top line of resistance, which will then become support on the confirmation, right? Yeah, it's now an established line where you don't have, it should be nice. When this breaks, it should be nice if it can break. I think the market sentiment seems to be okay.
But you understand what you just achieved here, and maybe it's no coincidence that you achieved it like that. I don't think we've covered something like that live that has occurred quite like that. I'm typically not a big fan of any kind of a recessed channel breakout. I think we've had maybe one or two of them that just I normally, if it's on the map, I'm not covering it. Like I'm not trading it. I'm not involved in it. It's not something I prefer to deal with. Technically, it's just frustrated, and it's not something that typically behaves real well. It doesn't indicate for me to get involved in it. I'll just say that. People pushed on it, and you say, well, people did push on it. They were working for it. They were excited about it. Or market maker was just showing the people to excite. I'm not going to make the call in terms of what he was doing versus what the orders that were going through, etc. I just do know you have 1, 2, 3 hits along this lower line support, so you should definitely. So you should hold that level. If you don't hold that, then be interested to know. It's a good trial, kind of by fire. Where did you place your stop loss on that? Or did you not place one? Are you guys using them? Excellent time to talk about it. It's interesting that for once we're kind of looking at BTC as the technically compliant asset for a minute, as opposed to Doge. Doge has done this and done this and done this and done this. We have been like this with Doge. Doge does not like being put in a corner and being told that you have to technically, you guys know this. I mean, we have for hours, we have dealt with Doge to where, it's broken down, it's out of the triangle, and then it's like, okay, I guess Elon just, put in orders for however much or whoever did. There's a ton of, maybe Binance just shut it down again. There goes your pricing target. It's happened all the time with Doge. It is frustrated technically beyond anyone's imagination. We're very used to it doing that. Unfortunately, that's one of the downsides of it. It's just not technically. It's nothing to write home about, is it? So you could have a higher technical target now. And again, a higher technical target. We have been, for as much time as we spent with Doge, now we have, fortunately, we called the top of it. I did review that the other day. I'm like, yeah, that was done, period. Like, that was the one thing it conformed on was the top, period. And nobody got out of the top. So if you're going to get one thing right, hey, you might as well get the top right, huh? Hey, that's one thing. If you get along the way, if it's gonna let that let you get that part right, that's 99% of the battle. I'll just tell you, you can deal with a busted out flag or this or that. You can deal with a lack of adherence to the fundamentals of technical analysis. We can deal with that. We'll get over that. If you give us the top Doge, beautiful. We're gonna trade you up to there. If we can get up to that top and you give us the correct top and you hit the target, just bam. If you can hit the target on the top, boom, beautiful. I'll take this, I'll take that, that's fine. Do what you need to do down here, frustrate us a little bit, give us the top. Whenever we're up at the top, just give us that. And it did for the record. So we're looking at a little bit of a deeper dig into the EMA bands than what we have previously experienced on this move up, which I kind of anticipated. I'm going to go move back to Bitcoin quickly because we have people in the trade. We're within kind of a threshold move now. Let's see. The move I anticipated was a little bit like one of these moves in here. Okay, as it started to develop and I looked at it, it felt like it was potentially going to be moving something along the lines of this. And I bring this up because these are previous moves deeply into this kind of sideways, deeply down into the EMA, exponential moving average, okay? Just look at the characteristic of it. It's digging down into the exponential moving average. It continues to do that, and then boom, it breaks down, okay? So once we've dug into that, there is a kind of a tendency potentially for it to move down, okay? If that can hold as support, we're fine. But what has happened in the midst of this, just notice, and some of you guys may just be holding, some of you guys, I'm not sure what your plan is, but the amplitude here is a certain amplitude, okay? We can measure that amplitude. It's a nice, smooth, vertical distance that's traveled, okay? The amplitude here is smaller, okay? We have the, let's just measure this out. Let me, I was worried about the screen fitting everything. Let me make sure the screen is on. Let me do this. Okay, let's measure up some amplitudes. Let's look at the amplitude here. Let's bring this across. Okay, that's the amplitude. Let's just do this for a second. Okay. I just want to measure the amplitudes right now. Essentially, let's stack that right here. With the amplitude here, this is the amplitude of the overall pennant, okay? Overall pennant, we have this secondary kind of pennant here. Then we have essentially the leg up. The next one is going to be, I think, kind of problematic. I'm going to stack it on top of the, and this is important, guys, pay attention, to this, because I'm going to stack it on top of the pennant. Why? Please pay attention. This is an important diagnostic, because this at least should have been stacked on top of the pennant. Okay? Flags fly at half mast. Okay? So the entirety of this mast should be put on top of the pennant. It underperformed. It only went up that much. You see? You see that? Yeah. I'll zoom in a little bit. Understand that move right in here was a key level of underperformance in terms of where you should have gone. Because you should have gone up to here, and you didn't. It's okay. But it's an indication of underperformance. You only went up that much. So we measure that out. It's an expressed degree of weakness in terms of what it could have done and what it actually did. Then on top of that, you have even a lesser degree because you should have gone up. Yeah, now you get it. Now from that bull flag, if we zoom in on the bull flag, now you're starting to see where I'm headed. Yeah. Now you should have gone up. There we go. They fly at half mast, right? So you should have gone up. This should have been your target up here. Now you guys get it, right? Yeah. Now instead of the original move up, we should have gone, let's say, this to this height, right? That's the original move up. Should have been that repeated. It wasn't. It fell down to this, right? Then the next, let's see if that's equivalent, right? Get into that's the original move. That's the secondary. That's fine up to here. The next move up didn't include the actual flag portion. That's fine. The next move up underperformed even more. Why? Because you should have gone up from here. You should have gone up, and that should have stacked. Should have been an equal move. It wasn't. It wasn't. You just moved up that much. You see that? So, move one. Yeah, move one should have been replicated. It wasn't. Move two should have been replicated. It wasn't. If these are the measure of the strength of the move overall, the strength is decreasing. Right? You guys see that? Down into potentially, you could say, even this next move. If you want to count this as the next move, because if this is your move to the upside and you're trying to break out of essentially another formation, this is very, very good in terms of diagnostics. Okay? If this is your next flag, this is a flag here, if this is your next flag formation here, well, you'd like to say you could break out and go up to here. Now, again, we know what? It looks like we're on kind of a percentage or an exponential scale of kind of diminution. I'd say that, or lessening. Would you say lessening would be a good word? But as we look at this, yeah, you only moved up this much. Now, look at this over here. So these are the decreasing amount of strength that you're moving up. Do you see how it's just run out of steam, right? Yeah. And what's the next logical thing? Well, we went from, let's just say this. We went from the top down, right? With each interval. And then we achieved this. Now things are interesting because then we achieved this. Just pay attention. Right? Let me get this right. Then we achieved this. Okay. Now you see the green lines decreasing amplitude to the point where you have run out of steam, and essentially you're going in the wrong direction, right? You want a positive trade. Let's see if I can make this thicker. There we go. If you can see all these. Okay? So each one of these represents a different interval. This is called a derivative gain, G-A-I-N, gain analysis. Okay, analysis. Derivative gain analysis. You're showing the decreasing strength of the entirety of your move. Now, this can oscillate, and it can go from here. You need to understand in terms of trade opportunities, some people will trade around this. It can go from here to your next move can be, and you guys know where this goes. It could go here, right? And forget the lines here, et cetera, for right now, right? You have to understand this. This is kind of an example, not necessarily in a vacuum, but the principle is one of decreasing price, at least decreasing price action, right? Yeah. You were making this, you should have repeated, you didn't. You only made this. You made this, you should have repeated, you only made this. Well, then you made that and you should have repeated, oh, you only made this. Well, then you should have repeated, and shoot, you made that. Well, you need to get back to this. Well, look at what you did now. So, in the context of this, you wind up with something like this. Now, that's going to depend upon some different things. General idea is this. Now, there's some indicators we can look at for that. Now, the next big question is going to be, you guys know it, and this is when you get into, and we can deal with the different diagnostics here, okay? There are different approaches. You want to know when to sell or if to sell or how to maximize your profit? Absolutely. What I would prefer to do is take a little bit of a different approach if we could, because we played these micro breakouts, right? Yeah, we played, these different flags. Is there another way we can look at it? I always think about, is there another way we can look at this, the entirety of this? Let me see. Now, I'd like to find, you guys got through that very well. You understood that, right? I'd like to find some other formation that can, I'd like to find some other sort of formation that could fail or succeed that would give me an indication that, as a matter of fact, there's a break loose and another uptake, right? There's a cut loose and an uptake. There's an exit and a reentry. So when I get down into, we're on the real micro scale, right? We have the magnifying glass out on all that, right? So I take a step back. Okay, fine. Okay, good. That's fine. Let's take a big step back. Let's completely erase everything. Let's completely wash this slate clean. All right? Just keep an eye on Doge for you guys. You guys have been around. You're like, it's the 50th pattern it's messed up on. From now on, everyone just type in on the chat. Just be like, I don't know what we're going to type in. I don't know how many times that has frustrated everybody. Typically, it's been frustrating to the upside, though. If it disappoints, it'll like to catch up, and everybody's like, hey, it works out. So it's all right. So as we look at this, I'd try and triangulate. I would attempt to triangulate this. We do have multiple contacts along a line of support, multiple along a line of resistance. We have this gulch. Again, we're on a lower time frame. These will occur. I like this because, and it's nicely in touch with the EMA bands. If there's a cut loose, there needs to be a re-engagement plan very quickly, okay, and adequately to where you are making use of. Remember the Iron Dome? Yeah, that Iron Dome theory needs to take place. It takes place in part with your cut loose re-engagement of your pricing targets on your Fibonacci on the most recent, and this is what gets to us, on the most recent versus the most, let's say the next interval over versus the, and this is where we get, guys, versus this. This is where we set up. Remember, we've been talking about, and let's just talk about where would you re-engage. Where would you re-engage if you're looking at, let me turn the color of this. If you're looking at, hold on one second. There we go. This is some heavy, we talk about Iron Dome, this and that. I appreciate the fact that not everybody can get through this stuff, okay? We're real all the time. We're going to be winners. We're going to do, you guys need to be a little bit inspired to get through this stuff. I understand it's not real simple. We have talked about, and it has proven very consistently true, okay, that one real great place to go ahead and set up a Fibonacci is in line with the breakout of the previous channel. Do you guys remember that? Right? Now, like me, like some of you, you played this breakout after taking profits, potentially. You did that. This is the initiation of a new pricing event for a lot of people. When you play the fibs, you're on at the point of breakout of the channel. A lot of people just got involved here. Now it looks like you're breaking out of this. Nice. You have this competing. Now that's all work that's done quicker than that. But we have to do it. Believe it or not, when we talk a lot about, let me say, when we discuss a lot of things in an intense framework and you hear me speaking really quickly, when I release a video and I'm talking like, Bitcoin has been a lot of fun to trade today. I want you guys to understand the fundamentals. Okay, when I'm talking like that all the time, you guys need to understand that there is a mechanism. When I talk about like we're putting this thing on a Ducati, right? I'm going to hand you the keys to a Ducati, okay? Different members, yeah, when you just heard that clicks on, that clicks off, okay? You need to kind of have that mode a little bit in you. Not that you need to discuss anything like that at all, but you need to understand there's a gear you can shift into where you can get your diagnostics done and your approach, your strategy put together very quickly. And as slowly as I'm going through this, describing it to you, you need to frame it in your mind to where you can go and you can literally shift gears. And you've covered from the potential, let's say, going from the micro to the macro, going from your, let's say, your EMAs to your retracements, and from your retracements to your extensions, just lightning quick, done. And I know It would be a lot simpler if we just had if we just had the I just want the, and I understand that on a big level, guys. This is challenging, guys. You can do it. Why? 'Cause I know you can do it. You've already done it in business. You've already done it in school. You've already done it with J.P. Morgan. You've done it with BlackRock or whoever else. I know you have. So you can do it. You may still not want to do it. You like the market, though. That's a one problem you have, is I know you like the market. So I know you're going to do it. You like that challenge aspect to it. You don't just like making money. You like the market. So I know you're going to do it. I know you can do it. You understand different Fibonacci pricing targets, setting it up at the baseline of the channel. You understand the breakout here. Yeah, take profit, breakout, EMA bands, etc. You either know all this or want to know all this. You either know how to put these lines on your chart or you want to real bad. Right? You guys know how to put these on? These blue lines? Go to indicators. Okay, go to indicators. Click on EMA bands. Okay? EMA bands. And I want you to choose the option that has, I think it's crypto with a K. Crypto with a K. This is the Crypto Kingdom, this channel. Okay, that's me. But that is crypto with a K as well. I'm with a K, that's with a K. So if you want these EMA bands, you can get these. It's EMA, exponential moving average bands, BANDS. Type that in when you get to your indicators, just so you know. EMA band. Let's see. EMA. Let me see what we have. Dun, 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 dun. KRYPT. Look up KRYPT. I'm sorry, EMA ribbon. EMA ribbon. RIBBON. Okay? EMA ribbon and KRYPT. Okay? Search for KRYPT. You guys will find that. Okay? And you want to change the colors of them. Whatever the colors are, I don't know. Make them nice. Huh? Make them look good. You guys represent, okay? You're going to be sharing charts around, doing different stuff. Make them look good. EMA ribbon. If you're looking to trade this specific pattern and you're not in Bitcoin right now, you can. What do we have? We have a breakout. We need a reconfirmation where in the previous line of resistance turns into support. That's called confirmation. That's step 2. Step 1 is breakout. We've broken out. Step 2 is confirmation. Previous line of resistance turns into support. Then we're going to rip to the upside above this small intermediary, high. Okay? Then if we can achieve some positivity right here, a little bit of momentum, that's your third prong. That's the third part of your, okay, of your test to get it through to your books. That's going to make it the most highly probable in terms of success rate that you can achieve on the breakout of a technical pattern. This is not financial advice. I'm not going to say that it's inaccurate or that I'm joking. I have studied this backwards and forwards, but it's not financial advice. You make your own moves. You do your own research. And if you disagree with my approach, hey, you let me know. I'd be amazed if you do. Absolutely amazed if you know what you're talking about and you do. Because I've dealt with some of the best guys from Wall Street, and they're right in line with materials I study and everything else. We get along just fine. Just the truth. Not bragging anything else like that. Just people need to know that. That's the truth. That is the truth. Like best on Wall Street, like out of 60 months, 2 down months out of 60 months. At a kind of a day trading, at the top kind of bond trading desk, 2 down months out of 60 months. 2 out of 60. Not bad, huh?
So we're looking for that reconfirmation. See, right now you had the breakout. Well, okay. Well, now you're down. Did you enter in right when you broke out? That's not a very highly probable trade. What if it goes back down into here? What if it decides to return to the channel? Now you see that lip right there. There you go. Almost like it's orchestrated perfectly, right? Just for us. Isn't that right, Angel? You see that? We like it. Now what do you need to see? Well, I need to see that go on up. It's going to take probably a few seconds. Let us think about it, right? You can't just do that. You're going to have to just lip on up there. You need to get back above that intermediary high. We had step one, which is what? Step one, break out, right? Break out through the resistance. The top level is a resistance. That's the support on the bottom. Break out through the resistance, come back down, and confirm that the resistance is going to turn into support. It's going to hook around here and use this as support. That's an indication that you're going to move to the upside. If after this turns into support, you can achieve some positive momentum. Just a little to the upside. You have to get past this previous intermediary high. That's just it. It may become emotional as you see it do that. Right? What is it doing? You need to understand what it's doing. It is charging into its EMA bands. You see that? It is charging into its EMA band. Was that be the 9-day, but you're on the 3-minute. Your EMAs are going to depend upon your time frame. Okay? When I say it gets emotional, it's not emotional at all if you haven't entered into the trade yet. There's no problem. But if you bought right when you broke out, well, heck, that's not very fun. You're already worried about going back down into the channel. See, now you're not worried. Now you've gotten your confirmation potentially. Now, if it can get back up above this intermediary high right here, this is Bitcoin. We're looking at Bitcoin currently priced at 33,090. See, are you involved right now? If you are, it's probably gotten emotional for you. You're deciding whether or not to enter into the trade. You're not sure it's going to be a high probability trade, right? The more you work through these, you'll start to see how they work. So we need to get past this intermediary high. That's the breakout step one. Step two, confirmation. You guys seeing that now, right? Confirmation. Previous resistance, can't get past it. Can't get past it. Can't get past it. Resistance, resistance, resistance. Every time along the bottom. This is support. It's going to hold us up. This is support. Holds us up. Previous resistance turns into support, confirms it as support. Okay? And it needs to move up above this previous intermediary high. That will establish the highest parameters for probability of the trade. If when you establish this, you can achieve a little bit of momentum. Breakthrough, confirmation, previous resistance as support, and above this with a little touch of momentum, little bit of velocity. Ba-boom. And you're going to have to be quick.
But the more of these that you play with, the more of these you work with, you'll understand what's going on exactly. It won't be emotional. It won't be any problem. You'll understand exactly what you're looking at. 100%. And you'll know exactly how to protect yourself. You'll know, I need the helmet, I need the gloves, I got the carbon fiber neck guard on my, you'll know everything in terms of here's the keys to the Ducati, or here, go hop in the Formula One. Take the Indy car for a couple laps around the Brickyard, right? You'll know. You'll just know. Maybe it's the Indy lights, whatever it is. But you'll just know. You'll know it's pausing right now for a reason. All right, you see that? Now what do you need? Now it's flirting with the idea of going up, correct? Breakthrough, step 1. Confirmation, previous resistance as support, step 2. Now, again, we're breaking through this intermediary high. If you're engaging, you need to see a little bit more of velocity, right? Just a little bit more velocity. Turn it into a high kind of velocity event. Get up there. Now, people are going to start, it's gonna mess with you. There you go. See? It's going to make you think, no, it's going to make you think, dance with you a little bit, right? It just wants to dance a little bit. All the way back down. Just remember, it danced down to the EMA. It wanted to kind of show you it's not done with this, right? Kind of remind you what it's even doing. Well, it's touching back with EMA. It's this and that, right? Oh. It's already done this to us one time. Where? Has done that to us. Which move was it? Here? One of these previous moves, it's already done this one time. Now we'd want to go to a potential different time frame. On the 15-minute, you don't necessarily want the 15-minute. You just don't. Because then you have a cross differential between what pattern you're even looking at. This is the difficulty of something that wants to kind of misbehave with a gulch in it, okay? Let's look at the... Okay, this right here can frustrate. I'm not going to blame it on that at all. I wouldn't blame it on anything. This is this pattern. This is Bitcoin, the way it wants to play it out. If you're looking for something that has a solid answer, right? The more zoned out you get, this would probably be the best on the 30-minute. The more zoned out you get, the better indication you would have that this would be positive. You're going to have to wait longer for this to reset on, say, the 30-minute. It's going to be a slower move for you. It's just going to be a slower move. Maybe it needs to consolidate its EMA bands underneath it, and it has nothing to do with the strength of it. It's just pulling its EMA bands up, its moving averages up to its current price. Okay, the more that those bands are moved towards it, and I mean these converge towards it, these EMA bands converge towards it, the more time it spends right here. It doesn't seem like a big statement or a big issue, but when these EMA bands converge towards it, they provide more support potentially if it is going to move up. Look at the move within here. You see the EMA bands constricted here while it's in a bullish trend. So while it may seem like it's not a real positive thing, once they get kind of stretched out like this instead of like this is nice in here. Real easy for it to deflect off of and just move up. That was the breakout. That's what we had on the breakout. That was a nice breakout. You look at it, that's a while back. That's a nice move. Yeah, it's been a good move, huh? But you see the EMA bands versus kind of where it's at now. Little bit spread out. On the 5 minute, took a little good move up. That's nice. That's indicated. There you go. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody's in. Boom, boom. That's in. Guaranteed. People just running at that. You saw that's them letting you know that's it. That's in. People are in. Now, that's the highest probability trade right there. Boom. That's it. Breakout, confirmation, that move in there is the highest probability trade. Does that mean it's going to work? You're guaranteed it's going to work? You have got to be out of your mind if you want to guarantee it's going to work. That's the highest probability trade you can get into, as opposed to just the mere breakout, right? People want to trade a breakout. Well, why would you do that if you can get a confirmation? Good point. Because it could not go up at all. So you're eliminating the possibility, all right, that let's say it not go up at all. It could just delve back into here, right? So you're eliminating that possibility. Now it's going to do this. You're eliminating that possibility if you stay above. If he wants to wash people out, he can. This is what you don't want necessarily. I'm going to go ahead and draw it. I haven't wanted to draw it. Why? I'll talk about why I don't want to draw it, but we have to. It's okay. It's already beaten. The reason I'll talk about why I don't want to draw it and while I go ahead and draw it. Okay. Let's get on the candles. Okay. Listen, if you have an upward diagonal channel, theoretically, it's bearish. A lot of people just got in, right? A lot of people just got in. We're on the 5-minute time frame. We are on the micro. I don't want to draw a channel here. And it's not that I'm not drawing some things that apply, okay? It does apply more because you have a dual, kind of a dual hit along. You have a multiple expressions along a different trend line now. 1, 2, 3. Now you have a few more right here. This is what has just occurred, essentially, with this breakdown. Now, people just got, not just you, anyone else, the entirety of the market. I'm talking about thousands and tens of thousands of people potentially, who were involved in this at their home, at the job, on the side. Okay, if that many people know about, and they do, breakout, confirmation, move to the upside with some momentum. Okay? That many people just got involved at this level. And they're just looking at it, and they're just wondering, right? Okay. There are techniques for dealing with this exactly. 100% exactly. To cover your risk, it doesn't seem like I'm upset. It doesn't. No. There are techniques, scheduled in manners of dealing exactly with what just happened. You probably haven't read through those techniques. I can send that to you. You probably have that. So, I'll put this into context so that we understand what's going on right now. Within a position, you need to be able to react to the market, period. Things like this happen when? Well, maybe once a day. Maybe like once a minute. If you get down into the minute, if you get down into the second, all right? If you get down into the 1 second time frame, stuff like that's going on every second, guys. Literally, boom. See that? Well, shoot, that wasn't supposed to happen like that. Did you just see that? Boom, right? Stuff like that is going on all the time. You can deal with the probabilities. You can maximize your probabilities. I'm never, ever, ever worried about about applying the appropriate principles of technical analysis to a trade, period. This is supposed to occur. This is what the, let's say this is the institutional framework of what's been developed throughout the entirety of the last century plus, okay? If I'm applying that to a situation and I know it's the right answer, I have no problem whatsoever at all. And neither should any of you ever, period, ever, following the fundamentals of technical analysis. It's financial analysis. Like, that's it. Like the New York Institute of Finance, I'm going to stick with them in terms of their interpretation. Like what I learned at Duke or Harvard Business School, I'm not worried about it. Why? On the whole, guys, if you get surprised like you just kind of did and we have to go to kind of plan 2, it's not even really plan 2. What else is developing? Right? That's the question. Well, what else is developing right now that we can take a look at or try and capitalize on? Because we just did change the framework of kind of where we were at, did we not? We did. We just changed the framework, remember, from the micro to the macro. So how else can we look at this? Not that I want to shop around or there is even a level of incorrectness, etc. No, I wouldn't say there's anything incorrect about anything we've done. These are constant as I talk about being quick, lightning quick. These are just things that need to kind of be done. You need to be able to do these quickly. And you need to be able to kind of relax with the idea, okay, I just got in here. You're going to know immediately, believe it or not, you're going to know step 3, 4, 5, 6, probably up through 10, step through, on up through step 10. When you get in, it's not going to phase you if you already know the rest of the steps, right? If you know the fallout mechanisms, the protection mechanisms, if you know all the backdrop, your Fibonacci's, your reaccumulation, any necessary like distribution in terms of a cut loose here, your confluence with your 23.6, how you're scheduled in to reaccumulate. You also understand that, well, we just conquered a bearish, right, formation that should have spilled to the downside. Okay, we just conquered that. So that was a surprise in the favor of positive price action. So we just entered into something that's already kind of surprised people, right? So that's a nice surprise. So this wasn't really welcome. This wasn't a great move, but okay. Now I would probably go to, well, what else can this turn into? If it wanted to do a double confirmation, it's not necessary at all. If it wants to come down through here, are you ready? Are you ready to double down at the 23.6? I'm just curious. Or did you play this so heavily? What a great thing to go through. For the people here, we love this. Believe it or not, we would almost have preferred this to have occurred to cover what? Are you prepared to double down at the 23.6 in terms of your current position? Because you just got in at this level. Are you prepared to double down at the 23.6? Of everything you just invested, are you prepared to do that? Oh, you mean you'd have twice that amount right here? Yeah, and are you prepared to double down that full amount at this next level down? And are you prepared? Here we go. This is why I'm glad this stuff happens. Is this a problem? Not at all. You're prepared to double down here? Good. You're prepared to double down at this next level? Oh, good. You're prepared to double down at this level? Good. You prepared to double down at this level? The golden pocket? Huh. What does that mean about your investment up here? That means you're not fully invested in Bitcoin? That means you don't have your whole savings account, or you have additional amounts? Wow. So at any point in time, you have like an asset allocation kind of strategy, right? Deployable and interchangeable between, say, stock. You probably have stocks, bonds. You probably have like, cash, crypto. You're able to move between cash and crypto. And you have a certain amount designated for probably cash or crypto. But the part that's designated for crypto, you're never fully exposed at a higher price. Wow. That sounds like you've been listening to our stream a lot, right? because stuff like this just happens. That's part of the market, right? And you're able to kind of weather this and enjoy that. You're able to enjoy this, even though it broke down. It structurally was kind of a mess and everything else. Yeah, you're able to enjoy that. It's not a big deal. And you still have enough exposure to make a difference, right? We're at some lower levels with some heavier amounts of cash, but you have enough extra cash. You've structured your investments, whether or not it's 500, whether or not it's 5,000 or 5 million. You structured your investments to where you understand you have more cash to double down here. And you're not so overexposed here where you're going to literally sing a crying, whatever, you're going to cry a river out when you have, when this goes down, if it were to go down 50%, the retracement from from the entirety of this move, if it were to go down to the 32,400, you would be just fine. And you'd be able to schedule in all of these pricing targets with limit orders right now. Oh, but I want to make more money than that. So you're going to get overexposed. We always have heavy cash reserves. Always. We like the market. We understand it does this stuff all the time to people. We're going to play the odds. We're going to work with the highest probability trades, period. That's going to work in our benefit in the long run. If it wants to be choppy or messy up and along, or we're not necessarily always on with a 3-minute or the 5-minute, or we're looking at the Coinbase chart. Oh, man. We're looking at the Coinbase chart. There's no wonder, huh? Have you guys looked at the coin, whatever it is, guys? Huh? Oh, we're looking at the Coinbase chart. Well, yeah, of course, huh? No, it's not that. But just the level, the dynamics involved, the strategy involved. I'm trying to just pull up something like that you're that kind of lightweight about it in terms of like your degree of overall, like, you know, it's going to ruin your week if you go, oh, no. I mean, you can't have this ruin your week. You just had something go out above a channel when you're this close. This is the other deal, guys. You are this close to, you're 1.47% away. Your ultimate target is 33,643. You have gotten to 33,154. You are $500 away, right? You've thrown on $2,000. Let's see about. Let's see. 31.7 to 33.15. We can do the math. Ballpark. 33.765 is 6 on 5. So about 2,500, something like that. Okay, so you've made a good move. Maybe $2,500 per Bitcoin you decided to buy. That's a good move. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good trade. So this isn't going to bother you as much if it decides to frustrate. Now we can completely redraw this. We can take the kind of emotional impact of the entry, and now you're in. Well, now you're at the top. Okay. If you want to settle into just using EMA bands, no problem. If you want to settle into, well, I'm going to go ahead and place my orders, and I want to reaccumulate around this phase with the understanding that you not only have the orders here, but you also have them on the more intermediate. And we went through this. Those 2 videos I cut are crucial in terms of those. It's 2-minute videos. You can figure all this out in 2-minute videos. Yeah, you honestly can, guys. In terms of the retracement function, in terms of the extension function, etc. You can figure this out in 2. That iron dome that you form around this. It's not worried at all about this little, okay, well, you want to get in this, you don't want to get in this. It's just not. That iron cage, iron dome kind of, structure. Nothing getting in, nothing getting out. You're not worried at all about, well, we were getting out of, we were involved in, a perfect bull. No, it wasn't a perfect bull flag, a perfect pennant. It wasn't a perfect triangle. There was nothing perfect about it. It was the highest probability trade we could have made. And we brought up the idea the other day about the remember the matchstick, right? I said if you ever got washed out of your position completely, kind of like when you're trying to light a match, and you can't always when you can't light one, right? You just can't light it. Huh? It's like, dang it, huh? That match is no good. Darn. When you get like that and you can't light one, you know that sinking feeling you kind of get real briefly, a kind of frustration. Man, I can't do it. That's not even like that bad. That's no problem. Why? Because you're ready to double or triple down in here. You're excited to be a part of this. You're excited that provided you an opportunity to get involved in it and kind of teased you into it a little bit. Oh, I guess this is exciting. This is going to get good now. Now I'm ready to double, triple down. Yeah, I got my pricing targets together. We're going to play some Bitcoin. We're going to get involved. We're going to see what we can do in terms of our profits, right? Yeah, that's the kind of mindset. Actually, well, you're not gonna have fun. You're worried about losing now. No, that's not the idea. Now, we could draw out as a secondary function here, maybe an ascending triangle. What do you guys think? I think we think an ascending triangle is good. It looks like it wants to consolidate those EMA bands. That's what it's forming right now. Okay, you have to know your patterns. And what is that going to get you up to if this wants to roll? If it wants to roll the right way, this would get you up to your target. So what have you lost? Nothing. You've lost your understanding of what was trying to be accomplished. You still have the inherent risk in anything you get involved in that it could work out or not. But now you see through a different lens, we're still headed to the same exact place. You could have gotten there quicker. What's better for the price overall? We can do some diagnostics and answer that on a theoretical level, or probably even what would you say, a theoretical level or kind of an ideological level. What's better for the price? Well, this allows more people to potentially get in. It's a secondary opportunity. Maybe more people are going to get into the market. Maybe that's okay. Yes, we wanted the positive expression, but, we could talk about it philosophically. Yes, we had a big breakout here. Okay. It's about 11 o'clock at night. I guess people now, we can have these discussions. We don't have to. But in terms of the amplitude of this triangulation, that is exactly how you're measuring. You're going to measure the breakout. That breakout, if we can achieve that, ascending triangles, okay, it's going to have a flat line of resistance and an ascending, an ascending line of support, multiple contacts, we have that. Typically, it's going to be bullish, but it's going to be a continuation pattern, meaning continue. It starts heading up. It feeds into it from, with a bullish, positive price trajectory. It's going to continue. That's why they call it a continuation pattern. You're going to achieve a continuation. Typically we would have had a breakout. Yes, you would have. You entered into it. What have you lost if you're heading up here? Nothing. It really pays, I'll tell you this much, it really kind of pays to be involved in it here, doesn't it? To tell you the truth, it really does, because you're not worried about that at all. You're like, okay, let's fit this into the, what else is going on here? You're constantly saying, okay, what else is going on here? What else is going to form? Because we've already been involved in it since here. Boom. This is how when I talk about things, and it's not a big deal, it's like, because we call the top of the market. And I say that all the time. You're like, well, okay, but you don't understand that? Anyone who's been paying attention the entirety of the time here, we're not stressed out about this. Something else is going on. We'll see how this plays out. No, because we're involved here. When I'm talking about the fact we called the top of like Doge, or we called the top of the market, me individually with people, like, that's just it. We did. In talks and sessions and this and that, like, yeah, just literally saying, no, this is the top, this is it, live, etc. Okay, so it helps to be involved at these levels and to experience this. Was this completely clean and just chop free and no problem? No, it wasn't. It just wasn't. Depending on the time frame, it was also imperfect. Some things, I'll tell you, bullish patterns and a real bullish uptrend are really exciting. They're clean. They just work really nicely, huh? They just smooth, no problem. I mean, you get the breakout in every bullish pattern. When it breaks out and tries to, bam, it's gone. Huge numbers of people rushing in, right? A lot of market just, what do you call it? Just a lot of market activity in the same direction. Here, people being a little more calculated. Still, we're at different lower levels. Let's take a little bit of a look at the 3-month. Let's see where we're at, and let's appreciate this real quickly. Okay. Okay, we've been consolidating. True. We are still in, I'd say, kind of this expanding wedge. I brought that up before a lot of people. We have, essentially the notion, as a matter of fact, it's good to see Bitcoin break through this small move here. Small move, huh? A lot of fun. We made some money. We've been making money, huh? The last few days we've been just printing it. It's been nice. It's been fun. You see how much fun we have, guys? Think about that. We have a lot of, we've been just like cranking it. People in the VIP, everything else, y'all been killing it. Last 2 days, you mean we've been killing it during this? You have to honestly look at this, guys. We're going to be all right, huh? I think everybody knows we're going to be all right. Because look at this. But when I say we call it the top, yeah, I've got, can I get a witness? Yeah, I got more than one. But yeah, we're not, Crash Course 101, we're not part of that. We're gonna pick it up at the important support levels. I've gone through, please watch that video, the different support levels on the downside. We have to zoom in just to look at, like, gosh, we had a blast with that breakout. Really, really. You guys have to know, if we're getting down to the 3-minute, we're down to the 3-minute or the 1 second on this individual thing and trading that breakout, guys. We're there, all right? I'm just going to tell you, wherever there is, we're there, all right? When I say we're the best group, we're doing all right, huh? Yeah. Everybody's like, we understand that. Isn't that cool? Huh? You guys doing well. Because, this is pretty, this is like micro fine, kind of application. It's nice. Not everyone can do this and be successful or understand the price action or let it kind of go. Or, hey, we're involved from here to here. Not everyone's going to be making money on this. Not everyone can literally handle it. You guys understand that, right? This was one, I guess, probably got people involved too. So this is 2 moves, I guess, technically, that have worked out on the aggregate, but it got people involved. Interesting. You talk about market psychology. Well, it kind of faked people. It got you involved. So people are into Doge right now. It's loading people up. Loading people into Doge. Loading people into, what do I think? I think, people being loaded up into the market. Why would they load people up, huh? I don't know. What do you guys think? They're loading people up? They're doing potential fake breakouts, attracting more cash into the market? What's this say to you guys? You guys get that? They're loading people up. They do a kind of little fake out here with this and that. Dogecoin goes through a little fake out there, here and there, just loading people up, getting them to invest. Well, yeah, go ahead and just. No, are they taking people's money or are they loading people up? I don't know. People get involved like that, they break back in and like, no, I'm out. Or you think people, for the most part, they're holding into it? It's a different. We're not that psychologically involved because we got in to right at this breakout. We called take profit in here, not financial advice. Just hey, it's indicated, right? Take profit and entry was here. Period. Boom. I'm the first guy back in. Guarantee you. If I'm not the first, I'm darn close. On the technical expression, I'm real close to being the first guy back in. I'm not going to miss positive price action. I like heavy cash reserves, but that does not mean I miss positive price action at all. I'm real big into maximizing profits. Like, no bones about it. Absolutely. Let's see what we have. So, an ascending triangle is typically bullish. We are in a string of bearish patterns that we broke out of. You want to call them wedges, triangulations, whatever you want to do. You can find different chapters and different explanations of each. Our book is going to call this, the real book is going to call this a wedge, an ascending wedge. This is more in line with a symmetrical triangle, essentially, that you can reinforce. Some of the pictures, you don't have all the pictures in the digital copy that you have, by the way. I'm not going to refer to things off at all. But you guys need to know, you need to buy that book. So this may be a circumstance too. It's like, man, it's what is it? It's Saturday night, huh? I mean, it's 11:30 on Saturday night. Don't tell me. Here we go with Bitcoin. I mean, don't tell me that like we've got another potential like 2 hours, huh? Potential like 3 hours to go just in this. Like, oh, come on, huh? So what is it doing? What's happening? We talked about. It's bringing up along the EMA bands. Right? Yeah. They're going to be consolidating around this area as it spends more time here. Your moving averages are consolidating in this zone. We talk about a consolidation, you see the price moving in the same kind of within the same constricted area, right? Yeah. So the averages are becoming tighter around that area. Can provide it more, I'd say, potential velocity, right? While this is occurring, people may have an incentive to go shop around and see what they want to do. Don't forget about this. You can't forget about this. You guys know how to set up alerts, right? Uh-huh. You sure? You sure you know how to set up your alerts on your trading view? You guys sure? Right-click on your trend line. Boxing this in. You're sure you guys have your system set up. You're going to get that email alert. You're going to get everything here, right? You sure? You guys there? You have that? Are you sure you're not so heavily invested here that you can't double and triple down? Much less here. Much less like here. Much less. Yeah. Here. You see all these? You see all these pink levels here? You see those lines here? Doubling down at those levels, then bam, 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 bam. You see those? Double or triple down. That much cash available. Why? Because I like those prices. And I am not going to miss out on the potential for those prices because I'm overexposed at a higher price. There's no way. Never. Not going to happen. I'm never going to be overexposed at a higher price. I'm just not. I'm always going to have cash available. And how am I going to put that cash together? I may stack it. If I can trade successfully, right, the idea would be to stack that cash earlier on from successful trading. Maybe you have an account you've done well. So that, yeah, it's kind of like as well. Yeah, that's nice. You're investing, so you know you've got an approach towards like source capital, etc. Reserve capital, heavy capital on the downside. That way, investing is never like a problem. There's no real problem. It's all measured well. So this wants to break down potentially if it does, or to the upside. It's supposed to break to the upside. That's what this expression is. Okay, it's going to be an ascending triangle. It's going to want to typically express itself to the upside and continue. If it were to express itself to the downside, are you prepared for that? You have to cover this, and I don't mean just to talk about it. Yes, I'm mentally prepared. No, I mean down to the actual dollar figures. You've done the calculations, and you're able to increase your position down and through this area, and you have your pricing targets already lined out. I mean, these orders are probably set. Because if you have a big negative experience in price, I'll tell you what, the guys who get picked up down below, those are the guys who real quickly in a flash crash, bam, deep, heavy pricing. You guys know how this works. Deep, heavy, gulch down, and it rebounds up to here. And all those people, wham, who experienced that just made like 50 to 70%. You see that. I'll show it to you in the charts. That happens every time you go ballistically, heavy to the downside. So I talk about cash structured heavily to the downside. Why in the world would I want to miss out, or you want to miss out on an opportunity like that? Heavy hit down. You see that all the time. Truth. You do see that, huh? That's why I talk about having cash heavily deployed at lower levels. Deployed, orders, waiting. Limit orders, waiting. Yeah. Those, hey, you don't have to make heavy returns on heavy cash, but that's the mode to do it. That is the mode to do it. Yeah, we are the best collective group, absolutely. And let me see what we have. Nice to see Soshit bringing up some different information. Maybe a different tactic, not sure. But yeah, always share. Always willing to share the details. Without a doubt. You want a corrective wave. A corrective wave in I don't think those are going to work right now. Let me see. A corrective wave in a descending triangle, page 330. Let me see. I think the issue is going to be on page 330. Those are all continuation patterns. Do you see that? They're all continuation patterns. Corrective wave, horizontal triangles. Yeah. Yeah. You do understand that all of these are continuation patterns. I see what you're saying with the ascending triangle. Yeah. I haven't called it a bull market. Is the only reason I wouldn't throw it into page 330. Soshit. Okay, you have on 330 that would be indicative of a bull market. We're not in an overall bull market right now. We're experiencing a breakout from a bearish pattern. So this is an ascending triangle in a bear market. That's why it's important that we zoom on out and we remind ourselves where we are. Did you see my tweet? Did you see the post about the overlay of the Bitcoin chart? Did you see that? Let's look at it real quickly. Just so you understand we're in a bear market, okay? A lot of stuff I'm going through, guys, pulling out information. When you guys get a tweet, I need you to hit like. I know you don't want to all the time. Just do that to register with me that you've seen it. That's the return receipt. That's just it. Hit like everything you get, just so I know, and I'll know that you saw it. And that's it. It's just a return receipt hereby requested. Real simple. Just boom. If you could do that, that'd be great. Now let's look at here. Okay. Cycle bull, cycle bear. Okay. Bull market, bear market. On the aggregate, okay? Bull market, bear market. There is not a question. There's not a discussion. You have the bull market and the bear market. Elliott wave theory. Very simple. Here you have the bull market, you have the bear market. It's very simple. You guys got that? Page 323. A lot of things, a lot of posts have so much of this learning in it. If you guys don't pay attention to it, if you can spend just a few minutes with each one, and I know it's a lot to read through that stuff, but you can look at the pictures. See what you can figure out looking at the pictures. Okay, so we're in the bear market. We've crested from the bull. We've gone over into the bear. All right? It's beyond discussion. The proper application is, we've lost 50% of the value. We haven't, but some people have, right? So it's in the bear market. That's just technically that's where we're at. So yeah, it's a good application of the figure that you found there, associate. So yeah, that's good. But yeah, we are in the bearish, and that's why it's difficult, because we've also just had this ascending wedge right here that's a continuation pattern. It's broken down. Then we had a triangulation, another ascending wedge essentially, which is going to be bearish. Then we had another kind of a symmetrical triangle, which should have been, wasn't. It operated as a somehow we broke out of that. I'm trying to see if we could find half a dozen different inverse head and shoulders, etc. The important part is that depending on the time frame, you're going to be able to find a lot of different things. The important part is that we broke out. We had a good trading day, and we've been killing it, guys. I mean, I don't know what else. We can keep doing that, I guess. You guys want to? I don't know what you want to do. We can keep we hit 5 trades today for it's fun, it's nice, it keeps us entertained. It sure is nice to get in feeling like, even on the micro level, like we start feeling like, hey, this is like Matic, hey, we're moving, it's nice. I've enjoyed that today. Angel, we really appreciate your support. I got to update that amount. I'll definitely do that. I'm excited about you showing that off to the family and everybody. That's awesome, huh? That's gonna be like your trophy space here, huh? It's gonna be nice. You got the moon up there, brother. I put that up there for you, huh? It's kind of cool, huh? I love how your girl, huh? He said, "We're going to the moon." That is so cool, huh? His girl, you see his girl up on the top, huh? Angel and his girl, and his little girl, and from what I understand, she just tells him, Dad, we're going to the moon. She's just, I mean, you couldn't make it up, right? You couldn't talk about, such and such says it too much on their show or anything like that. No, Angel just gets to, look right at her sweetheart up on the top right, and she just tells him all the time, guess what, Dad, we're going to the moon. It's like, that must be awesome, huh? Just, that's cool, huh? Very, very cool. So, yeah, special stuff. Very cool stuff. So we'll continue to make this, the whole look and everything real cool. We put you in outer space with all the Hubble nebula and everything up there, kind of space. All that cool stuff. And you're up there with the moon and galaxies behind you and all kinds of cool stuff. Hey, who knows, huh? Maybe we do a lot of things here. I'm sure we can. Who knows? We get you up there. I don't want you to go up there, huh? How about that? We don't want you to go up there. It'd be interesting to watch the space program develop. We got some stuff going on. You guys know that Richard Branson got I just read the Wall Street Journal today, and I believe in the print version, he has been awarded a contract license for space tourism, which I think is a big step for him because I wasn't sure he had that event a number of years back wherein they had a misstep. So I'm happy to hear that it sounds like things with Virgin Galactic are going forward, so that should be nice. It's going to be tough to beat Elon right now, huh? Tough to beat. This is going to get into your trading style, in terms of where else are you, where is your cash? Because at some point you have a directed amount of cash. You're just going to have a directed amount of cash allocated, to trading. You just are. So is that cash all busy here? Are you just focusing on? Nope. Doge has broken out. Looks like it may try, and this is the danger here. Now, we just went through this on Bitcoin on the left, right? Well, just a different pattern. So this is broken out on the right. You see how it helps us? Well, it's just a different pattern. Whereas a ton of people might have just cut this loose. So we were relaxed up on top, no big deal. A lot of people here may just be cutting this loose, may not be ready at all in terms of any kind of a retracement theory, any accumulation. They may not be involved in anything. I know the guys, definitely the guys at VIP will be definitely involved with retracements. You don't even have to say maybe. It's done. Absolutely done. I know Jason's Lit has had a lot of positivity in terms of booking trades with Doge. He's done well. I know Andrew, big supporter, bottom right, he's had tons of success trading Doge. He brought up also Cello today. It was nice to see that. Cello went up 20% after he brought it up. I think Andrew's getting into gate. I'd like to see that. Nice, real fluid exchange. You guys will enjoy that. Definitely. So OCC's doing okay. OCC is doing okay. That's all right. I like to see that. I know someone who brought that up to you, huh? You guys know that, huh? Mm-hmm. Just in terms of it doing well, you almost would prefer to be down. Why? I guess so you could accumulate it. It's $9 right now. Huh. $9? It's down from 16. That's fine. Bitcoin wanted to flirt with a potential breakout. Let's see what we have. QNT flew up after the tweet. Just let you guys know about it. It was sitting on the 78 or wherever it was sitting. It was just like sitting there. I'm like, it has to do something. So that ran through NU. New, I think, ran through yesterday. Huh? That was a quick 20% in like 20 minutes. Just bam, bam. That was nice. That was the way we started off yesterday, huh? What in the heck is that? That's what it did yesterday. You guys know that? There you go. I sent that to you guys. You guys made some money real quickly. I sent that to you guys, and in 20 minutes you guys made 30%. That's all right. Up to that. It was enough to trade. And you guys know if I'm sending something, it's for a trade. We're not talking about we're gonna stock the Christmas stocking stuffers with with new USD. No, we're not building Christmas lists, right? Not right now, guys. Not right now. Not yet, huh? Maybe you think we are. We're not. These aren't going under the Christmas tree. No, sorry. I bring you something. We got 10 minutes on this one, huh? See what happened in 10 minutes. Bam. Yeah, up to 30%. I've been saying 20 the whole time. Up to 30%, 33%, and just no time. It was timed well. So that's all you got. You got in. Worst case Worst case, you're up 9%, 10%, 9%, something like that. That's fine. So that was a good move. Then yesterday we had Forum, which was sweet. Was it yesterday, day before we had Forum, just to talk about it. And Forum, I had sent you pricing targets on. That's nice. Forum. Oh. Whoa. Yeah. Look at this. That worked out well. Forum was just interesting. 20, 30%. That was nice. It was a nice move. Nice little pattern breakout there. Real thin line. Let's see. There we go. I remember looking at that. That worked out. And we also had, trying to think what all else went well. You guys had some Matic that I think went decently well. Looks like you may kind of be in a flaggish formation, but not too much. Anytime you see a downward sloping channel, if you can establish a downward sloping channel, anytime you can establish a downward sloping channel, it's going to be bullish. It's kind of counterintuitive, but the expression of something which is heading down is going to want to be to the upside. Now, some of them will last for a long time and make you question that, but this is something which could work out well on Matic. But you would want to wait. You don't engage unless you have what? Unless you have. Now, see, you start to deal with the possibilities. Like this kind of faked out a little bit, got some people involved and didn't quite do well. But understand the difference between saying, oh, well, we're just going to go ahead and get involved right now because it's in a bull flag. No. You see what I'm saying? The difference? You engage in high probability trades. This is making you wait. All right, that's one thing. Versus, well, you're in a channel. It's established a bull flag. Let's go ahead and buy. No, that's like, you haven't done one out of the three. You do all three, you're set up as well as you can get. Let's going to keep our attention here for a minute. What are you doing on Bitcoin? What do you got? Trying to break out. That's good news. Now, more people are getting in right now. They just are. Without the confirmation, without anything else, some people are just saying, that's it, we're getting in. I want a position in Bitcoin. It's, they're not waiting for a confirmation or a move to the upside. The confirmation and move to the upside is not overly conservative. It's not a bearish. No, it's none of that, guys. It's just, it's just a higher probability trade. You see, it just requires a little bit more patience to see how it wants to react. And you'll see with the confirmation, etc., those signals are sent. Okay, they're given to you by the market maker. So you're either going to take advantage of them or not. If it increases the likelihood to like 5 to 8 out of all of them, and you can predict even the ones maybe between like 8 and maybe you get 9 to 10 out of all the ones in the right in the right market, like you're in a bull phase. Right now we're in a bearish side of the market. If you say, well, I get 9 or 10 out of these in a bull phase, right? That's nice, huh? That helps. You may play a little bit heavier than normal if you're in a bull market with bull patterns, right? You see it doing this right here? You guys know what? There's no confirmation. What do you think? There's going to be a confirmation or not? I bet you already know there's going to be a confirmation, don't you? So let it do this. What is that? All that is price action. All that is price action. Literally him just, dangling a carrot, him just lighting up a sparkler right in front of you. Just lighting a sparkler up right in front of you. Getting people to invest right now. It's going, it's going, it's going, it's going. Why? Because it's likely to have a confirmation. This little action here is going to probably die down. It's going to dip around, and it's probably going to try and set. And just enough time will go by. It'll try and just pivot a little. knock over just a touch. It's going to do this a little bit, right? He's just a little sparkler just right in front. You can't help but look at it, right? You can't, wow, isn't that cool? Now you really want to get in, right? Just because of that. What it should be communicating right now is it's more likely to achieve a confirmation. Even then, achieve a confirmation. Oh, but it seems like you're going to miss it. It does, huh? But you'll only engage in trades that have a breakout, okay, through the resistance, which we just saw. It flips down. It turns the previous resistance into support, and it moves to the upside. And when you wait through these, you didn't just get in. So you're completely unemotional as this turns down. This has to occur right there. That's required for you to enter into a positive trade. To increase the probability of your trade, maximize the potential probability of the success of your trade. Do you see that? Completely non-emotional now. Whereas people who just got in with no discipline, you've seen this happen twice now. Correct. One of them, it happened, and then it spilled back down. We formed something else. This one is going back down. Now, what do you think? It's going to go back into here a little bit? It's going to touch down into that EMA, huh? That first level EMA, right? Isn't that what happened last time? Probably be kind of standard course. Traject down into that a little bit more heavily. Who knows? That's what happened last time. But we're going to, you see how the EMA bands are condensed more right now here than they were? It's like a new base has been built, right? Kind of restructured the foundation here. So this is what I talk about in terms of achieving the highest degree of probability of success of your trades. Those are the only trades you get involved in, but you have to know, like when I bring something to the group or something, I say, well, hey, look at a potential bull flag on such and such. And every time I have to write, it's only with breakout, confirmation, and et cetera, the 1, 2, 3 punch, right? You guys will get to where you know this. Just, second, it's gonna be second nature for you. It has to become second nature. We'll cover enough of these to where it is. Good, Angel. You downloaded Gate. That is so good. Hey, Lars, how good to see you, huh? I love this interaction. It's so great to read all this stuff. Got your book today. Good drill, Doc. You see the confirmation just set down. You just had the confirmation sit down along the line. Confirm what? Confirm after the breakout to where the previous line of resistance is now turned into support. Now you need it to move up above that intermediary high. Now, what's the good thing? If this takes off, you don't have the resistance of the top portion of any kind of a different formation. You're in an ascending triangle. The support is ascending. So to the extent that this wants to, there it is on its EMA. Remember we talked about that could occur, right? So that's probably going to occur. These are just visual clues to people who know what they are to achieve the highest probability of a trade. That's all this is visual. It's just visuals. Do you believe that's the only thing that's really being communicated? But it is the price, which is impressive, because it's not just like an animation, right? This is the live pricing that literally will go down in the history books, that has been studied like this. Yeah, literally is part of like the historical price index of Bitcoin. Literally has been, hello, and it behaves like this on the regular. It's been studied like this to where we can talk about it like this, because it's very interesting to be. It is live pricing, right? So we're able to discuss live pricing and literally, just talk about it's going to do this. It's going to curl around. It's going to, is it going to work every time? We increase the probability of our trades. If it goes to another pattern formation, etc., we're prepared for that. Like we always have backup for our backup in terms of cash. Yeah, we always have a backup for where we're at, to where it's never, if something fails, well, okay, didn't. We always, it's just programmatic. We're not concerned about this. We understand the risks of, quote unquote, of it's not achieving its full potential, or not accomplishing technically what it otherwise could have accomplished. It's kind of a real dignified approach to it. Well, as opposed to, man, we just got wiped out. Just what? No, that's not on the table. That's just not on the table. We always have that backup, the double, triple down, never being exposed at a higher level, enjoying the trade, enjoying the community building, your profits, building the community. It just works. So now we need to get past this intermediary high, correct? Yes. Isn't this a good group, huh? It just is. I know a lot of people in the back right now in the DM, everything else. So if this were to decide to, well, it wants to kind of spill out right now. It wants to do what it wants to do. If it wanted to do that and wants to play on the EMA bands a little bit more, that's fine as well. If it achieved 33,156 instead of 33,154 instead of 33,645 or 643, hey, that's fine. That's a good move. Not a bad move. At least it was consistent. Technically, we could predict it. We worked in notification like a profit zone. Take a profit. Hey, breakout zone. Nice trading. We've had fun. Yes, we have. We've made money. Yes, we have. Angel, I'm glad you got on Gate. You're going to love that. Gate is such a phenomenal trading tool. You are going to love it. That's just awesome, huh? Yeah, Gate is nice. I don't want to bring this up, but I will, because you'll literally have people on the micro levels, kind of on the nano kind of flash trade level, instead of working, because we haven't talked much about how to work the different levels of the EMAs, but you'll literally have people that are able to trade and try and scale in or double down as they get into different levels of the EMA, right? That's a different approach. We'd have the screen set up differently, but they would be able to do that to recapitalize on any overexposed position based upon a scale and level, just as if they were Fibonacci's, the way we've used them. You see? So if it were, well, someone's down 2.5%, well, then they're up 2.5% on a larger amount of capital to where it's still a positive trade for them, you see? They're locking in the notion that there's going to be some volatility to the upside on one of these scaled-in bands. You get it? Yeah, so they're locking in essentially a very high probability that they're going to have a positive trade. I wouldn't play with that too much. But you understand it takes some it just takes capital and some application. You're going to draw things out differently, but the EMA ribbon is going to be it provides the same dynamics in terms of scale and approach, double, triple down along your EMAs or increased position to where you're not losing money every EMA ribbon that you get down and touch and you bounce back, you're making money, right? That can be profitable. Small moves. But every time you see it dance around like it is, those are positions. Now you got to look at your spread. You got to know which exchange you're on. You got to be able to get in and out. So it's different platforms probably allow that differently. Excuse me. Volatility becomes key, I would say. Interesting nonetheless, huh? Yeah, interesting stuff. Just different dynamics, different things to discuss. The community on Gate, I do not vouch for the community, and I don't recommend people go talking to a bunch of people on Gate because I don't think they're verified at all, and I don't want people losing money out there. Surprise, surprise. Me, yeah. But let's see. Yeah, you'll definitely like Gate. Let's see. And we will split commissions, I believe. Let's see what we have. Let's see. Upgrade the computer system. Thought by today it would be fully installed. Okay. Yo. Let's see. And I'll do Gate there. I'll pin Gate in case you guys don't have it. I think you have it. It's just been a great exchange. It's really quick. So we are within a margin of kind of the overall move that was entered into, and we're just working, slowly climbing our way up to the ultimate target price, 33,643. And let's go ahead and just remeasure that and make sure. We also may look at some differentials in terms of pricing targets to see if we have potentially anything else. We're right there. That's exactly where it should be. There's no doubt about that. That is the pricing target, period. We don't have to ask that at all. That's the pricing target. Potentially some different targets. I mean, that'd be a great target to get up to. Wouldn't that be nice? This would be about as bullish as you could want something to get there. It'd be interesting, wouldn't it? It'd put you right back in line with the top of that channel. If you were to do that, I'd listen up to this. That's nice. Is that just there? It sure is. Wow, we got a ways to go. You can make some cash up in this level. You guys should be excited about this. That's exciting. Just to get back in line with the top of the wedge. The top of this most recent wedge, not even up to the full amount. Guys, we're going to make a lot of money at the lower levels. If we can get to the lower levels, we're going to do well. We're going to make some money. Well, I mean, we're already doing well, but I'm just going to tell you, it's going to be fun. You guys are going to be excited. believe it's going to be good. So this is the broadening wedge here. All right. It's just, I mean, it's good stuff. See what we have here. So if we were to complete this in the entirety of this move, which would be that the triangulation here, and treat this as kind of the run up or the vertical distance. Let's say we were to do that and stack that, then that would put us in line with the top of the, let's go ahead and do it, with the top of the wedge, about 35,358. Throw another couple grand on top of, almost $2,000 on top of that target. So that would be a heck of a move. It might want to digress a little bit in between here and there. You see the previous moves here have been a little bit chaotic, allowing for some reaccumulation and distribution on some bigger levels. People taking profits. Right? At some point you guys are like, well, we're in the money right now. It's like, some of you, I just want to go to bed. I don't think many of you are like that, because sometimes I'm like, they must be going to bed. Like, no, they're up. I was thinking about one thing today. I wanted to share it with you. If you ever look tired, anything's going on, and people are around you and like, well, wow, I don't know about such and such. Ever since they started in the market, it's just you see yourself physically a little tired or something else going on. The best thing you can do for people around you is smile and tell them you are having more fun than you've ever had in your life. And you just want them to know that. I know I may seem tired, but you need to know I love what I'm doing. Because they don't know that. They see you when you're tired. You're exhausted from the market. You are throwing at it, and you're doing the other stuff, and you're family timing, and you're working out. They need to know you have no idea how great the market's going. It's phenomenal. I've never been this happy. I wanted to let you know that. Because they don't know that otherwise. You guys know that, right? They're worried about you investing. You're in crypto or you're whatever you're doing in the stock or bond market. Just understand, they don't know that unless you tell them that. And you're in the market because you love it, so you need to kind of tell them that. That doesn't go just without saying, okay? Because I've seen people get kind of like, oh man, they just looked awful. They were so tired. They were this and that. If they had looked at me and said, you have no idea how great this is. I love it. I mean, it takes its toll, but at some point also, you may be able to tell them, yeah, surprise, that's what success looks like. Success not just getting into a fancy private jet, right? Sometimes it is. Can be. Sometimes it is. Oh, it's hard work. Oh, learning how to beat the market like a multi-trillion-dollar deal. Oh, I see. It's hard work. That's what hard work looks like. A lot of you are no strangers to hard work. But I like that dynamic, to be able to discuss that, right? Kind of cool. So, what have we got going on? It's going to continue to do this. Now, we don't want to have to lift this. We just don't want to do that. It's an odd confirmation, isn't it? It turns into an odd confirmation internally within this triangulation, believe it or not. It's using this as a pretty strong level of resistance. You see that? Because it has built up through, and you kind of have a negative or a reverse confirmation here, right? You'd say here, and you're going to get one here. Now, it can do whatever it chooses to do, but that's a solid framework. Very, symmetrically designed, very programmatically structured, isn't it? Very interesting. You guys make sure you download that with the EMA ribbon. You'll like it. EMA ribbon encrypt, KRYPT. KRYPT. We're going to look for some variation here because this is so programmatically symmetrical here that you would want to know whether or not this would go down as much as this has gone down, just because it's you would start to think that way, huh? It's just so, it's perfect. We'd love to see this kick up earlier, so that doesn't have to necessarily happen if you have a long position right now, which I believe you do. Let's take a look at Doge. Yeah, glad we did not get into the position just because it was in a bull flag, right? It's still in a bullish chart pattern. However, it's not. It is still heading down. So whenever you see or identify a pattern, that's not the time to get in. That's not what pattern identification or trading a pattern is all about. Not at all. Anything that's been up and has provided a positive trade, I want you guys to know if you ever bring something up and the next day it's down, I view that as a positive thing. Absolutely. As a positive thing. Yep. And yeah, we've got some decent movers. Nothing hugely. Q&T still up from the other night. That's good from yesterday. Q&T still up. As we're up 8% or so on that. Doge doing okay. Let me see. I'm going to take a look at the side here on the market. See what else we can. If there's anything else I need to look at market trading. I love Gate. It is so smooth. You guys know that who are using it, like, God, it's nice, huh? Yeah, we have some different movers. Yeah, we got a lot of things to trade on. Just a ton of things to trade on Gate. It's nice, huh? There is so much price action. Pretty sweet, huh? And right before Binance started shutting down, oh my gosh. That's just phenomenal, huh? You guys know that, huh? Just beautiful. Just very well done. I'm very excited about that. Dun, 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 dun. Dandro, you're welcome, brother. Associate, you love doing this on weekend night. That's nice. I don't think there's a minimum at all, Alien of Wall Street on Gate. I don't believe there is. I think you can transfer over small amounts and start to try it out, make sure you like it or anything. I think you'll definitely like it. It's really impressive. You've been here a few times. I think we'd like to have you as a member of the Alien of Wall Street. Huh? UFO talk is going on. I don't know about that. And we'd like this to kick on out. Just making us wait, huh? Just a nice little consolidation period. That's all right. Almost seems kind of like a diamond formation. I'm not going to really draw it in, but it almost seems like it's yeah, I mean, it's close. Diamond formation is going to have the same ultimate move as would the, say, a prior move up, essentially minus, about the same, minus the wherever it starts to trail in or slant in. So diamond formation, not necessarily the most common thing in the world, but they do hold some credibility, a bit of credibility. Let's see. Let me see. Not sure what else you guys are investing in now. But yeah, no, we've enjoyed Bitcoin. It's been nice. We tore up these alts earlier on today. We literally, it was Andrew got involved. He was talking about Cello. Then, there were 3 or 4 quant last night. It just got ridiculous. Huh? The weekend has already been, I don't know how many trades. Good heavens. You had potential, I don't know who traded all that. You had 6 trades, 10% plus. I certainly caught on amidst the middle of the trend. I found, I'm like, look at this. Then you guys started trading that, et cetera. It's nice to see this kick up. If this can kick up and destroy that uniformity on both sides, that'd be nice. We kind of need that to happen. I would like this to achieve its target. Come on. We haven't even put the high stakes music on yet, huh? It's just been real smooth. It hadn't been real high stakes, yeah? Or we're trading amidst some awful retracement or some, huge problem. This has been easy. And because it is Saturday night, we have 2 options. One is you guys can go with your family and your friends and make sure that you spend some time with those people that you have relationships with. That's the one option. The other option is we can stay and watch this through to the completion. The notion that this could last another 3 hours and frustrate in and along here would put us at 3:30 in the morning. And since we are in the money right now, based upon this, heavily in the money and doing well, and we have achieved, you guys need to understand, we have achieved, like, knock it out of the park, multiple trades this weekend. It's been awesome so far. So I would like everyone to go make sure that you eat well and you sleep well and you go invest in those relationships that you knew were important in investing before you started actually investing. Because I think they need to hear that, and they need to hear how well you're doing while they're still up and around and doing everything like that. So I'll probably be in the back DM room, but we're cranking on the cash. Very nicely done. Congratulations. Way to hit it up. Angel, you're the man. We appreciate you stepping into the forefront continually, and we look forward to that continually. I think you added on another 400 or 500 tonight. We're going to update that for you. We're going to make sure that is all nice and just the moon is going to be yours, and it's going to be really great. And I can't wait for your family to continue to enjoy that, and it'll be something into prosperity and posterity. That'll be real nice, a nice function. That's going to be there for a long time. So thank you so much for all that. And I just look forward to you making an increased impression as we make an increase, just profit. Like it's going to be nice. And I know you're cranking through it. And it's nice for everybody to know you're cranking through it. Like we're killing this. So it's nice. It's good. It's good. We got this nice big trade here today, and I think it's going to continue to do well. And Lars, we thank you for your support also. And Andrew, thank you for your support. Soshi, thank you for yours. Dandro, thank you for all you guys. And this is the best group. I'm so excited, and it's just nice that we have who would have thought we'd have a small VIP club that we just love and is awesome and is just killing it. And it's like, it's exclusive, but it's not one of these deals where, we're like shunning people. It's not like that. It's just the right kind of vibe. It's a nice deal. So in terms of this, I'm going to have to trust you guys, and I can, that you know where to take your profits, that you know where we're headed, 33,643, that you know redeployment of capital at lower levels based upon, say, a Fibonacci retracement. That you understand all these things, huh? That's a good thing, don't you think? Because I know you guys know it. That's sweet. You guys are VIP. You know what's going on. If anybody knows, I know you guys know. So yeah, everybody go spend some good time with the fam or with the friends or whatnot, or we'll hang out in the DM for a little bit and maybe talk some more. And just want to make sure that you guys know how much I appreciate you. It's awesome, and I will be around for a little bit. And if anybody needs to spend some time chit-chatting with me or something like that, I'll be here. So big salute and hats off. And yeah, Kingdom is the bomb in the house. Appreciate that, Angel. You guys are the bomb. It's great to have you guys, and what a great stream, and what a great trade. I'm getting that vibe back that it's kind of like Matic, huh? Yeah, I mean, everybody's heavily in the cash right now. That's good, huh? Way to go. Nice weekend. So you guys take care. This is London with the Crypto Kingdom, and we'll be back with more soon. And I'll dig and do a little homework, and I'll be around a little bit to chit-chat if anybody needs me. All right? You guys take care. It's Saturday. Tomorrow, I'd say in terms of tomorrow, we'll just deal with every which way this thing wants to turn. We will try and burn through it. Remember that Iron Dome, right? Just like impenetrable, can't get in, can't get out. That's what we do with Profit, with every strategy. All right, with every strategy we've got, that's what we want to accomplish. So you guys are doing a great job. If we haven't been doing that this weekend, good gosh, we've been doing a great job. So keep it up. And yeah, hats off to all you guys doing good. This is London with the Crypto Kingdom. Appreciate you guys tuning in, and we'll be back with something tomorrow. And yeah, take care of yourself. Bye-bye.